So here's the thing. Years ago, she was like, Angela, I got the bobbleheads for you. When do you want them? And I was moving. And I was like, oh, I'm moving right now. Can we figure out? And Jenna, I don't know. Life happened. Years went by. Joya reached out to me and said, Angela, I've had these bobbleheads for 15 years.
What? Like just recently she reached out.
She was like, they're in boxes. Can I bring them to you? I said, oh my gosh, Joya, yes. So we met for coffee and we caught up 15 years of life and marriage and kids. And Jenna, she opened up her trunk and it was full of bobbleheads. I took a picture of her standing by her trunk. I now have all of these bobbleheads.
That is so crazy because, you know, when we were going through all of our bins of stuff for the book, I found an Oscar bobblehead and a Jim bobblehead and a Pam bobblehead and a Dwight bobblehead. That's all I have.
I will tell you the bobblehead I didn't know I need, but I definitely needed was Phyllis.
Oh, is Phyllis good?
Phyllis is so great. Joya went on to tell me while we were having coffee, she said, you know, it's kind of crazy. I've had all these bobbleheads, but I also have something that I think a lot of people wanted, but I ended up getting. And I was like, do tell. Guess who has the original unicorn Barbie?
What?
Yes, and here's Joya sharing about it.
The story of how I acquired the Princess Unicorn Barbie doll is really fun. I, of course, was a digital producer for the show, working at NBC. And I had read the script for Moroccan Christmas, the episode that it appeared in, and I wanted to use it for our Dunder Mifflin Infinity virtual game. And I also wanted to build a website for Princess Unicorn because it seemed like this crazy funny thing that a little website would just be hilarious for. If you're a big fan of the show, you know that we did a ton of these little one-off websites all the time. So princessunicorndoll.com was one of them. And what's really interesting is that NBC let the domain expire some years ago, and someone bought it up and kept the exact same website there, so you can actually go see the website. And thank you to whoever bought that and kept the same website up. I appreciate you. So I wanted to use it for the game. It was a virtual item that you could purchase for your Dunder Mifflin office if you were playing the game, and it was a very rare item. So the props department actually gave the doll to me. They had two versions of the doll that they made, and they gave me one to photograph back at my office at NBC. So I did that, and for whatever reason, no one at the show asked me for the doll back. And the show ended, and everyone went on their separate ways. And I eventually left NBC, and this doll came with me, and it's been in my house as this kind of prized memento from the show. For almost 10 years, I've had this doll. It's the one memento from the show I don't think I will ever give up because it's pretty amazing. So that is my Princess Unicorn doll story.
I cannot believe she has one of the original. They were only two, and she has one of them. Well, now I know how to get original props. You have to be like, you know what? I'd love to build a website, but I'm going to need that to photograph it. And then I'm going to just wait for you to ask for it back. And if you don't, you don't. That is amazing. Amazing. It was so good to see Joya. And Joya, thank you so much for the bobbleheads. I'll have to display them and show you guys.
Well, on that note, let's take a break. And when we come back, we'll check in on Dwight. We'll see what he's up to. And then,
well, boy, Michael has a big announcement to make.
He does.
Dwight is now going around collecting money. He starts with Kevin, $20 to chip in for Employee of the Month per Jim's request. Oscar contributes as well. He doesn't need Dwight's speech. During this whole moment, guess who's playing solitaire?
I saw it once again, actively moving cards on her pre-sale game.
Kate Flannery in the background is Meredith, playing a very quick game of solitaire.
Listen, Dwight's plan is 5 minutes ahead of schedule.
Right on schedule. It's working.
Back at the school, a teacher is up at the front of the room, and she is profusely thanking Michael for following through on his promise to send these kids to school.
Yeah.
And then a student gets up and says, basically, you're my guardian angel. Michael is crying. Oh boy. It's just Michael.
The way they wrote the scene to build is so great because with each thing you're getting just a kick to the stomach, and then it ends with Michael.
The woman who's giving this thank you speech was played by Monet Mikkel. I hope I'm saying your name right. She's amazing. She began her career as a musical theater actress. She has been nominated for an NAACP Theater Award, and she performed in an award-winning one-woman show. She's also had recurring roles on The Good Place and The Defenders, as well as a ton of other film and television roles.
Well, she set the bar for this scene because it's so heartfelt, her appreciation, as you would be, because you're sending these kids to college. Like, the level of accountability that this scene starts with is like, oh crap, Michael, oh Michael.
Well, it's Michael's turn to speak. This is the moment.
Yeah.
The crowd is cheering.
Michael says he'll never forget today.
Oh, and then he asks the kids for a show of hands. He wants to know, how many of you have ever made a stupid misstate?
Just
Trying
whistle
to get
move.
them on his side
Yo,
before
give me a finger. Fuck you.
giving them
Boom.
this
I'm dead.
terrible news.
I kind of thought we needed to hear it.
Oh no,
Fuck.
really?
I don't
Listen,
God,
there's like two
God.
West Side moves
All right.
going against each other.
Now, in this moment, I'm a
That's
Pam.
fucking up.
Okay, let's hear
Don't
it.
fuck up. What's
I came here today because I promised you tuition, and tuition is very valuable. But you know what's invaluable? Is intuition. You know what that is? That is the ability to know when something is about to happen. Does anybody out there have intuition? Know what's going to happen next? Nobody? Okay. You're going to make me say it. All right. I am so proud of all of you. Derek and LaFerve and Ben and Ayana and Michaela and Nikki and Jason and I'm sorry, okay, sorry spacing your name.
Zion, that's Michaela's younger brother.
Well, Zion, I am not going to be paid for your tuition. Which brings me to my main point, and that is that I will not be able to pay for anybody's tuition. I'm so sorry.
Listen,
I'm sorry for all the people out there who skip Scott's tots. I just played the worst part for you. You know, the cringiest part.
I watched this episode 3 times. That's usually how many times I watch an episode as we prep each week for the podcast. And I might need a break from it now.
He goes on to try to be a hero. We talked about this with BJ. He has Aaron wheel in this humongous suitcase, which you think are going to be filled with laptops.
Which is some saving grace, a laptop, not college tuition, but a laptop. But no.
It's just the lithium batteries for a laptop. Guys, those are fakey batteries. At 14 minutes, 46 seconds, the graphics for the laptop battery boxes were created by our graphic designer, Henry Sane, and packaged up by Phil Shea. Fakey batteries.
Take your battery.
Well, back at the office, Jim's about to have his own cringe moment.
I loved how they edited these scenes because you go from Michael being in hot water to
Oh,
Jim being in
that's
hot
cool.
water.
Yes!
Wig Master?
Jim is going to announce the employee of the month. According to this data, it's employee number 9. Who is employee number 9?
It's Jim.
Oh boy.
People are instantly furious. They don't even take a beat to be like, oh, maybe there was an error. No, they're instantly like, you.
Yes, Jim won $1,000.
Yeah, and got his own parking spot.
Oh my gosh. He's like, no, this is obviously a mistake. Who's second on the list? We need the second person on the list. Uh-oh.
It's Jim's wife, Pam.
Oh boy. How is that even possible? But Pam is going to defend herself as the winner.
Yeah, she's like, no, wait, come on. I didn't miss a day. I came in early. I stayed late, and I doubled my sales last month.
2 to 4?
Andy goes, oh, really? From what, 2 to 4?
Yup.
Yep.
That is one of your most famous memes.
I have texted it to people. I texted my own meme to people. The yup.
I have texted an Angela eye roll to people. My own meme. I see that yup everywhere, Jenna.
I know.
And it's so perfect. It made me laugh. Even though I know it still made me laugh.
It made me laugh while I was doing it. You'd be surprised how difficult it was to get
just one word without me breaking.
Yep.
Well, it's gonna get even worse. You think it can't get worse for Jim, but now there's gonna be a cake delivered with his face on it. This was a real cake, you
This is
guys.
racist.
We actually ate this cake. We did. I had a slice of it. It was delicious. It was a real distorted angle of John's face.
It was a little bit.
It was like when someone takes a photo of you and they go like chin up. I actually had my camera on set that day and I took a picture of the cake. I'll put it in the stories.
The cake delivery man was played by Charlie Sanders, who is a writer-actor and co-producer of Key and Peele, for which he was nominated for an Emmy for Outstanding Writing 3 years in a row.
I love Key and Peele.
Me too.
Oh my god, it cracks me up.
We hung out with Key and Peele.
We did. We were on a private plane with them.
The only time I've ever been on a private plane.
Well, same. Yes, Caesar Palace flew Jenna and Keegan and Jordan to play in this poker tournament. You took me as a +1. They flew us to New Orleans. We got on this private plane with these guys and we played euchre the whole plane ride. I love euchre. We couldn't believe other people knew euchre. It's a card game. We love them. They're so fun. The cake is not the last thing on Dwight's list of diabolical plans.
No, he riles everybody up, but it only works if people complain to David Wallace.
So Dwight starts calling David Wallace's office, pretending to be everyone else.
It's so good. I thought we needed to hear it. He is going to leave messages as Kevin, as Stanley, and as Toby. I think my favorite part is like his body language
Changes.
as he's doing all the voice. He's like spinning his hair with his fingertip when he's being Toby.
Yeah.
He's like all slumped on the ground.
Yeah.
But here it is. You have to hear it.
This is Kevin. It's Damon here. Tell him I'm mad at Jim because he's asking us to give money to pay him.
This is Stanley Hudson. Jim Halpern is a menace. It's Toby Flenderson. Listen, things are getting really bad down here.
Those are so funny to me. But Jenna, there was one more.
There was?
Yes. It didn't make it in the final cut, but it's in deleted scenes. It's a little R-rated, so maybe that's why it didn't make it. Here is Dwight calling, pretending to be Meredith.
It's Meredith Palmer. Listen, kid, I might be drunk as a skunk. You don't know what to tell me about crotch injuries. But Jim Halpert is a prick.
Oh my gosh, I know. So imagine David Wallace getting all of these messages.
Yeah, Jim is definitely going to be hearing from David Wallace later. But back at the school, Michael and Aaron are leaving. They are disgraced. But as they're leaving, one of the students runs out and just kind of confronts Michael. He's like, dude,
Yeah.
this is like really messed up. And Michael just apologizes again and he says, you know what? I'll pay for your books.
It's the least I can do.
Yeah. And he's like, okay, well, books are like $1,000. I mean, that's a lot.
And Michael's like, that's like, oh, $200 a year.
And the kid's like, it's $1,000 a year.
So Michael writes a few checks for $1,000. He says, please notify me before you cash these. I have to move some money around.
Yes, and he has to hold them for like a couple of years, each
Yeah.
one
Yeah.
per year. Well, listen, the actor who played the student is so good. His name is Kwame Boateng. He is part of a trio, an acting trio. His brothers, they're referred to as the K brothers. He's amazing. He did a bunch of films and television, but now he is actually the CEO of his own company called the Boateng Group.
Wow.
Yeah. So he's kind of moving and shaking in the business world now. And we also had a fan catch in this scene from Matthew in Franklin, Indiana. At 16 minutes, 48 seconds, you can see snow outside the school.
Oh, yeah, fakey snow.
Well, that fakey snow was provided by our special effects technician, Mike
What is that called?
Thompson. According to Randy Cordray, it was actually a warm and sunny day in Van Nuys, about 75 degrees. But we threw down some fakey snow.
Back in Jim's office, he does get a very frustrated call from David Wallace. I think we need to point out at 18 minutes, 7 seconds, the Phoebe Snow is back.
It is?
The train painting is in Jim's office. The Phoebe Snow is back.
That is so weird that it was missing for one episode. I don't know.
Or maybe it's just the way they angled the camera. Maybe you just couldn't see it and I thought it was missing.
Well, it's back. And did it make your heart happy?
It really did.
You know, lady, if you love trains, you should play this board game called Ticket to Ride.
I love Ticket to Ride. I know Ticket to Ride.
Oh,
That's
we
a
just
big game.
discovered Ticket to Ride. Our friend sent it to us, and
Really?
now
It's a
my
huge
kids are
game.
obsessed.
Yeah.
You've known about Ticket to Ride all this time? I was going to gift it to you. I'm glad
Huge
you told me
game.
you have it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We love games at my house. You know, we're big family game night
Well,
folks.
this was combining two of your loves, trains and a game.
We also really love the Oregon Trail, old school board game version, not the computer version we grew up on.
Now, according to your deep dive last week, would a covered wagon be considered a limousine? Because
Separation
the
of the
driver
driver
is
and
separated from the.
cargo. I think a completely covered wagon would be, yes.
What part of the covered wagon is uncovered?
Sometimes they have a front flap that they keep open.
But I mean, same in a limousine, the little zhuzhy thing goes down and up.
No, I agree. I am agreeing. This is me agreeing with you. I think a completely covered wagon with a driver outside would constitute as a limousine.
Wow.
Limousine.
Tell like the early pioneers that they were actually taking limousines
Wow.
to the gold rush. They might be surprised.
Back to this phone call between Jim and David. Dwight kind of overhears that it's not going well, right? Jim's like,
He's all excited.
He's so excited. Jim's like, I don't know how it happened. Dwight's like, I know how it happened. Dwight goes back in there, doing his little mom detective, drops a folder, grabs his spy pen that's been in there the whole time.
As it turns out, this phone call that starts out angry ends amicably.
David apologizes. He's like, look, I'm taking out some stuff on you, okay? Hey, we're going to see you at dinner. And Dwight's like, no.
No, he forgot. Jim and David Wallace are chums.
They're pals.
The final scene with Michael and Aaron, they're driving back. Aaron can't stop singing the song.
Yeah.
But then she says, you know, Michael, the principal told me that 90% of Scott's tots are on track to graduate, which is 35% higher than the rest of the schools. So, you know, you did do a good thing here.
This warms Michael's heart. He hasn't always been that nice to Aaron. He's kind of abrupt with her. She's not Pam, which he lets her know routinely. And he says to her, you know what? You're doing great. And he wants to know, what does she hope for?
Yeah, what would she like for her future?
She says she would like to be an accountant, even though she's terrible at math. I will tell you, this is a great nod to the webisode series, The Mentor, where Aaron tells the accounting department she wants to be an accountant.
We talked about it last week, and I totally clocked it when she said that.
We also learned something about Kevin's story in this moment, which is he was applying for a job in the warehouse. And Michael said, you know what, I have a feeling about you.
I think you should be an accountant. Ah. Well, this episode ends with a tag. All of a sudden, Ryan appears in this episode, and he finds Dwight's diabolical plan.
Yeah, Dwight left it in the copier.
He wants in. He wants to take Jim down.
Ooh.
That's how this episode ends. Well, I had a couple little tidbits that I thought I would share. I didn't know where to put these, so I'm putting them here at the end. The first was a piece of mail we got from Julia S. in Madison, Wisconsin. This is cringy. She said, I work at a nonprofit company, and we had a program that ended up being a Scott's Tots reincarnate.
Oh, no.
She said the goal of the program was to encourage parents of elementary school kids to begin putting away a small amount of money every month that would go toward their kids' college tuitions. She said, my company promised that if they did that, the company would give a huge scholarship to each child when they began college. But after a couple of years, the company decided it was too big of a promise to pay scholarships to all the kids, and the program had to send out an email to let everyone know that the scholarships weren't going to happen.
Oh, my gosh.
She said, me and my colleagues now cringe every time someone mentions this failed program, and when we talk about it, we call it Scott's Tots.
Ah. But I can't leave us on that note, so I wanted to leave you with this real-life story called Dale's Kids. I want to hear about Dale's Kids. Dale Schroeder was described in his local paper as a simple man who grew up poor, never went to college, never got married, and worked at the same business as a carpenter for 67 years. They said he had a pair of work jeans, a pair of church jeans, and a Chevy truck. When he passed away in 2005, he did not have any descendants, but after nearly 70 years of carpentry and frugal living, he had saved nearly $3 million. Most of that money went into a scholarship fund, which helped 33 people go to college free of charge. The kids who benefited from this scholarship all gathered recently to talk about the impact that the scholarship had on their lives. They are now doctors, teachers, a therapist. They said that the money came with only one caveat. Their request was, please pay this forward. Aww. You can't pay Dale back, but you can remember him and emulate him. And that is the legacy of Dale Schroeder, and they affectionately call themselves Dale's Kids. Oh, that is so lovely. Oh, Jenna, that is wonderful. Well, I had a quote to end this episode on, and now I feel bad saying it because that's such a nice sentiment to end on. Well, I still want to hear your quote, lady. All right. This is from cheatsheet.com. All right, we're taking a pivot here, folks. This is about this episode. And I quote, if you're the kind of person who would like watching a taxidermist, or perhaps would enjoy watching someone removing a splinter from the hand of a small child, then this episode is for you. Well, that's perfect. That is Scott's Tots. Of course, we owe a huge thank you to BJ Novak for being on the show today. And thank you to Gene Stupnitsky, Lee Eisenberg, Paul Lieberstein, and Randy Cordray, and also to James Carey, who helped me go through some digital clutter. Yes, and Joya Balfour for meeting me for coffee and bringing a trunk full of bobbleheads to me, and always sharing with us about what NBC.com was doing. And thank you all for sending in your questions. We love you. We'll see you next week. Love you guys. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
This has to do with when she blocked me. So, nobody else is having anything.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office Ladies. Hello, Angela. Hi, Jenna. You're fighting with a staple right now. I was hoping to have it done before the music stopped. No, you're still working on it. Guys, I did this thing where I printed my document. You know, Jenna and I both do documents now, guys. I've moved on from note cards. I know. I don't know how I
Outline.
feel about it. I still have some post-it notes, okay?
Okay, good,
Post-it
good.
notes still happen. And I color code everything, as you know. My document is all kinds of different colors. But this morning when I was printing it, I by accident printed the font to like size 40.
It's so many pages.
It's so many pages. It's like a phone book.
And the staple would not staple at all.
It wouldn't. It was poking me. Hi guys, welcome to Office Ladies.
Today we're talking about Secret Santa, but today in real life it's St. Patrick's Day.
It is.
So we're kind of doing a holiday on a holiday. I'd like to say something before we get started. We have been together in the studio for 15 minutes so far this morning, and no one has mentioned my cute, sassy new haircut.
I noticed it right away when I was complaining about my printer issues.
I know, but no one has complimented my hair,
Very nice. I apologize.
and I need the compliments. I'm fishing for the compliments.
I thought you looked like a runway model when I saw you this morning. I said, "Who is that lady? She looks like $1 million bucks."
And
Oh my God, it's my boss lady friend, Jenna Fisher.
thank you.
And you know what's setting it all off?
What?
Sassy haircut.
Good.
It starts with boss lady friend, Jenna Fisher.
Thank you.
And you know what's setting it all off?
What?
Sassy haircut.
Good.
It starts with the sassy haircut and then it goes all the way down. You have a whole outfit. She has a little green stripy shirt, a cardigan, cute accessories.
I cannot tell if this is genuine or if this is sarcasm. Sam, where do you stand on
It's
this?
genuine.
It's how I labeled it before. I think it's genuine and hostile. It can be both.
They said I came.
Angela's in a mood today.
They said I came in hot this morning, y'all. I came in hot.
Angela walked in, looked at the video camera so Cassie can see it, and said no, and tore it out of the wall instead of just asking to move it.
They have this camera, guys, so we can be on Zoom with Cassie. And it literally, I don't know what evil person set it up today, but it was a shot under my neck and up my nose. And I
It was
thought,
not good.
It wasn't.
I'm gonna back you up on that.
You know what? A woman who's just recently turned 50 doesn't need an under the neck shot.
You know what it looked like? You know when you go on Instagram and you haven't angled the camera right yet, but
Yeah.
it's on selfie mode.
Yeah.
It's that horrifying moment where you see yourself from like under the neck.
Yes.
That's how the Zoom camera was.
So yeah, Sam, I ripped it out of the wall.
Angela, can I ask you a St. Patty's Day question?
Oh,
Will you
please.
be getting tooted today?
That got my husband so tickled because my husband Josh listens to the podcast, and I saw him when we all posted. He was like, "Are we getting tooted, babe?"
All right, well, let's get into it.
Okay.
This is season 6, episode 13, written by Mindy Kaling, directed by Randall Einhorn. This episode features a song from Green Day, and y'all know I'm friends with Billie Joe Armstrong, lead singer of Green Day.
Jenna is blushing as she's saying this. She's blushing.
I am such a fan of my own friend. It's true. I reached out and he agreed to read the summary, so here it is.
Hello, Office Ladies listeners. This is Billie Joe Armstrong. Here's your summary for Secret Santa. It's Christmas time in Dunder Mifflin. Jim and Dwight are in charge of this year's Christmas party, and they are doing a pretty good job. Jim tells Phyllis she can play Santa, something she's wanted to do for years. This naturally causes Michael to spiral. Meanwhile, Oscar has a crush on a new warehouse worker, and Pam plays matchmaker. Andy has Aaron in the Secret Santa gift exchange, but so far it's not going well. She's mostly just been attacked by birds. There is some potentially devastating news from corporate hanging over everyone's heads. But in the end, it's a great party with karaoke, a marching band, and even a little snow. I'll walk along the road. We all walk along the road.
I mean, come on.
Come on.
He's the best.
Come on. When he sang at the end, I was like, wow.
We're all grinning.
Oh,
Thank you so much, Billy Joe.
Thank you, Billy Joe.
All right, fast fact number 1. This episode aired on December 10th, 2009. But shortly afterward, there was an extended cut that was released, and it included 9 extra minutes of footage, which brought the total length of the episode up to 29 minutes and 43 seconds.
Oh, I have so much to share about this.
I know you do.
Okay, so there are no deleted scenes. If you have the DVD box set, there are no deleted scenes for Secret Santa, and it is because of this extended producer's cut. I guess there were so many great scenes, they decided to make like our version back then of a supersize, right?
Yeah.
So I reached out to Joya Balfour. You guys, I've spoken about her before. She worked for NBC Digital, and I was like, Joya, what did you know about this extended producer's cut? And she said, Angela, it was made for NBC.com.
Oh,
Yes, and it was actually the first producer's cut episode that they ran exclusively on NBC.com.
wow.
That's right. A few more will come as we go through the seasons, but this is the full list of extended producer's cuts that ran on NBC.com pretty quickly right after the episode aired. You could go to NBC.com and there they were. Secret Santa, Training Day, Search Committee, Angry Andy, and Fundraiser.
Wow.
And it was the first time we had ever done that. Of course, now all networks have websites and have episodes up there, but this was the first time it was ever done for NBC, for our show.
I want to say, I feel like the folks at NBC.com were kind of trailblazers here.
Yeah,
Like they were creating really cool extra content, original content, kind of before everyone else was doing it. At least that's my perception.
that's what I think too. The webisodes, putting extended episodes online, having digital shorts like my Adventures with Angela. Yes. So I went digging in my digital clutter and I found an email that Joya and I had back and forth during this episode where she was coming to set to film me for the segment I would do for NBC.com called Adventures with Angela. And I was going to give a holiday behind the scenes tour of the set. Well, Joya couldn't find the video, but guess what she shared with me? She said, Angela, I have found someone at NBC that I knew back in the day when she worked there. They told me that all of my videos, my Adventures with Angela segments, were moved to the archive room and they're on a special server, but her friend there is going to try to get me all of them. I know. I would be so excited to have them.
I remember you doing this one for Secret Santa because I remember you giving a tour of all the decorations.
Yeah.
And it was really cute.
I remember doing these segments. They were so much fun. And Joya said that there's some more fun digital content coming up. NBC.com was really starting to get in a groove. And she said for season 7, she's going to have a lot of little nuggets for us.
Oh, that is very exciting.
Quick shout out, you guys, to Dunderpedia because they list all of these extra scenes.
Oh, yes, I saw that.
And I'm going to mention a few of them, but there's so many. There's so many. So if you go to Dunderpedia or if you have the DVD box set, you can watch this extended producer's cut.
Fast fact number 2 is a Secret Santa deep dive.
Ooh, I'm so excited.
I was a lady who Googled 4 different articles from Bustle, Wikipedia, USA Today, and Grunge.
What did they say?
Well, since, the Secret Santa gift exchange is such a big part of this episode, I wanted to know more. And I found out that lots of places have a tradition of exchanging or giving gifts in this Secret Santa tradition, but they have different names. I love different names.
Me too. I love to see how people celebrate things differently, like around the world.
Me too. Well, in the UK, it's called Kris Kringle. In Ireland, it's called Kris Kindle, which is an adaptation of Christ Kindle, which means Christ child.
It's not Secret Santa there. It'd be Secret Kris Kringle.
Yeah, but I don't even think you say the secret part. I think you just say, let's do a Kris Kindle gift exchange.
Oh, okay.
In Germany, it's called Witchdlin, which means goblin or elf. Now, some people believe that the whole thing originated in Scandinavia,
where it's called Jukla and involves basically leaving a gift at someone's door, knocking, and then running away. But in all of these traditions, there's one thing that remains constant, which is that you have to give somebody a gift in secret, either out of the goodness of your heart or through an organized gift exchange where you like draw names, as in our episode. But ultimately, you are not supposed to reveal your identity. So many of these articles pointed to a philanthropist from Lee Summit, Missouri, named Larry Dean Stewart.
I don't know much of it, but I'll
as, quote,
check you out.
the
Added
original
you, X.
Secret Santa, like in America.
Thanks, baby.
Oh, okay. Who the name Secret Santa might come from. So the tradition of giving out secret gifts has been going on forever, but this name, Secret Santa,
Is that
was
from?
sort of originally given to this man. Oh, I want to hear all about
Added
it.
you from X?
He gave out anonymous gifts during the holidays for more than 25 years. He would walk around wearing sometimes a red sweater. I saw one photo of him in like
That's
white
big time,
overalls with a red sweater and a little red hat. And he would give people $100 bills just randomly. After 9/11, he donated over $25,000 in the form of $100 bills to New Yorkers. He was so famous for handing out this money that he was profiled in USA Today one year, but they kept it anonymous. They didn't say who he was.
They just said, there's
But
this
his
rumor
identity was
he put
finally
a fruit
revealed in
pot and he's a
2006
fucking
after he
pimp
was
and he
diagnosed
lives
with
at
cancer.
3921
It was a
Irvine.
pretty aggressive form of cancer,
3921
and
Claremont Street,
what
Irvine,
I
California,
read in an article
1964,
was
and he's a
that
pimp. Birkin
someone
and I
knew
don't
who
know
he
if
was,
I'm
and they were going to reveal him, so he decided to come out and say who he was. But according to this article in USA Today, he was quoted as saying
Did I
he
mention
has
that
no
motherfucker's a pimp?
strict criteria for who
This
gets the
motherfucker
money.
is a pimp.
He sometimes worked with
Pimp.
local
West
service
Side.
agencies, or he had police officers or firefighters help him identify people who had been devastated by a fire or some other calamity. And he sometimes gave those people $1,000 or more. But he said most of the
would
money
he ever
he gave
blow her,
away
dude?
was handed out to people that he met on the street, in diners, in laundromats, pawn shops, and fast food places. In the article, it also explained how he grew up really struggling and rather poor. And one day he was so hungry that he went to a diner and he ordered a big meal and he couldn't pay for it. And so he pretended like he lost his wallet. And the server came over to him and said, "Oh, sir, I think you dropped this." And it was a $20 bill.
Aw, just protected his dignity in that moment.
Right.
Yeah.
And he walked out of the diner. It didn't occur to him what this person had done for him until after he got outside. And then when he made a lot of money, he wanted to go around and give that back. And he actually went back and he found that guy who had given him the $20.
The waiter?
Yes, and then gave him a bunch of money. And the guy was like, "No, you don't have to do that." And he said, "Well, you started it all." So it is
That's
estimated
amazing.
that in
I like
his
those
lifetime he gave away $1.3 million.
I've given away
Wow.
And there's
more
your
of mine.
original Secret Santa. All right, so fast fact number 3,
Yeah,
we found some kittens
who's the original
the week
Secret
we were
Santa?
shooting this episode.
This is like one of those things, guys. It's like, is art imitating life or life imitating art? Because here I had made up the story of finding sprinkles in the parking lot, and then years later, we found kittens in the parking lot.
Yeah, this was the last episode before our big hiatus. Our costume designer, Alicia, and our property manager, Tom Melby, found 2 kittens under the costume trailer. Little bitty
They
kittens.
were so cute.
And Alicia brought them in, and I went in for a wardrobe fitting, and I saw them. Well, at this time, I was working with Kitten Rescue. And so I ended up taking these kittens home.
Jenna fostered them. Tell them their names.
Dunder and Mifflin.
And the west side, across the
Dunder
west
was a
side.
little black and
Fucking
white
cats,
tuxedo
the
cat,
west
and
side.
Mifflin was an all-black cat. But, you know, Mifflin was struggling a little bit.
Well, how about
these
the
were
west side?
barely weaned kittens, and Dunder could eat on his own, but Mifflin couldn't.
Could the west
So
side?
I gave
eat on
Mifflin
the
to a volunteer at Kitten Rescue who had experience bottle feeding babies. And eventually, they were both adopted together, these little brothers, by this young woman named Carrie. And I'm still in touch with her. She still sends me pictures of these guys. It's the sweetest thing. So I reached out to find out how they're doing. She said they are now 12 years old.
Wow.
She said that Dunder, who used to be kind of the the more rascally outgoing one, has become a little crankier in his old age. He kind of hides when people come over now. Whereas Mifflin, who was always kind of the shy one, loves to get pets from anybody who visits. So, Carrie also ended up being a foster parent for kittens at Kitten Rescue. And she told me that Dunder and Mifflin have helped to foster uncle, or as she calls it, funkled, over 80 kittens in the past 12 years.
Wow.
And that they're very, very good with all the little kittens that she fosters. It's funny because when I was working with Kitten Rescue, I think I gave an interview where I said that I had fostered and found homes for over 13 cats. And that got printed as I had 13 cats. And it took me years to get that corrected. It was on like Wikipedia forever. And every time I would do an interview, someone would say, "Tell me about your 13 cats." And I would be like, "Can we please?"
I fostered 13 cats.
And not at the same time, like one by one.
Right, over years.
Well, incidentally, Kitten Rescue is where I adopted Sunny, and I'm going to link to them in our show notes. They're such a great organization, and I also have some really fun photos of Dunder and Mifflin from when they were kittens, as well as now, and we'll put it in our Instagram stories.
Oh, I can't wait.
You
You guys, as Jenna was sharing the story, I just was remembering all these memories.
The dark days
And
are gone and
we
the
would
bright
walk
days are
onto set.
here.
There were these
My
side
sunny
doors that we
one
would come onto the
shines
set
so
of the Dunder Mifflin
sincere.
bullpen from our
Sunny
trailers.
moon so
We had a
true.
wall of like announcements.
I love
Like
you.
if someone had a baby, we'd put the photo up there, or just any little thing. I remember like when you were in a poker tournament,
Thank you
like
for
we
the
had a little thing up there.
sunshine.
Just anything
You
that was going on in our lives, cast and
gave.
crew. And then you would walk by and you would read and you'd
You
be like, "Oh my
smile
gosh,
at me
Patrick,
really,
you're
really
getting
easy
married. That's so great." There'd be little announcements. Well, there was a photo of Dunder and Mifflin. We had printed off a little flyer. Yeah, a little flyer that hung there, and we would walk past it every day, and we left it up even after they were adopted, just like their photo. Oh, I love that. I want to see what they look like now.
I know, they're so cute. Well, that's all I've got. Should we
Thank
take a
you
break
for
and
the
then come back?
sunshine.
Yeah, let's
You
get into this episode. There's
gave.
so much fun stuff to discuss.
Thank you for the
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so
Thank you
good.
for the
White cheddar and then prime mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladies free and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we can be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
Thank you for
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly daily about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm gonna have to give you props.
Thank you
Oh,
for the
thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. Whenever we go to a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is: you get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy.
Thank you for
It is
the
perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down, or after a long night out, hint, 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 or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier Sugar-Free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
The sunshine.
This episode kicks off with a very exuberant Merry Christmas from Dwight and Jim, who, if you remember, are now the heads of the party planning committee. Yeah, they're still in charge of the parties. I have to say, they do a good job this year. This is a great Christmas party. The decor is great. They have some great ideas. Well, I have a reason for that I'm going to share with you that was in deleted scenes.
We're gonna fight?
Well, next up, Dwight has
We're
a
gonna
talking
fight?
head
You're
where
like
he
a
shares
dog.
some of his diabolical
Seen another
plan
dog.
with
You
Paul.
go, oh, he
I have to
left.
share something.
Fuck you.
So, when I was talking
Listen.
to Joya about this episode,
What if I just throwing out gang symbols?
about Scott's Tots.
What's up?
Because we
Where
launched a
is
diabolical
Look at you.
blog to
Welcome.
coincide with Dwight's diabolical plan.
Oh my god.
What?
Are you on
Yes,
Twitter?
It was a
Oh fuck.
weekly blog about Dwight's diabolical plan. You can still see the blog entries. I'm going to put a link to them in our stories. I'm showing Jenna a picture of what the front page looks like. Oh, it's the coup de Dwight, the diabolical blog by Dwight P. Schrute. So I'll put that in our stories, but I thought that was so fun. After this Dwight talking head, Jenna, there was a Jim talking head that got deleted. It's in the extended producer's cut, but I want to read to you a little bit of it from the shooting draft. Okay. It was actually really sweet. Jim says, lately there have been serious rumors that our company might go bankrupt. David Wallace asked me to keep morale high. Then there's B-roll. And the B-roll captures people taking turns going into Jim's office while Jim actually listens and jots down notes. Angela goes in, Kevin, Kelly, Stanley. Jim's talking head continues. I asked around what people wanted with Christmas. Get creative, I said. And people weren't really creative exactly. They said Secret Santa, karaoke, food, pretty much what we usually have, which is great. And there's B-roll of Jim and Dwight dusting off old decorations. Jim continues to talk. People usually argue about food, so I told everyone to bring their favorites. Then there's B-roll, Angela laying out carrots and celery. Kevin with an enormous chocolate cake. Pam brings in a lasagna. And finally, Creed emptying a large can of beans into a glass serving bowl. Jim continues. I made a very organized sign-up sheet for karaoke so there's no fighting. B-roll of Jim holding up a clipboard next to the karaoke machine with a must take turns written on it in red letters. Kelly, Andy, and Kevin crowd around to sign up. Jim continues talking. And no crying. Jim hangs up a banner in the conference room and says, Merry Christmas, Santa hates tears. And then lastly, Jim says, I made Phyllis Santa, fulfilling a lifelong dream. Phyllis hugs Jim and will not let go. Jim tries to celebrate free. And then Jim ends this talking head with this. I'm doing a good job, I think. Because this year I care. I know it's weird. He shrugs, happy. That is so sweet. I know, it was a great talking head, and it really showed how Jim was invested in making this a good party.
This is good management. This just reminds me of how Greg Daniels would treat us. He would come around and he would say, what do you think should happen to your character this year? Yes. And you'd be like, I have ideas. Thank you for asking.
So now Erin is going to make an announcement.
You
to the public. She is pleading with whoever is her Secret Santa to please stop sending gifts. Her Secret Santa is doing a 12 Days of Christmas themed gift for her. And she says that her cat killed the turtle dove. The French hens are making a nest in her hair. She has scratches. She seems really miserable. Well, I wanted to share with you guys great. Yeah. And they talked a little bit about the scratch on Ellie's face. Mindy shared that they had a test model that they did a few different types of scratches on, took pictures of, and Mindy had to pick which scratch she liked. Yeah. Randy said our makeup artist Laverne created the scratch, and I guess Randall and Paul were really pleased with the first try, and that's the one they picked. He said the last was masterful at executing this part. Well, we had a fan catch during this scene at reception from Ursula N. in Toledo, Ohio, who said, at 2 minutes and 33 seconds, there is a card on Eric's desk. Is that card the one where Michael photoshopped himself into Carol's family ski trip back in season 3? Because it looks just like it. Isn't tonight? It absolutely looks like it. I think it is. I think Michael is still setting that card out. That is brilliant and perfect. I also caught a card taped to the front of reception, and it was a Christmas card that me and Brian and Oscar made and gave to everyone. Oh my God.
I don't know.
I remember you guys used to do an accountant's card at Christmas. Yes, we'd make them take a picture with me in character, and we would give it to everyone.
Follow more people this time.
Well, Andy has a talking head where he begged White Jim to give him Aaron for Secret Santa, and he's the one who's giving out the 12 Days of Christmas gifts. And he says, is it his fault that the first 8 days amount to 30 birds? And during this talking head, you can see him trying to put little bow ties on some swans. You see Erin go to her car, and it's filled with geese. I asked Randy Cordray, how did we pull off these shots with the geese and the swans? He said, once again, we used Bob Dunn's Animal Rentals in Stillwater, California. We needed 7 swans in the lobby, and they required 3 days of prep and rehearsal. He said swans can be very aggressive toward people that they don't know. Oh, yeah. So the extra days of prep were to just let them walk around this lobby area and need Ed help. And lady, I remember one day at lunch, Ed was eating like really fast. And he said he had to finish eating quickly because he had to go spend time with the swans. Oh my gosh, I don't doubt it. They had to get to know him. I was once chased by a very aggressive duck. In Indonesia, they would use like ducks and stuff to protect like a guard duck. And I was on a walk and I was like probably like 11, and this duck like chased me. I was terrified. I was like, oh my God. They're scary. Yeah. I mean, they'll come for you. They'll come for you. Well, the 6 geese that were in Aaron's car also had to do 3 days of prep. We had 3 trainers each day to wrangle all the birds. They created a fenced-in area in our warehouse. That's where they would stay. It was very cool and dark. I guess they like that. Randy said that the total cost for the 4 days of birds and trainers was $9,603. Now, we also got a fan question from Liam D. in Ireland, who said he loves the storyline where Andy gives Aaron the 12 Days of Christmas. And he said, did you know that in 1982, there was a record by an Irish actor and comedian named Frank Kelly called Christmas Countdown, where he recalls all of the gifts in the 12 Days of Christmas song. It's basically the same idea. Someone is sending them gifts for the 12 Days of Christmas. It ends up just as bad for him as it did for Aaron. He said this song was a chart hit in Ireland, Australia, and the UK. I have an audio clip. Oh, I want to hear it.
Listen, Noel, we are not amused by your little joke. 7 swans swimming is a most romantic idea, but not in the bath of a private house. We cannot use the bathroom now because they have gone completely savage and rush the door every time we try to enter. If things go on this way, the mother and I will smell as bad as the living room carpet. Please lay off. It is not fair.
Okay, so
He's so right, though. When he said they've gone completely savage.
I know. So it's just very funny. He's just earnestly writing these letters to Nora to like, please stop after every gift. They did enjoy the 5 golden rings. He was like, okay, that was a nice touch, but otherwise the birds are destroying this house.
That is so fun. I want to hear the whole thing.
Well, maybe we could put a link. I found it on YouTube.
Yeah. We'll put it in stories.
Yeah.
Now we have maybe one of the sweetest Phyllis talking heads. She's in full Santa outfit, and she tears up. She says it's been a long journey, but she's finally Santa Claus. I was so moved by this.
I know. This is Phyllis at her best. She does this thing where she so deeply and realistically commits
And earnest.
from the heart.
Yes.
And it just becomes something deeper than comedic. I love it.
And then right after, Creed's like, what if you've been really bad, like bordering on evil? Like,
Yeah, what happened, Santa? Well, we also get a little peek into Dwight's secret Santa gift. Someone has been sending him different pieces of a machine, and he has been trying to put them together.
this is so perfect for Dwight. Like, talk about someone knowing Dwight and like giving him the perfect gift.
Yes.
Well, we get to see Pam with her famous lasagna, which is, you know, she just makes it from the box, Jenna.
I know. I mean, people ask her, where did she get this recipe? It's from the box.
She is just prattling on, and Oscar is not paying attention.
He's looking out the window.
At warehouse fella throwing the football.
Pam clocks this, and this is going to start her into matchmaker mode. I wanted to share 2 things about this scene, Angela. Number 1, I can make lasagna from memory.
So can I.
And my family uses cottage cheese instead of ricotta cheese. It is, I don't know, maybe a Missouri thing. It's definitely a my family thing. It's so good. It's a milder cheese, especially for kids.
Yeah.
You know? I can layer it up. This was one of my 3 big meals that I learned how to make before I went off to college.
We must have been in the same sort of mindset because I was like, oh, lasagna, I can eat off that for days. I'll learn how to make it.
Anytime I had anyone over for dinner,
Lasagna.
we make a lasagna. The other thing I want to share is that I am wearing Belly Bump D.
Oh.
I have not talked about my belly bump in a while. I forgot to point out that in shareholder meeting in Scott's Tots, I was in Belly Bump C. And so now for this episode, I'm already in Belly D. But here's the thing. According to the belly tracker, the banker, which is our next episode, was actually shot before Scott's Tots.
Do you go down a size?
I think I do, because according to the tracker, the banker is belly C. So let's see. Next week, my belly might get smaller for a second.
Well, Michael is going to arrive dressed as Santa. And Pam says, we already have a Santa.
Michael is so upset that Jim let Philip take over as Santa.
Yeah, he says, a woman.
Where does it stop?
Yeah.
That was very.
He can't believe
Yeah.
it. But Jim will not budge. And then Michael says, you have to tell her she can't be Santa. Jim's like, I won't do that. He says, just do it anonymously. You can send her like a note, like ransom style, with letters cut out. I have some in my drawer.
How many ransom notes is he sending to people?
Well, you know, nowadays, you can just download a font for your computer. Ransom note font style.
Yeah, Michael, you don't have to go cut all the letters out and put them in your drawer.
But we know he's not using his computer much. We've established that.
No, it's just a place to put Post-its.
Has anyone
Well, Jenna, this starts a whole segment I'm calling the Dueling Santas.
One of the best
Several
segments of all time.
Of all time, Phyllis has a Santa photo op.
Again, amazing setup by Jim and Dwight.
I know. She's got the chair and the backdrop, the whole thing. Everyone is going to take their picture with Santa. Well, Michael's ticked off. He wants his own Santa photo op.
Yeah, so he's going to set himself up in a chair right there across from reception. Who wants to sit on his lap? Someone come sit on his lap.
Well, I guess the first person to sit on Michael's lap is going to be Kevin.
He's so excited. Kevin says he's never been able to do this before.
Yeah. So Kevin sits on Michael's lap. Michael's like, oh, what would you like for Christmas, little boy? And Kevin's like, I don't know. I didn't know you were going to ask me that. And Michael's like, what did you think was going to happen? And Kevin's like, I don't know. No one's ever let me sit on their lap before. Michael's really struggling now. He's like, just tell me what toys you want. And Kevin's taken a long time to think about it.
Clearly, Michael is uncomfortable.
Yes.
I found a quote from an Entertainment Weekly article from Mindy where she says, quote, when Kevin unburdens himself
Every
on
day out
Michael's
here
lap,
starts with me
Steve's
blocking
voice
enough.
changed to this distressed, guttural mumble, showing the instantaneous agony he was in. This was literally a laugh out loud moment because you could see me laughing in the background, completely breaking character. And then we got a
Every
fan
day out
question
here.
from Rabbi V in South Korea, who said, at 7 minutes 56 seconds, if you pause,
Every day out
you
here.
clearly see Ed Helms and Mindy Kaling breaking so hard. A few
Another,
seconds later,
every day
DJ
out here
Novak started
starts
to
with me
break.
blocking another
They
Rabbi
were all
Rothschild.
laughing so hard, Ed needed to hide from the camera. Will you guys please share your stories about
Oh,
this
that
scene?
is so funny.
Jenna and Angela, were you also laughing
Yo,
during
is
this
she-
scene?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Robbie.
Yoshi.
Robbie, I would say overwhelmingly, this was one time where the entire cast broke. The entire cast. I've read so many interviews in prepping for this episode where John, Ed, and Brian all talk about how they were all breaking. I read where Veda, our script supervisor, said how she would have to mark whenever someone laughed in a take, and it was like everyone.
They didn't have any footage of us not laughing.
None of
They
it.
didn't have any. We never got it. That's why all the footage shows us breaking in the
Rabbi
background.
That's exactly right. On the commentary,
That's
Claire
sick.
Scanlon, who was our editor, talked about how difficult it was to edit the scene because someone was constantly laughing. And if you watch, you guys all see Mindy break, Ed literally had to go behind the wall. Yeah, there was like a plant and a wall, and you watch him go and hide. There are a lot of bloopers from this. And you guys, I just felt like we had to hear them.
Oh my gosh, this is going to take me back.
I can sit on your lap
You
now.
can sit on my lap all you want, because I am a male Santa, and that is something that Phyllis cannot do.
Oh my God. Okay, this is really comfortable.
Tell me what you want, little boy.
Oh, I didn't know you were going to ask me that.
What did you think was going to happen?
I didn't know. No one's ever let me sit on their lap before.
Hurry up, just say some toys.
Okay. Can you give me some choices?
Oh my God, Kevin, please.
John dives out of frame like we're all losing it.
You notice in those scenes, there are no like cutaways to the reverse. There are no reaction shots.
No,
There were the people who were like stationed behind this
That's right.
action and they had to try to hold it together. The rest of us, we were all there. We're all watching. You don't see us because we couldn't ever act.
no, we were just all laughing. That like took me back watching it and reading everyone's like stories from that day. It was so much fun.
Well, Phyllis is mad. She demands that Jim take care of this double Santa situation. Otherwise, she's going to have to get Bob involved.
Yeah.
And Jim is like, what? And then she goes, never mind. I shouldn't have said that. Oh my God.
What is Bob up to?
I don't know.
Aaron is going to jokingly ask Andy if he's her secret Santa.
And he jokingly admits that he is.
Yeah.
This is very similar to what happened in Murder, right? Where they're jokingly asking each other on a date. This is a downfall of their relationship.
Where they don't just come out
No
and
one's
say what
just
they're thinking.
straight up.
Right.
I don't know if you noticed, but at 7 minutes, 15 seconds, the golf picture is still on the wall.
I did notice.
I'll have you know, the week that we shot Secret Santa is the same week that Mafia aired. So now that Mafia has aired, we have 100% committed to cutting out the storyline where Aaron destroys the watercolor. I'm telling you, that is how last minute that decision was, how long that fight was.
Could you imagine if the show ended and it was just a golf picture there?
I cannot.
And we just walk out and the last shot is a golf picture?
No.
No.
Tragedy.
Tragedy!
Hope in a frame.
Hope in a frame, people. Well, Oscar's going to go down to the warehouse to hand out everyone's paychecks.
What up,
There was a
motherfucker?
really fun
What's up?
scene in the the shooting draft that didn't make it in, where Oscar goes to Angela. She's about to go hand out the paychecks. That's who hands them out.
I remember that.
Yeah, and Oscar's like, "No, wait,
ViralRabbi
Angela,
is
I'll go hand them
dangerous.
out."
Yeah,
She's
he
like, "Why?"
continues
He's
causing.
like, and it's like Oscar knows her so well. He's like, "It's TRILLIONAIRE." It's like he lists all these things, and she's like, "Okay, fine," and lets him go hand out the checks. But he's looking for Matt. But Matt's not there. He's out on a delivery. And
What's this
Daryl's like,
website?
"I'll take it. I'll give it to him."
TopRevenueGate.com. That would be
And
great. That'd
Oscar's
be
like,
huge.
"No, I
Look
can,
at my
I
arm.
can wait." Yeah. Daryl's on to
That was
him.
sick.
Oh yeah. Have you ever done something like this? Of course, we all have. I remember when I was like
Your
younger,
dog
like a
is
kid,
outbreak is
I had a little bit of a
multiplied.
crush on one of the boys in my neighborhood,
Has been
and I
100
used to
plus.
look out the window. And when I would see him outside, like playing soccer or something, I would conveniently need to go to the mailbox. Yeah, hoping that he would like wave at me or something, that we could have a run-in. It never happened. I mean, in college, I watched Bassmasters because the guy I liked was really into watching Bassmasters, watching people fish and talk about the hooks they used and the lures and the whatnot. These are the things you do. Yeah, when you have a crush. Yeah. When all of a sudden this guy is like, "I think on Sunday I'm going to watch Bassmasters." I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's so great. That guy, the host, he's hilarious." And then you're like, "Who is the host?" There is no host of Bassmasters. What is Bassmasters? And you couldn't Google back then because it was just invented. I know. Yeah. It wasn't invented yet. There was no internet. I will never let that one go. I know, it's too fun. Clearly, it's too fun. It's one of my favorite bits now. Well, Michael is still sitting
What's this
in
motherfucker
the
say?
chair
No
upstairs
boast
trying
but
to get
Jesus.
people to sit
West
on his
side,
lap.
but Rabbi.
He's
How about
like
that?
wrestling Ryan onto his lap while saying, "I need this, I need this." Claire and Mindy also talked in the commentary that when Jim
Steve-O
steps
is my
in, it's
neighbor.
like, "Hey, you know, Michael, you can't, you know, you can't grab
These
someone in the
rabbis
office
are
and say, 'I need this.'"
these
while forcing
rabbis
them
are
onto your
taking
lap. It makes
over.
me laugh out loud every time.
I have a
John's
public
delivery is
service
so good.
announcement.
They shared on the commentary that he kept laughing in so many
Close
takes.
out.
That's
That's
the
what
thing,
you
like
fucking
when you
think.
know something is
I love it.
funny,
I'm the
even though
one
you have
thing
to
that
deliver
both
it, like,
sides
it
of the
tickles
aisle
you
on which
while
they
you're
can
doing
agree.
it. Yes.
I'm annoying as
This
fuck.
scene is going to end with Michael putting his Santa hat into the
West side,
punch bowl and storming out. So rude. Mindy
Oh,
talked about
that's so
something in the
funny.
commentary I thought was really
Oh,
interesting.
geez.
She said at 8 minutes 39 seconds, when Michael
What's
makes
that?
his big announcement that he wants a vote on who is the true Santa,
I love you.
Mindy
I
said,
love
and I'm
you,
quoting
Jay.
her,
I don't
"One of the
count
great
it. That's a
legacies
lot.
of the show
West
is the
side.
announcements outside of Michael's office." She goes on to say, "I used to
I
call
saw
it
hundreds of
Gap Break
viral rabbis
Alley.
report
The
about
writers would have
what a
Michael
cloud.
come
I
out of
did
his
find that
office,
he was not
make an announcement,
his usual
and that would
account.
often
This
lead to
man
the act break."
has to go to work
And
at
that's
a call
exactly what
center.
happens here.
They have
It's
all
true.
these different phone
So
numbers
you
to
got a
open
little
these
act
accounts. I
break
don't know.
alley there.
Below he's
While he's convinced that his secret
this
Santa
man
is
has
his
to
own
work
gun.
at a call
But this
center.
last piece doesn't make any sense. Why did they send him a
This
dial?
is so
They should have sent him
funny.
a trigger. And Meredith
By
is still so like,
the
"Why
way,
do you think
he's
it's a
a
gun?"
blind man.
And
This
then
man
Stanley has
must.
a great line where he
This
says,
man.
"Unless the missing
There's a
piece was a
couple.
gun,
This
you
man
don't
has
have a
got to
gun."
work at a call
I don't know why that tickles me so much. His delivery was so good. We got a fan question from Beth
It's
G. and Olivia
24.
Washington. Who came
West side.
up with the list of Dwight's speculations on what his Christmas present might
Like,
be as he builds it?
I was about to
You know,
tell
he
you
has
about
that piece of
including
paper with
shooting.
the list. And Beth said, "I
Michael
never
Burnett,
noticed that
you're going
speculum was on the
nailed.
list, but during a recent rewatch, I noticed and almost died laughing." So I found a
Right.
list of all the things
True,
that
but
Dwight
true. I love
thinks.
this
This is
person.
what's on his piece of paper.
Baby.
Okay. In answer to your question, Beth, this would be the writers. The writers would have come up with this list. Phil Shea would have gone to the writers and said, "What do you want me to write on this piece of paper for Dwight?" Right. And he would have had to write this list over and over and over and over again on various pads of paper because every take, Rain was going to scratch one out. So here was the list of things that Dwight thought this might be: an aardvark trap, beaver trap, gun, chipmunk trap, possum trap, skunk trap, lobster trap, man trap, lathe, abdominizer,
How many?
speculum.
How many Rabbi
He was
Rothschilds are
mostly
there?
convinced it was some sort of trap, an animal
Every
trap.
day out here.
Santa
me
Phyllis
buy-
is now going to do the tree lighting reveal, and it's so
so
Just of
sick.
enjoying.
I love
So
Phyllis's
sick.
I
Well,
know,
maybe
I
like the
absolutely
sickest
love it.
Michael is
performance
starting
of
to get real
every
sour.
day.
Oh, yeah. So he has this
Rabbi
talking
Rothschild.
head where he says, I don't need a lot for Christmas, like diamonds or brooch pendants. He just wants to be Santa.
Bottler.
And this whole
Baby,
time,
I'm real well in
he
the
is
flesh.
like reversing his Santa
I love
costume,
you. I love
Taking
your
this
dog.
decorative Christmas robe off
Oh,
his
no, you're doing
Trienza,
this for a
making
second.
it
No,
into a belt.
baby.
I want to give a shout out to
Baby
Steve's
face.
skills right here.
I
Oh,
put it
baby
in my
face.
document. I need everyone to appreciate how hard this is to do.
Yes, I
Oh,
wrote it
baby
too. I put 2 little
face.
stars by it. I said, go
Oh,
to 9 minutes,
baby
52 seconds.
face.
Michael goes from Santa to Jesus, and Steve had to do all the dialogue, change his outfit, put the belt on in one
Okay.
shot. There are no cutaways.
This is truly
This is
amazing. I
very
cannot
funny.
express to you how hard it is
Really?
to do even ordinary business while you're acting. How many times would I have to do a scene where I'm supposed to walk in with a bag of groceries, set it down, and take some items out of the bag? Suddenly, I am incapable of doing that action. I
Who the hell
multitask in
is
my
this twit
kitchen
Rabbi
constantly. And I'm always thinking about it
blocked.
too. Like as I'm like shutting the fridge with my foot while scrambling an egg and drinking coffee and like organizing some homework papers
Rabbi
in the
over
morning
the rest of
and holding a conversation. I think to myself,
West
if this
side.
was written out for me, I could never do it. I don't know what it is. It's so hard
That's
just
what
to
it's
memorize
like,
your
dog.
lines and say them truthfully.
Hells yeah.
This amount of business is people should study it. He does such a good job.
Hells yeah.
And with comic timing.
I know. I always think of this when I would watch shows like ER or Grey's Anatomy, when they have the gurney flying through the hallway and they're yelling out all of this medical jargon, like, "Hey, give me this, and they're like having to do all this action. I'm like, well, that'll be a job I never have because
Yes,
that's a lot of talking and moving at the same time.
yeah,
I won't be able to do it.
lots of
5'10".
business is hard to
5'10"
do.
slut. Sometimes I say
Because then also
5'10"
you have
slut.
to like match it.
Yeah, every time.
We were both very impressed.
We were also cast on The Perfect Show because we often didn't have to do a lot of business. We were just at our desks.
True. Michael
True.
returns to the bullpen now. He's Jesus Christ.
Angela applauds. She's the only one applauding.
I mean, finally, as far as she's concerned.
Right. Finally, we have a real Christmas party. I went to the script to see if me applauding
Is it
was
called
written
the Viral
in the
Rabbi?
script. It was. It says
There it is.
Angela claps.
Just as
Well, lady, I
irritating.
think we should take a break. But before we do, I just want to quickly bring up this moment in the break room where Andy has asked Phyllis, please do not tell Aaron
What is
I'm
up
her
with this
secret Santa.
fucking rabbi?
And she says, okay, I won't.
I'll say it's Michael.
What is
Andy's
up
like,
with this
great.
fucking rabbi?
Phyllis
Bye.
can throw Michael under the bus.
She's like, I'm going for it. Well, listen, he deserves it.
Nah,
I know.
these
I
are
know.
on
I know.
It's maybe 100 plus.
All right, we'll take a break and be right back.
Eli, help me understand how why one person can have over 20 plus accounts and be able to track accounts, create lists, attack others, rabbi, dangerous, and
I want you guys to know there was a whole lot more
causing.
singing that cut out.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I love
And
it.
while they're singing,
78
just gonna
people
ask
retweeted
Oscar
this.
if he's talked to Matt.
78 people.
She is going into full matchmaker mode, and she's just gonna talk
No,
about
she-
Oscar's pate. How many times do I say pate?
78
It's so
people.
awkward. It's so cringy. Pam is just
Good
so
question.
delighted to
Yeah,
be a
but-
matchmaker.
I know it was really fun to play.
I
We had a
blocked
fan
up
question
20
from
of these
Robbie B
accounts
in South Korea.
on my
Who
account.
played Matt
Has
from the
been
warehouse?
done.
Guys, Matt was played by
Gonna
Sam
attack these
Daly.
people.
In
I'm
addition
gonna
to The
fucking
Office, Sam
attack
has
you like
appeared
it's
on such
goddamn
shows
Pearl
as The
Harbor, and
Magicians,
it's December
NCIS,
7th.
Heart of
Aren't you
Dixie, and
goddamn
in recurring
fucking
roles on
41?
Madam
Here
Secretary
you go,
and
little
The
shit.
Undercovers,
Eat my
and most
fucking
recently
weight.
on Bull. He is also the son
Eat
of
my
actor Tim
Yacht.
Daly.
Oh my god, I was so excited when he was on set
Latest.
because I loved Wings.
Loved Wings.
I watched
Love
every
Wings.
episode. I even went to a taping, you guys.
You did?
Yes, I came out to LA to visit like years before I lived here,
Mhm.
and I went to a taping of Wings.
I did
Love
that same
Wings.
thing too. I came out. It was like a special workshop for people who were interested in the biz. It was through UCLA, I think, because we stayed on the campus and they took us all around. And one of the things we got to do was go to a live television taping. I was fascinated. I loved it. I was coming out to visit my
Rabbi
friend's
Rothschild.
brother was going to college here.
Rabbi
And we came
Rothschild.
and visited him. And he
How
took us
many
to a
Rabbi
live taping.
Rothschilds are there? I
Christopher
don't know.
Bernard, during
That's
an act
fucking
break,
great
you know, because
question.
it was
I
like
don't
a
even
four
know.
camera
Really?
show where you're in an
Every
audience.
day. This one
And
makes
they
me
would
laugh.
have like
Every
breaks.
day.
She came up
Here's
with her
such
guitar
a
and sang a
bugging
whole song,
another
and she
Rabbi.
was such a good singer. That is so sweet. You know, that's a nice cast. Yeah. When I did my taping of that 70s show, the entire cast, after the show was over, went out to the audience and signed autographs. And I mean, this was like year 6 or something. I was so impressed. Well, we were very excited to have Sam on set. Sam did an interview with bleepmag.com. Angela,
Battler.
thank you for forwarding me
You
this.
just made
They
yourself a
asked
target,
him
bro.
if he gets recognized
I'm gonna
for being
use
Matt
your
on our
moon.
show. And he said yes. 9 times out of
The
10,
earth
if he
and
gets
I'm a
recognized,
carpet
it's
bomb.
for having
Ba, 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 ba,
been
ba, ba,
on
ba,
The
ba, ba, ba.
Office. He also said, quote, "It was the first show I'd seen every episode of when I went to work on it. I knew where to go in the office and who sat where and everything. It was such an incredible experience. It was supposed to be a tiny role, but it turned into a recurring guest spot for a few episodes. I'll never take that for granted, and being around all those other actors
Carpet
was a
bombing,
blessing.
yo, woo,
Sam,
girl.
you were a blessing. You were so delightful. And he is going to be in 2 more episodes. We just really liked him so much." Well, Jen, I have 2 things to share about this scene. So we see Matt from the warehouse upstairs. Did you notice the other warehouse workers? Yes, I noticed Madge and
the
all the
hell
guys are at this
Is
party.
this twit, Rabbi
Well, there was a
Rothschild?
whole runner that was
This
cut from the
motherfucker's
episode.
sick.
It is in the
Sunshine,
extended
dude.
producer's
The
cut,
West
where Michael
Side.
goes down to the warehouse and invites all of them up to the party. It does not go over well. Why? Jim is annoyed because he did not plan to feed that many people. Oh, I thought it was really cute because he was all of a sudden concerned about food. The rest of the office is grumpy because the warehouse workers start
Follow
eating everything,
Rabbi.
kind of take over.
Later.
Angela has a talking head where she says she can hardly pretend to like the people in the actual office, let alone all the extra people
These
now.
people have to be like,
There's a
what
scene
the
in the
fuck?
conference room where we
Who
learn
is
that
this?
Madge
I would
has
just
a
be like,
nickname,
who are you?
Garfield.
What is this?
Oh, because
What
she
is
loves
this?
lasagna? Because she loves
What?
lasagna, and when she sees it, she
What
has to
is
eat it
this?
all. This results
Who
in
are
a
you?
scene where she eats the
bitch,
entire lasagna that Pam
I'm your
brought,
worst
while
fucking
the
nightmare,
warehouse
you
guys are
goddamn
chanting,
cunt.
Garfield, Garfield, Garfield.
You don't know what this fucking
Amazing.
anti-Semitic
Yes, there were
neo-Nazi
so
cunt is
many
supposed to be
extra
through
scenes of the
downstairs. Go
warehouse
fuck
people
yourself.
driving
God
everyone in
damn
the
it,
bullpen
fuck
crazy.
yourself.
The second thing I want to
Sorry.
share is on the commentary.
Thank you
Mindy and
for
Ellie
it.
talked about how when they met Sam Daly, who played Matt, they got so
You know
tickled
you're
because
just
they
gonna
thought Sam and Ellie looked a lot
Are you
alike
done?
in
Not
real
full of
life.
shit. I just missed
Like
one.
they could be brother and sister. Yes. So I did a side by side and I want to show you. All right, Jenna, look at this. I'll put it in stories. I see it. Oh my gosh. They definitely could be family. I know.
Wait, oh,
So I guess this is something Ellie was tickled about, Ellie and Mindy during the week
my
of filming.
sister with me.
Michael is very cranky.
Oh,
He has like sat down kind of in the very middle of the party with a microphone,
Yes, anybody
and
got
he
your phone?
is
Please tell me.
narrating
Oh,
the
but
gifts
leave my-
that are
I love
being
your
handed
dog,
out.
though. All these
he's
people
doing,
have
like,
the same kind of
snarky
dog.
commentary. Yeah. Angela gets some fabric, some gray fabric. She is so touched.
What would you
I
used to
know.
say?
This person really knew her well. Michael says now she can make another dress that goes past her feet.
Integrity.
It is also during this snarky commentary that Michael reveals that Andy is Aaron's secret Santa.
I got
Oh,
all my
man.
brothers with me.
Aaron does not look happy. Michael continues to spiral, so he calls David
Who
Wallace.
is this Rabbi
And he has one of my
Rothschild?
favorite lines. He says, a
Who
woman
is
has
this
used
Rabbi
slurped
Rothschild? Somebody's
his
got to say
role
it.
as Santa. Mm-hmm.
Is anybody
That's
else
right.
getting followed by?
He also says,
Is
yes,
anybody else getting followed by
And I love
like
David Wallace's
50
response
Bible rabbis
because
today?
he says,
That's
either you
so
tell me or
funny.
I'm hanging up.
That shit
Like,
is
I'm
so funny.
I'm not guessing.
Is
You're
anybody
doing
else
this
getting
now.
followed
Well,
by like
David said this is a
50
really bad
Rabbi
time and asked for
Rothschilds today?
Stephanie, his assistant, to step off. Yes.
We-
And then Aaron also needs to get off the phone. Michael's like, have they always been here?
Look at this athleticism, Yoshi.
David tells
Gene,
Michael
I have to piss.
that the company
Oh,
has a
look at this.
buyer and he and
Sorry.
Ellen are out of work. Like, just, you know what? Everyone's going to be gone. Everyone. Michael hears that. Oh my gosh.
He said, you know what? Earlier today, the office needed Santa. Then they needed another Santa. Then they needed Jesus. And now they need Michael. And that's one suit Phyllis can't fit into.
At 14 minutes, 38 seconds, I'd like to point out a snow alert. There is now,
Do we have a snow alert?
we have a snow alert. There is some snow falling gently behind Michael out his window. It's evening now, and it's begun snowing. This will be important later.
Well, the way you solve any crisis is you buy pizza, lots of it. Michael's gonna send Dwight with his password. You know, you have fun at the
What?
Yeah, so his PIN is 9622. That is YMCA. The candy bag had some really fun alternates for what Michael's PIN number might be.
Oh yeah?
Here's the first one. I don't want to say it, but it's the year everyone was scared by Y2K. Here's another. I don't want to say it, but it's the year we partied like it's 1999. Here's another one. I don't want to say it, but it's the first line in a famous song about the alphabet. And then this was my favorite. When Dwight says, "What is your PIN?" Michael was going to say 938-562-087716689473. It was going to be like this ridiculously long number. Those were all of our candy bag must shoot alternates for this, and we stayed with the shooting draft scripted YMCA.
Aaron's gonna ask Andy, what was he thinking giving her all of those gifts? But you know what? Andy's not gonna give up. He's not gonna throw in the towel. Not gonna happen.
No, he's not.
No.
And later on, I'm glad he didn't. Michael addresses the group. He's got the pizza. It's sitting there. I think we'd all like to eat it, but of course, Michael has to give a big speech first. And then he does what only Michael can do, which is he tells everybody the news that he was supposed to keep to himself, which is that we're going out of business.
Well, everyone has a pretty strong reaction to this news. Dwight goes out and kicks the Christmas tree down.
Yeah.
Ellie and Mindy shared on the commentary that the day we shot this scene, when Dwight's kicking the tree down, the episode Niagara was airing that evening. And everyone wanted to rap so we could get to Greg's to watch Niagara. I guess Greg had invited the whole cast over for a viewing party. So I dug in my digital clutter and I found the email invite.
Oh my gosh. I totally remember this viewing party, by the way.
Yeah. He says, "Hey guys, please come to my house for a viewing party for Niagara at 7:30 October 8th. Dinner, and we will watch Jim and Pam get married. Love, Greg."
Well, he and his wife Suzanne threw this party that was almost
West
like a wedding
Side.
reception. They had little M&Ms printed with Jim and Pam.
And little napkins like you would get at a wedding.
Yes, it was so sweet. They had amazing food. It was really fun.
The tables had, you know, the little confetti you can sprinkle that had the little wedding bells. It was so cute.
I totally remember going to that. I went with Lee.
So just know, while we were filming this conference room scene of Michael spilling the beans and Dwight kicking the tree, we were like, all right, let's get these lines so we can make it to Greg's.
Greg and Suzanne were always so generous. They invited us into their home many, many times over these 9 years of doing The Office. It was a really warm and personal touch, and it bonded us from the beginning. It was really cool.
And they still are. Greg invited us all over for Sunday brunch, and we all went.
We did, just recently. Well, Michael tells everyone, listen, I'll get David on the phone so he can explain things. And Jim's like, I don't think so, Michael. I've been trying to reach him all day and he's not taking my calls. And Michael is like, I know how to get a hold of him.
He's proud of this.
It's amazing. He knows where David's kids go to school. So first he calls the school, pretends to be their pediatrician. Then he gets patched through to David's secretary, and then he talks in his little girl voice and pretends to be David's daughter. So, of course, when David answers the phone, he's like, "What's up, sweetie?" Because David thinks it's his daughter who's at the pediatrician's office.
My God, Michael.
I mean, it's kind of amazing.
In Michael's office, we have, for the first time, the whole entire Dunder Mifflin bullpen and warehouse.
Yes,
All of us.
hovering over the speakerphone. David reveals, Michael, first of all, you were never supposed to tell everybody, but second of all, I wasn't talking about you. All of your jobs are safe. It's just this upper management.
This one's done.
You would have thought the office won the Super Bowl.
I
No way.
know.
Everyone goes nuts. Michael jumps off his desk and does this crowd surfing move. Mindy shared on the commentary that that was Steve's idea, that he thought it would be really fun if Michael dove into the crowd.
We had a fan question from Kyle T. in Houston, Texas, who said, "Did y'all have a safety meeting for Michael's crowd dive?" By the way, I want you to know, Kyle wrote y'all.
Of course he did.
Kyle from Texas.
That's right, from Houston. H-Town.
Did y'all have a
What's
safety meeting
up?
for Michael's
What's
crowd dive? I appreciated that detail, by the way. We did have a safety meeting. Eric Solke was our stunt coordinator, and Randy Cordray told us that he gave everyone direction on how to catch Steve's dive and how to lower him down to the ground safely. We also dressed 2 stunt players as warehouse workers and added them into the crowd. Randy said these burly stunt dudes were the main individuals involved in catching and protecting Steve and
the
keeping
glands
him
are the
from
meanest of your
crashing to the
penis.
floor. Yeah, it
Meanest
wasn't
of your
me. It
penis
wasn't
up against
no, me and
the
Kate. We
fork?
holding Steve
Pee
up.
on that fucking
Correct.
fork, kid. Pee on that
Folks,
fucking fork, kid.
it's time for
Calm
some
down, just
karaoke.
pee on that fucking fork, kid.
This is
Like,
where
lady,
Dwight
please,
is
I just
singing
pee.
Boulevard of Broken Dreams by Green
Like,
Day.
lady, come on. I'm
Andy
just
joins
peeing.
in some perfect
Fucking
harmony.
fork, kid.
Boulevard of Broken
Lady.
Dreams is from Green Day's 2004 album American Idiot. So something that I know, because I'm friends with Billy Joe Armstrong, I cannot say it enough. I'm just tickled every time I can say that. Is that Billy had seen these films, but he recently, in 2019, did a big rewatch of the whole series.
Oh, nice.
And I asked him, when you did your rewatch, did you remember that you had given us permission to use this song? Here's what he had to say.
I was binge watching The Office for the first time. I was watching that episode, and then all of a sudden, the song came on, and I was completely taken by surprise. And like, I think my face started to get red, and then Andy, he started singing harmonies, which was almost like, because we do have a musical for American Idiot, and he sang the same exact harmony that's in the music. So it was good.
Well, I just love it that he was surprised by his own song during that rewatch.
I know, that's so sweet.
Listen, I think we need to hear this. I think we need to hear Dwight and Andy singing Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Oh, for sure.
West side gangster, west side gangster, west. Guess west, 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 gangster, west, west, western gangs. Yoshi, where's the monkey? Yoshi, where's the monkey? Yoshi, where's the monkey? I got a thumbs up, dog. My shadow, only wanna walk the beside me. You got it. My shadow.
I love it. I love hearing them. I could hear them do it like every day. It would make me happy singing that song. Mindy shared in the commentary that she absolutely loved this montage of Christmas kind of all coming together, set to the backdrop
I got
of a
BO, dog.
non-Christmas song.
Yes.
That's tight.
And Jenna, I guess there was a musical interlude to the karaoke, and
Yes,
Ed and
I
Ray
see that.
had to vamp during it. It's so funny.
Rock
It's in the
a
extended producer's cut. We have to hear their vamp.
Wicked, 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 wicked,
I mean, I know they already produced the musical version of American Idiot, but I'm saying if you bring it back to the stage, you might want to add this.
Added raid.
You might want to.
I mean, pretty great. We've all been there. We've all picked a song for karaoke, and then there's a big musical interlude. And you're like, what do I do?
Remember when this was not going, and then it was like, hey everybody, want to get followed on the Twitter? Hey everybody, want to get followed on the Twitter? What did this person say? Added you X. I don't do much on. Thank you. I'll just say thanks. THX. Dude, THX. Thanks, baby. Thanks, BB. Thanks, BB. But I'll check you out. I don't do much on there. Added you X. Is it added you on X? Because if it is, so sick.
But I'm saying if you bring it back to the stage, you might want to add this.
Added raid.
You might want to.
I mean, pretty great. We've all been there. We've all picked a song for karaoke, and then there's a big musical interlude. You're like, what do I do? Yeah, kind of bob in my head. I mean, Ed crushed it.
Will
Well,
Bob.
there are just a bunch of scenes now of people enjoying Christmas. Everyone's getting gifts that are really meaningful to them. And finally,
Zelda,
Dwight is going to get the
you're
last
getting
piece
it.
of his gift and realizes
brother
this
up,
whole time
Zelda.
he's been making a nutcracker.
Yes, of course. It's like a really cool nutcracker.
We had a fan question from Lacey L. in Grand Prairie, Texas.
And the West
Please
Side
tell me about Dwight's nutcracker. Who came up with it? Where did they find it? Or did they have to create it? I have been looking for it for years.
Lacey, I thought the same thing. I thought, can I get one of these?
Well, Randy told me
Nutcrackers
that this
become
was
huge.
not in the first shooting draft
West Side.
script. This whole runner was added later, and he believes that it was the master of the cold opens, Aaron Schur, who wrote this story arc, because Aaron became the point person that they went to discuss the creation of this prop. Randy said when he and Phil first read this story arc, they assumed that this contraption was something the writers had seen on the internet somewhere, and they wanted to know where do they buy it. It turns out, Ange, it did not exist anywhere.
They made it up?
Yeah, they made it up. I even went to the rewrite of the script, and there is no scripted description of this machine. So Phil needed to conceptualize, design, and build a working nutcracker prop that looked like it could have been a gun, and he had less than a week to do it.
Phil Shea.
This is why he was always running, folks. Phil went to his go-to props manufacturing house, the Hand Prop Room. The team at that facility, Randy said, was understandably freaked out at the very short time span that they had to create this prop. They told Phil to tell Randy to open up the company checkbook. They were going to have to put a full team of engineers and builders basically around the clock to get this done in time. Randy said to their credit, they did a masterful job. All in, this prop cost about $19,000. Also, it was a one-off. He said, to the best of his knowledge, the NBC Universal marketing people never made replicas of this for online sales.
They should have.
They still can. I'm just saying, this would be a hot item at the holidays.
Yeah.
Do you know how many people would buy this?
I would.
I would too.
But do I have to put it together?
Oh no. What if you do? That would be the ultimate.
I know.
You know, this story reminds me of something that I had a makeup artist tell me once. She said, there is a saying in this business. It's called fast, cheap, or good. And you can only have two of the three things. It can be fast and cheap, but it's not going to look good. It can be cheap and good, but it's not going to be fast. If you want it to be both fast and good, it's not going to be cheap. That was the case with our nutcracker. Fast and good. It was not going to be cheap. Nope.
Well, Jen and Mindy also spoke about the scene on the commentary, and she said it was a last-minute rewrite, that it was not in her original draft. She said it was written by Aaron Schur and Charlie Grandy, and Mindy said Phil Shea went above and beyond, especially because it was a last-minute prop gag. She also commented that it was a note from Greg to add a Dwight Michael storyline to this episode, and it pays off so nicely at the end. It's a moment of redemption for Michael.
Yes. Yeah, he knows Dwight so well.
Yeah,
It's a good note.
yeah. Well,
3
the party
days.
is wrapping up. Everyone is leaving for the night. They're walking out into the parking lot. There's snow. It feels so Christmassy and festive.
That's right. You know, as you're walking out, Angela, I don't know if you noticed this, but we got a fan question from Kelsey D in Orlando, Florida. I noticed when everyone is leaving the office, Angela slipped, and Daryl is there to help her. Did Angela actually slip, or was that planned? Because I love that moment. It's so cute and sweet between Angela and Daryl.
Okay, Kelsey, I did actually trip. And I grabbed Craig's arm. So that quick moment you're seeing, that's us.
Aw,
We're not in character. And I think Rain must have seen it and improvised the line as Dwight, watch out, it's slippery out here. Because that line is not in the shooting draft. Me slipping and tripping is obviously not in the shooting draft. So, yes, that's just me and Craig. And thank goodness he was there. I guess I turned my ankle or something.
well, all of a sudden we hear something. It's drummers.
It's 12 drummers
Drumming! This is Aaron's final Christmas present from Andy. Andy is on the cymbals. He starts dancing. It's so festive. We had a fan catch from Rachel I in Phoenix, Arizona, who said, there are only 11 people in the drum line. Was Andy meant to be the 12th person? Yes, Rachel, he was the 12th percussionist in this drum line. We also got a question from Maria S. in Austin, Texas, who asked, what was the process for choosing this group that played the 12 drummers drumming? And Emily B. from Torrance, California said, I want to give a shout out to the RCC Marching Tigers, who are the drum line featured in this episode. RCC has a fall marching band program and also a winter percussion program that is one of the best independent performance groups in the country. You can see more about them at RCC Drums on IG. She said, my husband is the battery captain head and arranger for the group, which means he writes the music and teaches the students how to play their instruments. So it is always so fun when I see RCC on a show. They've been on Parks and Rec too.
Emily, thank you so much for sending that in.
Randy confirmed that everything Emily said is correct. He said that he would always reach out to a woman named Christine Day. She is a music contractor, and she finds
musical on-screen performers. Randy said there was just no one better than her. He actually said, quote, she is well known across the industry for her cheerful professionalism and ability to grasp the essence of a script and the showrunner's intent. All in, including Christine's fee, the marching band cost us $9,950.
Well, I will put the RCC Drums Instagram in our stories so you guys can see what they're up to. I loved learning all of that.
Well, we had so much fun on this night with this marching band. I'll never forget it. I mean, we got to stay late. We always love to stay late. We did it so rarely. And then we had snow.
We had snow with this like amazing drumming as a backdrop.
Incredible. I asked Randy if we used snow business again. And he said no, not this time. It was Ron Neri's group, A&A Special Effects
There's
in
no
Van
business
Nuys.
like snow business.
He said in order to get that snow in our parking lot, they had to call this place Union Ice in North Hollywood, and they brought 2 semi-tractor trailer rigs full of ice. 2.
Wow.
And then Ron's team put the ice through an industrial chipper, and it like shot it into the air. He said we shot that scene on a Friday night, and it had been 78 degrees that day. He said all of the snow effects for this episode filling the parking lot as well as that little snowfall behind our windows, that cost $36,000 for snow. For snow on a day where it was almost 80 degrees. You know, it's always fascinating to me when Randy shares with us how much something costs in an episode, because it's like he had to budget all of that. Yeah, and the budget for each episode does not change week to week, but the demands change. Yeah, so he would have this elaborate spreadsheet, and he would have to figure out how to make all these little details happen. He needed to get the geese and the swans and the special prop and the snow and the drum line and make it all cost the same as an episode that didn't even have all those things. Right. It's really fascinating to me. But you know, I love a spreadsheet. I know you do. Well, you know, Mindy was talking in the commentary about the scene about how hard Ed had to work as Andy doing the Running Man dancing with the cymbals. And we did a lot of takes. And she was like, do you guys remember he was like sweating? He did such a good job. I know. Well, that is how the episode ends. However, we got a fan question from Katie G in Greenville, South Carolina. In the DVD commentary, Mindy teases that Greg had an alternate ending for this episode, but she was not going to tell us what it was. She kind of just says, you'll have to ask Greg. Yeah. What was the ending, Katie wants to know. Well, Katie, I heard this conversation too. It happens as the credits, you know, are going at the end. Mm-hmm. And our editor, Claire Scanlon, jumps in and says she actually cut out the scene. Well, listen, we wanted to get to the bottom of this. We wanted to mob detectives this and actually solve this one. Will we do it? I started by reaching out to Greg Daniels, and he did not remember. I reached out to Claire Scanlon, who enlisted the help of Rob Burnett, the office writer's assistant. Rob went through his digital clutter and found a tag in a late rewrite of the script, and then Claire found the footage. That's right. It is a scene where Pam sees Oscar and Matt walking away from the drumline group. They're going to go back inside. Pam follows them in, but then quickly comes back out of the building, and it is clear that she has seen them making out. So that was the surprise ending that Matt and Oscar hook up at work. Now, this is very funny to me, Angela, because Pam has now caught Phyllis and Bob in a bathroom at lunch, and now she has caught Matt and Oscar in the hall closet. I mean, how many people are getting it on at work or during work hours? We haven't even brought up Kelly and Ryan. And then, of course, Dwight and Angela, don't get me started, but Pam and Jim had a pretty steamy kiss one time after hours. Well, that's true. Well, you know, later, it's sort of speculated that Jim and Pam make their second baby at work. Oh, God. It's on Valentine's Day. Right. And then Michael and Holly are in the stairwell. Yeah, they forgot to lock the door. That leads to the entire robbery of Crime Aid. I mean, this place is a hotbed of hookups. A hotbed of hookups. Wait a second. Did Mom Detectives just solve one? We solved one, and I feel very good about solving one. I am so excited that we got to the bottom of that. Claire and Rob, thank you so much. Yes, they sent us this footage, you guys. It's pretty special. The cast ends up in a snowball fight once again. Yeah, it really brought me back. What an amazing time in our lives, Jenna.
Who is this Rabbi Rothschild? I love when people say, who is this Rabbi Rothschild? Who's this Rabbi Rothschild? Is everybody else getting fouled by 40 of these? Is anybody else getting fouled? He must work in a call center. He has so many numbers. I like that one. Is that your favorite one he does? No, it's the most recognizable one. But looks like Wolverine.
I am very excited. Thanks once again to Randy Cordray, Claire Scanlon, Rob Burnett, Greg Daniels, Joya Balfour, and my friend, my personal friend,
Are you done?
anytime I want, lead singer of Green Day, Billy Joel. You guys have a great week.
Who is this? Is anybody else getting fouled by this Rabbi Rothschild? He's getting like 45 followers from him a day. Another day,
Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is
So
Ainsley
funny.
Dubuco. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed
Another
Bratton.
day out here,
For
another day
ad-free
out
versions
I
of
bought
Office
Rabbi
Ladies, go to
Rothschild.
StitcherPremium.com.
Really?
For a free
It's so
1
funny.
month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
I start to memorize people's fucking avatars. Really? Yeah. Why? Because I'm on my side of my okay house.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts,
You like this
video
one?
streaming, plus
I think
so
it's
much
fucking
more.
hilarious.
Is your resolution
Really?
to simplify your
It's the funniest fucking thing.
Walmart Plus
I'll
makes
be like,
ordering
yo,
what you need
this
online
thing is
and
sick.
no-brainer.
Yo, she's like, oh, God,
Join
that's
now.
so sick.
New members get 50.
Let's listen to this. 9 people have watched it. You gotta take a whiz?
$404 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you. We're the Office ladies. Hello. Hi, everyone.
What up, girl?
We're here today to talk about The Banker. The Banker, but it's more than just The Banker. There's a lot of stuff wedged in this one. It's true. We will discuss. We will. It was season 6, episode 14, written by Jason Kessler and directed by Jeffrey Blitz. Here's your summary. An investment banker visits the Scranton branch to perform a due diligence check to verify that there are no hidden liabilities for whomever buys Dunder Mifflin. Because remember, Dunder Mifflin is being sold. Yeah. This prompts Michael and his employees to pull out all the stops to try to prove their worth. Well, as you guys know, Jen and I are rewatching the show for the first time in years, and I forgot that this was a clip show. It is. It was kind of a big deal back then for networks. Sam, you have a whole theory about this.
I do. I wonder if this is a time period thing. I remember clip shows were very popular at that time, like for big things like Seinfeld and Friends, like in the middle of a season would go, hey, remember all this? And you go, yes, I do. I'm a fan.
Yeah, you know, I read a few articles online about it, and people were confused. They were like, why are they having a clip show? And then people either thought it was really well done for a clip show, or they just hated it.
It was good for a clip.
Well, my fast fact number 1 is going to cover some of this. Okay. We got a fan question from Andy J. in Battleground, Washington, and Hannah C. in Portland, Oregon, who said, Clearly, this episode is largely flashback clips, but I'm wondering what was the reason behind it? Had you gained new viewers and this was a way to bring them up to speed?
No,
Or was everybody else just busy filming other stuff? I went to Randy Cordray. What did Randy say? Randy said this clip show was a request from the network. Sam, you were right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, listen to you chuckle. I'm so pleased with myself.
Honestly thrilled.
So the idea was that a clip show would be much less expensive to produce. That it would save the network money in the overall budget for the show that year. But Randy pointed out that all of the actors were under weekly contracts. So even though this episode only took us 2 days to shoot instead of 5, they still had to pay the cast for the full week. And the same thing went for the writer and the director. Plus, they had to pay a fee to every guest actor and director of every clip that got used in the clip show. There are so many. Yes. So Randy said in the end, it cost as much as a regular episode. Oh. Now, this episode did forward along some story. You know, we do have this banker who's coming to review the company because we're being sold. And so those scenes obviously were newly written. The script for this episode was only 14 pages long. It was written by Jason Kessler, who was a member of our production staff, and he was our script coordinator seasons 1 through 4 on The Office, and he played Flower Delivery Man in Valentine's Day. Yay, Jason. Yes, so nice. Oh, he was the loveliest. My fast fact number 2, Sam, you might like this. I did do a little bit of a deep dive on the use of flashbacks and clip shows in film and television.
I do really like this.
Yay. I'm very curious because I had a screenwriter in college who had a theory about flashbacks. Go first. You go. All right. Well, according to Taste of Cinema, the best use of flashbacks in a movie belongs to Citizen Kane, with Godfather Part 2 coming in second. But this article said that Citizen Kane introduced many techniques that were fairly new to the film world at the time, like the use of depth of field and this fragmented storytelling that went back and forth between present and past, different time periods. The website Industrial Scripts said that if you are writing a film and you want to study great uses of flashbacks, they suggest studying the following films: Memento, Forrest Gump,
West
or
Side.
Titanic. Yeah,
And the
because
West Side.
Titanic's told basically through a flashback.
It's the West Side.
According to this site, all the stories of these films are told mostly from the perspective of flashback. It also noted films like Kill Bill, Old Boy, and Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind,
And
which
the
are
West
some of
Side.
my favorite movies. So perhaps I like a flashback movie. You do? I guess so. Our show, these are not flashbacks. This is actually a clip show, which is something different because these flashbacks are not part of overall storytelling. So it's a different category. All of these flashbacks are set up as sort of Toby looks off in the distance recollecting, right? Yes. But they are not forwarding any new story through their flashback, right? So that's why it enters the column of clip show.
Yosh.
Wikipedia says that a clip show is an episode of a TV series that consists primarily of excerpts from previous episodes.
Clip show.
They are also known by their nickname, cheaters. Okay, it's a cheater show. Here comes my screenwriting professor moment. Ready? Okay, I wrote a pilot. I had it start with a big old flashback, and I got it back from my professor, and he was like, "You cheated at the top. The flashback was a cheat. Tell the story." I was like, well, damn it, it did make it a lot easier. Well, I don't know. I think Industrial Scripts would disagree with your professor because there are times when the use of a flashback is very powerful. I agree, but I guess not for the very first time you tell a story in the first sentence. We
Mary
see
Tyler Moore.
a sunrise flashback. What? We're only 4 words into your script. Now, here's something I found interesting about clip shows. I guess they are often run before a series finale as a way to remind viewers about the series, or sometimes they are made to help fulfill the episode requirements for when a show is sold to syndication.
What?
It's all about the money, guys.
102
Follow the money.
years
All about the
ago.
money. The first
gonna
use
fuck
of a
that
clip
bitch.
show
Fuck her.
appears to be the serial
even knows
movie
about what I'm
Robinson Crusoe of Clipper Island from 1936 for Republic
even know.
Films. So they were supposed to make 12 chapters of this story. Each one was about 30 minutes long, like the length of a TV show, but it played in theaters. But I guess there was some bad weather and they had to shut down filming. So writer Barry Shipman was forced to create 2 extra chapters to help recoup the lost production costs. So now he had to do 14 chapters in less time with less budget. So to do this, he created what is considered to be the first recap, which was Chapter 11, Agents of Disaster. He wrote a few original scenes where the characters recount their adventures to date,
Who are you?
and then they use stock footage from previous chapters instead of shooting new sequences. Well, Republic Films was so thrilled by this little cheat that the recap chapter became standard procedure moving forward. How about that? So I think maybe Barry Shipman started it all? Don't know. Sounds like it, maybe. I just have been delighted watching you retell all of this. I wish you guys were here with me because she's so tickled by it, guys. She's so tickled. She looks absolutely delighted at her findings. It's adorable. I have 2 more little facts about this that I will share. Don't stop now. Community, the TV show Community, they did 2 fake clip shows. They took and did a clip show format, but when they flashed back, it was all newly shot material. They're so clever. I know, they are clever. And finally, this episode, The Banker, was our only clip show of the entire Office series. Well, I wonder if the powers that be saw the comment boards, because people were not happy that we did a clip show. Well, they also got the accounting spreadsheet and saw they saved no money. That's right. So, that's right. All right, fast fact number 3 is a fan question from Corey P. in Oak Harbor, Washington. Please tell us everything about working with David Constable, who, of course, was playing Gale in Breaking Bad when this episode came out. In this episode, he plays the banker. Now, David was the 3rd cast member of The Wire to appear on The Office, but you probably recognize him. I mean, this guy has been in everything amazing. He's a phenomenal character. Good luck. You should cast him in everything good. In fact, we will be casting you in Mom Detectives, David. So, David, get ready. Get ready. But he has been in Billions, Suits, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, and Damages. He was Rainn Wilson's very good friend, from when they were younger. And I reached out to him. I asked him how he got his role in The Office, and here's what he had to say.
The story with me in The Office is that I had known Rainn Wilson since college, and we became lifelong friends, and we had created this play called The New Bozina, and that's actually what brought us out to Los Angeles. We had been doing it in New York, and we had done it off-Broadway at the Cherry Lane Theater, and then we came to Los Angeles to do the show and to also see if we could sell it and make it into a TV show or movie or something, which we ended up doing, selling it but not making it. And around that time, we were out there, Rainn, and in fact, all of us got auditions to go in for the pilot of The Office, which we did. So it was incredibly fun. So I had auditioned for the pilot, and all of us, we kind of knew, on some level, we all kind of knew Rainn was the best suited for Dwight, and sure enough, he was. So none of us got it, but Rainn did, and we were all incredibly excited because none of us had a nickel between us. So then throughout the years, like I would go in and I'd finish promotions, and Allison always looked out for me, and it was very exciting to be able to think that I could get on that show, and it was, I really, really, really wanted to. Rainn was always, every season he would ask Allison, he'd be like, can you put him on, can you put him on? And so they finally got me on the show.
Well, I remember David coming to visit the set as Rainn's friend. I had lunch with him, And in fact, I ended up doing a movie with him. I did this movie called Solitary Man, and I played Michael Douglas's daughter, and David played my husband. So I was so thrilled when David was then joining us as an actor. He's so good. He's super funny. Well, that's so great. I'm so glad we got to reconnect with him. Well, I have a few other clips that I'll share later on in the episode, but maybe we should take a break. Let's take a break, and when we come back, I have some deleted scenes from the clip show. Wow. I don't know. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences. You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline. That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on. Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas. Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours. That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. Jenna, I think you know this. I think anyone that follows me on Instagram knows this. My husband and I love a project, and it often starts at IKEA. Because we love to save money while we're also furnishing our home, and we get really affordable, beautiful stuff and comfortable. Your sectional is really comfortable. Thank you. We bought this huge sectional sofa at IKEA. No, I don't have a sofa. Come on, I don't have one. You gotta get one. I guess I do. I have one of me and my cat, and now I'm gonna have the sunrise one. But that's so cute. The Willy Wonka one is gonna be so cute. Josh put it all together. It's in our sort of TV kind of game room. It's awesome. IKEA also has a great section to help you get organized. They have solutions for storage. They have the marketplace, you know, where you can get decor. Really, from the living room to the bedroom, IKEA is making it more affordable than ever to furnish your entire home with home solutions you'll love. My favorite part is when we're leaving and we walk through the plant section. I always grab a plant. Shop hundreds of new lower prices today at IKEA-USA.com. That's IKEA-USA.com. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future. Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced. And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now. Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks. Yes, it's our fave. Guess what I got? I got these Southern style shrimp. It is so good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid. Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years. Oh, my gosh. That's so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration. Well, this episode starts with a Michael talking head. He explains that Dunder Mifflin is being sold, but first, an investment banker must stop by and sign off on the Scranton branch. So in true Michael fashion, he has decided to zhuzh the place up a little. We got a fan question from Josephine E. in New York, New York. Michael's hair looks so different in this episode. It's kind of light and flat. Was Steve filming something at the time that affected his hairstyle? Such a good catch. If you watch this episode, you might see Steve's hair changing from scene to scene, and I'll tell you why. We shot this episode over 2 days. One day was before we went on a break for Steve to do a movie.
You mean?
And the other was when we came back from Steve doing the movie. He has bookend hairstyles. So, in this particular instance, we had just returned from our winter hiatus, and Steve had been shooting Dinner for Schmucks, and he had a very, very, very short haircut for that. Our hairdresser, Kim Ferry, did an interview with OfficeTally.com where she said she tried really hard to recreate a Michael Scott look, but the hair was so short. She went on to say, you will see gradually over the next few weeks his hair will grow out and be more like the old Michael Scott. She said, but we did shoot the banker out of order. So you might see that his hair goes from shorter to longer. There you have it. Well, now we're going to see all the ways that Michael is trying to fancy up the office. Eric Ward, the investment banker, is greeted first of all by Computron. It's a virtual helper. And Michael comes zipping out of his office on a Segway. Yes, and then Andy suddenly announces that we are now the official paper supplier for the NFL. And Pam is introduced as their international sales consultant and greets Eric in 3 different languages. We got a fan question from Even A in London, UK. How many takes did it take for Steve to get through the scene where he is on the Segway? I mean, he must have crashed into Pam's desk or reception at least once. My memory is that Steve was very good on the Segway. This was my same memory too, that he was actually really zippy on that thing. Well, Randy told us that our transportation coordinator, Jesse Dutchover, contacted the Segway company, and they were super excited to participate in our episode. They gave us 2 Segways to practice with, along with a service technician and a company rep, and Steve practiced. That's why he was so good in the scene. I guess these Segways were out in the parking lot for 2 days. Anyone could check them out if they wanted to. I did not try it. Angela, did you try it? Oh, no. No. I don't know why I was like, I'm not getting on that thing. But then Steve came out of his office so effortlessly, and it looked so fun that I was like, dang it, now I wish I had tried it. I know, but after we shot with it, they went away. Yeah. You had to do it preemptively. Right. Randy shared with us that it's really pretty easy to use them. He said you use your body English, and it's like you lean forward or back, and then the machine just sort of senses how to move. What if you don't trust your body English? Exactly. Randy also shared with us that his hometown of Jacksonville, Oregon, has a 2-hour Segway tour of their historic town. Now, I would do that. What? I would do that. That sounds so cool to me. Like Josh and I, my husband and I, we've done vacations where we rent the electric bike and we tour something on the bike. So fun. Maybe we should go visit Randy and do a Segway tour. Oh my gosh. You have me at visit Randy. I would love to see him. He said in the summer, he looks out and he just sees tons of tourists roaming around on Segways. We could be one of those tourists. Oh, I wanted to point out also in the scene at 1 minute, 40 seconds, the golf picture is still on the wall. I know. I am so confused. I had no idea that this painting was missing for so long. I mean, we're going on like 8 episodes now. Yeah, it's bonkers to me. As the scene continues, we learn from a Pam talking head that there's no one left in New York, so Michael is now Dunder Mifflin's highest ranking employee. Let that sit with you for a minute. Now, we had a fan catch from Catherine H. in Denver, Colorado, who says, aren't Jim and Michael the same rank? Oh, good catch. I don't know. Why isn't Pam recognizing Jim's position in this office? I have to say, she sort of continues to forget his position of authority in Dunder Mifflin. I know. She has to keep reminding herself. The next thing that happens is that Michael greets Stanley, who is now young and fit. That's right, it's fake Stanley. Pam says, for the record, I'm not on board with fake Stanley, but I get it. I personally think that Michael should have had a fake Creed. Fake Creed? What about a fake Meredith? Yes, these are our true wild cards in the office. Yeah. But anyway, fake Stanley was played by Kenny Cooper. He's been on a ton of stuff. He's been on the TV series The Board, Me, You, and Him, The Kominsky Method, This Is Us, The After Party, and the Oscar-nominated film Selma. He trained at UCB Improv Theater in LA. And according to his bio, he was an all-conference football player in college. He's been in everything. Talented, athletic, oh my gosh. Well, Jenna, there was more to this office tour by Michael. Some of it actually got deleted. Yes, even though The Banker is a clip show, we have deleted scenes. Two of them really made me laugh. You have to hear this. Michael, on his Segway, goes up to front reception, of course, to try to impress Eric Ward, and asks Aaron for his messages.
Any messages?
Yes, the governor called. He said thank you.
Well, tell him I told you so. What's the second message?
The Treasury called. Dunder Mifflin paper is being used for counterfeit currency. That's how good it is.
That's the price you pay when you're the best.
Amazing. Everyone calls Michael the governor, the Treasury of the United States. This continues. Michael rides his Segway into the conference room, and they have it set up kind of like a Google think tank room. You know, there's a big ideas board. In fact, there's a banner that says Idea Jam. And Ryan has a ball and he's tossing it against the wall, just sort of like spewing stupid ideas. And Oscar weighs in. And in the corner, Angela is sitting next to a box of kittens, knitting them clothes. Oh, you have to hear it.
This is our creative think space. Who wants one of these?
What if we ran the whole thing backwards? Total paradigm shift. We spin it and we flip it.
Look at that. See what the little one's doing? Making some sweaters for the kittens. Sometimes they get cold at night, so we try to help them out. That's what's great about this place. Got something for everyone, whether you like cutting edge thinking or pilgrim values.
Help yourself to a kitten, Eric.
You cannot have a kitten.
Give him a kitten. You have enough.
Angela did a copy truck a while back.
Oh my gosh. And I remember, Jenna, I worked with so many cats on this show, but this was a day on set that I had like 6 kittens, and everybody wanted a kitten. They were so cute. Oh my gosh.
Well, I know from my experience with Kitten Rescue, there is just nothing cuter than a box of kittens. There isn't. I'm sorry, a box of kittens is even cuter than a box of puppies. You can come for me if you want, but I'm going to hold firm on this. A box of kittens is the cutest thing.
Well, I will have to put in our stories on Office Ladies Pod just the scene with the basket of kittens because it's so cute.
Well, I can't wait to see it. Angela, do you know how to knit? Were you
No.
fake knitting? Was that fakey knitting?
That was fakey knitting.
Did anybody give you a lesson?
No.
So someone had knitted something, and then you were just moving the little, what are they called?
The needles.
The needles.
Yeah. It was so funny to me because Phyllis had to knit. She had a basket of like yarn and knitting needles by her desk the entire run of the show.
Yes.
And supposedly this was something her character would do. And they gave her a little tutorial, but that was early in the show. I think by this time they're like, pretend to knit.
Right.
Just do it.
My great grandmother used to crochet,
Oh yeah, mine too.
and I want to take it up. You know, I love doing that kind of stuff. You know, I made my kids Christmas stockings, and I love embroidery and things like that. But I really want to get into the crocheting.
Oh, for sure. I actually crocheted with my grandmother. She taught me how.
Mine too.
And I did part of a blanket. Like I didn't finish it, so then it was just sort of a scarf.
Right.
But kind of a lame scarf. But I feel like that's something I would take up with you.
Oh my gosh, 2 ladies who crochet?
The next episode of Mom Detectives. One of the needles went missing. What happened to it?
Well, in crocheting, you only use one needle.
Oh,
It's that needle with the
Bro, you
little
just solved it.
end.
I just saw
Real time.
Oh my gosh, it's not missing at all.
It's not missing.
You have what you need.
I have everything I need. And episode ends credits.
Well, back to the episode. Eric the banker explains that the only reason he came today was to check out the warehouse and speak with HR.
That's it.
He doesn't need all this other Computron and the Segway and the think tank. He doesn't need it. But Michael insists, I want to show you around. I mean, I made a reservation at Cooper Seafood because it has the best lobster. But then Computron disagrees. You know who makes the best Maine lobster? Mulyam in Tel Aviv. We got a fan question from Yael F. in Tel Aviv. I myself am from Tel Aviv and thought you might appreciate a mini dive on Mulyam. Mulyam was a restaurant that specialized in fish and seafood that was considered to be one of the best restaurants in Israel. Its name is a play on
Mulyam
words.
is very
It could
good.
mean either in front of a sea or sea mussel.
It opened in 1995, but was burned to the ground in an accident in July of 2015, and it has never reopened. By the way, I never got to go there, even though I only lived 10 minutes away. And the first time I ever watched The Banker, it was very shortly after the restaurant had burned down, and I literally yelled at the TV because I was so annoyed that Dwight got to have their lobster and I didn't. Well, I did appreciate that mini dive. I did not know it was a real restaurant. I did. Oh, not only did I know, but I have been there, and it's one of the best meals I've ever had. Really? Yes. I was working on a commercial that actually shot in Tel Aviv. I know that's crazy, but I was there, and you know how I love to make friends on the airplane, Jenna. I do. I love a friend on the plane. On my flight there, I sat next to this wonderful woman named Irit, and she was telling me all the places to go. And she was like, "You must go to dinner with me. There's this amazing restaurant in Tel Aviv. It's on all the best restaurants lists, and it's called Mulyam." And as it turns out, it was only like a 5-minute walk from my hotel. So I was like, "Oh my gosh, yes!" She got us a reservation. I met her there. It was one of the best dinners I've ever had. I actually found video on my phone of my walk there because it was like on this wharf, you know? It literally is facing the sea. And I found video of my walk there that night. It was so beautiful. The food was amazing. I was so sad to hear that it burned. Did you eat the lobster? I ate seafood. I can't remember what I had, but I can tell you this. I remember so vividly what a great meal it was. I texted my friend Tess, who went with me, and she was like, "Oh my God, it's like one of the best meals we've ever had." I was like, "I know. What did we have?" She was like, "I can't remember. I didn't even order. The chef just sent things over." Wow. Yeah. I have some of those restaurants that I've eaten at, or some of those meals that I've had that are just the best meals I've ever had. Yeah. I had a bowl of ramen that I got in a train station in Tokyo, and I have been chasing that taste ever since I ate it. Like, I came back to the States, and I'm always ordering ramen from restaurants, and I cannot get it back. Yeah. It makes me want to go back to this train station just to eat that broth. Good food. Good food is like one of those memories you have instantly, like smell, taste, like, ugh. Interestingly enough, the other food I'm always chasing, I had a soup when I was in Thailand. But again, I haven't been able to find this taste ever since. I guess I love a good broth is what I'm realizing. I guess you do. I sometimes just think like it will come over me about my mom's gravy. My mom's gravy is so good. Yeah. She uses like things left over in the skillet. I don't even know what it is. It's so good. My dad barbecues a hamburger like no one else has been able to barbecue a hamburger. We are recording this at lunchtime. I think we're both hungry. Well, you started talking about all this food. I know. And you know what I have waiting for me in the fridge out there is just some yogurt. And it's making me sad now. I have a granola bar in my purse. It's so lame. I want all of the stuff we just talked about. I do too. Okay, where are we in The Banker? Well, where we are is that Michael is going to introduce Eric to Toby. Quote, Toby. Exactly. It's actually Dwight sitting in Toby's chair, and Michael explains that he bought himself some time because he put a copy of Best American Mystery Stories 1999 in Toby's favorite bathroom stall. Well, I was intrigued. Is this a real book or is this a made-up book? Now, we know that Toby likes mysteries. That's been established. It turns out that this is a real anthology series. The Best American Mystery Anthology series started in 1997. It is a collection of essays and short stories. It would come out annually. I think recently they changed the name to Best American Mystery and Suspense Stories. But this Best American Anthologies, they go way back. It started in 1915 and is still published today. Wow. That is over 100 years. That's awesome. So in addition to short stories and mystery, there are 7 of these serials still in publication. They are Best of American Essays, Best American Science and Nature Writing, Best American Travel Writing, Best American Science Fiction and Fantasy. Angela, I thought you might like that. Might be a future gift you see from me. And Best American Food Writing. There are a whole bunch of others that have been discontinued. There was a Best American Recipes. Oh. A Best American Spiritual Writing. This one I was really curious about. Best American Non-Required Reading. Oh, so it's not on any of the lists at school, I guess. Best American Comics, Best American Sports Writing, and Best American Infographics, which is basically a book full of charts and diagrams. Well, Angela, I ordered Best American Infographics. Oh my God, of course you did. It's so interesting. I bet. Well, remember when we talked about how Florence Nightingale made the pie chart go viral? Yes. I mean, this is a whole book of pie charts and graphs. This sounds like a great book to have in your bathroom. I think it would make a great bathroom book. Well, that brings me to a little journey that I took, Jenna. Oh, really? After this Michael Talking Head, I was just curious. Like, what are the best books to read while you're on at the toilet? Is there a way to research that question? Oh, yeah. In fact, there were many articles. I'm going to just bring up one. According to Sarah Johnson from Barnes & Noble's Read section, here are 5 books to read in the bathroom. Okay. The Groucho Letters by Groucho Marx. Groucho Marx's correspondence with everyone from E.B. White to his phone company gives insight into the brilliance and humor he brought to every aspect of his life. Next one, The Areas of My Expertise by John Hodgman. I love John. Yeah, he's a friend. He's smart. He's funny. In this book, John is deadly serious about educating you on a range of useless topics. Oh, order that for me now. I know. Poor Richard's Almanac by Benjamin Franklin. It's a timeless compilation bursting with wisdom, puns, and satire. Who knew? I didn't know. Awakening Loving Kindness by Pema Chodron. This book teaches you how to love yourself without harboring anger or embarrassment and how to feel at peace with the world and whatever it throws at you. That sounds like a good book to read anywhere, anytime. I know. And lastly, Toilet Paper Origami by Linda Wright. Okay. I guess that's if you want to do more than read. It says, why not learn to do something impressive while you're seeing a man about a dog? That's what the reviewer said. My search did not end there. According to a recent U.S. survey, 63% of people read books, magazines, or newspapers on the toilet, but up to 75% take their phone with them. I was going to say, I read a book called Instagram. And then there's another book I read called Twitter. Yeah. Well, that led me to this. I was curious, how long are people sitting on the toilet? Oh, from the website livestrong.com, it says, checking your phone on the throne can be bad for your butt. Why? Unlike sitting in a chair, which gives you support, your bottom hangs down in the middle of the toilet. Kyle Stoller, a gastroenterologist and a neurogastroenterologist, and is the director of the Gastrointestinal Motility Laboratory at Massachusetts General Hospital, and an assistant professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School. You guys, Kyle knows what he's talking about. He says the way you sit on a toilet allows the rectal tissue to relax and fall. Lingering too long on the toilet over a period of time can result in hemorrhoids, getting blocked up, anal fissures, or the worst, your rectum could fall out your anus. What? Just from sitting on the toilet too long? Clearly for years, right? It's a buildup. It doesn't happen overnight. So, basically they said, go in and do your business, and then get off the toilet. Don't make a meal out of it. Don't sit out there and read multiple articles. Get in there, read one, get out. Listen, if you want to limit your time on the toilet, what you need to do is have small children, because they will not let you stay in there long. No. Okay? They're going to help you get out of there, because they're going to immediately need something the minute you go into the bathroom. Truly. They could be totally fine, and then the minute you're like, I gotta go to the bathroom, everybody has a question for you. Correct.
Yes, so that's what I have to say about reading on the toilet. Don't linger on the loo.
Okay. That is our public service announcement for today. Guys, don't stay on that toilet too long because your whole rectum could just fall right out.
Oh my lord.
Well, I think we should take a break.
I have to pee.
Don't stand there too long, lady. I'm serious, I'm gonna time you. We'll be back. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. So now we are going to get into the portion of this show with the flashback clips.
Yes. And for those of you rewatching with us, I have a quiz for you.
Oh.
Do you know how many episodes were used in this clip show? See if you can keep a tally as you rewatch, and I'm going to tell you at the end. Thank you, Randy Cordray, for helping me with this quiz.
Oh. Well, I have a little tidbit to share from our writer's assistant, Rob Burnett. He shared a document with us that was used to generate the ideas for these various clips from the various episodes. They got their ideas from two places. First of all, the writers were asked to go through the episodes they had written and list some of their favorite moments that might work in a clip show. And then Rob put it all into a document. It is so cool. And then Rob also compiled fan favorite moments from a poll on NBC.com. They had asked people to list their favorite episodes, their favorite quotes, their favorite Michael moments, their favorite Dwight moments, their favorite accounting moments, favorite pranks, favorite party moments, their favorite Jim Pam moments, their favorite romantic moments, non-Jim Pam. I thought that was really funny. They were like, something romantic, you can't say Jim Pam. Their favorite costumes and favorite webisode moments. And this was how they started to brainstorm what clips to use. This document was really fun to look through.
I mean, Jenna, I found this document fascinating. Rob, thank you so much for sharing it with us. You know, I love a fan favorite list. I love it. And according to a poll at NBC.com, there are two I want to share. Here were the top 5 fan favorite episodes at this time.
Okay.
Number 1, the injury.
Yes.
You love the injury.
I love it.
Number 2, diversity day. Number 3, stress relief. Number 4, dinner party. And number 5, casino night. Wow. Yeah. And here were the top 5 fan favorite quotes at this time, according to this poll on NBC.com. Okay, number 1. Any guesses? Anyone?
I mean, I could guess, but I read the document.
You can't guess. Sam, Cassie, any guesses?
Not for me. Cassie, you want to take a shot?
That's what she said?
Yes! Cassie!
Yes!
Woohoo! That's what she said by Michael Scott. Number 2, Bears beats Battlestar Galactica by Jim. Number 3, I'm not superstitious. Well, maybe I'm a little stitious. So good, Michael Scott. Number 4, I hate so much about the things you choose to be.
Now that's my favorite.
That's such a good one.
That's what Michael says to Toby.
That's right. And number 5, just as you have planted your seed into the ground, I will plant my seed into you. Dwight Schrute. Those were the fan favorites.
I can't believe my all-time favorite is just pooping. You know how I be. I can't believe that didn't make
That didn't make it in.
Well, here we go. We're going to get into some flashback clips because the real Toby has returned to his desk. And Eric is going to start his questioning.
Yes.
His first question to Toby is, does your company have any outstanding liability issues?
And then we just see a montage of just Michael, quite frankly, destroying the office and just so many mishaps that happened in the office.
Yeah, well, I thought this was a pretty good compilation. In my little bit of research, I saw that most of these clips came from episodes written by Lee and Jean or BJ Novak. I don't know what that says.
Yeah, guys, but you guys like are writing like dudes like getting in scuffles.
I guess so. Another one of the moments in this compilation is that moment when Meredith gets the bat on her head and then Dwight is like suffocating her with the trash bag. That was a pitch from Danny Chun.
Well, you know the moment where Angela takes her cat out of a cabinet in accounting and then tosses it into the ceiling to Oscar, otherwise known as Save Bandit. That was a fan favorite on NBC.com poll.
I think it is a fan favorite.
I think so.
Well, now Eric is going to ask Toby if the staff is generally happy. Toby sort of laughs. He's basically like, what is happy?
I love when he said happy is a funny word.
Yeah. I have to say, you always know someone is hedging if they like try to redefine the word.
Yeah.
That you're asking them about.
Or they answer with a question.
Oh, yes. That's the biggest tell. Where were you tonight?
Where were you?
Or what I was thinking of, if it's like, where were you tonight? Where was I tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, did you not hear me? Yes, that's right. The question is, where were you tonight?
Exactly. Where was I tonight?
Yeah, where were you tonight?
Right.
Right. Oh, you're good. You're good at it. So clearly, in these series of questions, Toby is trying not to be forthcoming, but the flashbacks tell all. Thankfully, Eric the Banker cannot see all of this documentary footage because in this next series of flashbacks, we're going to see Andy punch the wall and Pam slap Michael and Jim smack Dwight.
Phyllis is going to throw the Post-its in Angela's face, which, by the way, did really hurt. Those Post-its were pointy and hit my face.
Oh,
At a fairly high velocity from Phyllis.
Now listen, if I'm being critical, I felt like this clip segment was very similar to the last clip segment where he asked about liabilities. Like, I feel like these could have been interchangeable. I don't know. I thought, are people happy is a pretty tough lead-in question. And I also kind of question why the banker would need to ask that question.
You know what? I have a better question for the banker.
What is it?
He should have said to Toby, who has the most sass in the office?
Oh, I would have loved to have seen clips of sass.
Right? Give me the sass clips, NBC.
If you were in charge, we would have had a whole flashback of sass.
That's right.
Ah,
The next question Eric is going to ask Toby is about liability. of like harassment. Toby says he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Just flat out doesn't know. And Eric's like, but you're human resources. He's like, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, now we're going to get flashbacks of many human resources violations, like Dwight calling out employees' medical conditions, specifically Meredith's hysterectomy.
Also, one of my favorites when Michael kisses Phyllis's cheek and says he's worried about getting a boner.
Yes.
What about the West
Or
Side?
when he tells Pam she can
What
come
about
into his
the West
office,
Side?
but he is changing clothes and
What
has no
about the
pants
West
on.
Side?
We had a fan catch from Christian E. in Austin, Texas.
And the West Side.
There is a clip
And the
in
West Side.
this montage from beach games. It is the one where Michael says, dip it in the water so it will slide down your gullet more easily. And
That's
then
what she
everyone says that's what she said. Well, Christian points out, and we pointed out on the podcast, this was a deleted scene.
Yes. And also, everyone responding was the cast improvising.
Now, I believe that this is the only deleted scene clip used in the clip show. Everything else appeared in an episode that aired, except for this one.
Nice catch, Christian. Toby has this great talking head where he says he doesn't know how he's going to get through this because he doesn't want to lie, but he also really doesn't want to tell the truth.
I mean, I just love these scenes between Eric the banker and Toby. I like that Toby is working so hard to defend the company. And when I was trading messages with David, I asked him if there was anything he remembered in particular about shooting this episode, and he mentioned these scenes between him and Paul. Here's what he had to say.
One of the things that I remember so strongly was I had a scene with Paul, and I wanted so badly to see if I could be drier and even more understated than Paul, and I was, sadly, I couldn't do it, and I tried my hardest to do it, and I really, really wanted to, because I love Paul's acting, and I thought he was hilarious on the show, and I wanted to see if I could actually go underneath where he was, and as I did it, I realized, like, oh no, he has so many other levels that he could even ratchet back, and he did. He smoked me out clearly as we were doing the scene, because then as I was trying to get below him, he would just get lower and lower and smaller, and it was an incredibly fun game to try to play as we were shooting the scene.
So I have to say, after David said that, I went back and I rewatched the Eric Toby scenes. I feel like I can see it. I feel like I can see them, even within one scene, each of them getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller.
Also, just everything about it, it was like these two guys trying to outbore each other.
Yes!
I thought it was so great. Their energy and tone was so perfect. I would like to see more of them.
Well, now Michael is going to get in on the action. He is going to interrupt Toby and Eric.
Yeah, Michael's now going to sit in and basically almost sabotage what Toby's trying to do by not sharing information.
I know. I think Michael is afraid that Toby is going to give away too much, but Toby is doing a good job.
I know.
Eric wants to know about waste.
How are they wasting time and resources at the company?
Yes.
Well, obviously, there's tons of time being wasted at Dunder Mifflin.
Well, this was the prompt so that we could show pranks.
Yes, all the Jim and Dwight pranks.
Correct. When you watch this compilation, it is really fascinating to consider that Dunder Mifflin is the top branch in the company.
The next question Eric has is about retirement age. Is anyone near the retirement age for Dunder Mifflin? Jenna, I had never thought about this. Like, Creed must be at retirement age.
Sure, he could probably resign and start receiving retirement benefits.
Yeah, it seems like something Creed would want to do.
Agree.
He could go travel the world, he'd get his checks, checking on his apartment in Canada.
He has too many side hustles. He can't leave.
I know.
Who's gonna sell all of our equipment on the black market?
Grow mung beans in their drawer.
I mean, he needs to be there. It's also where he lives part-time.
Also, I feel like Creed is one of the only supporting cast members that got his own flashback clip segment.
He kind of did. Well, our final flashback
is going to be to flashback on all the romantic moments at Dunder Mifflin. Yes, because Michael's going to say that Dunder Mifflin is a place for lovers, basically. Yes. Toby tells him it's inappropriate to speak about this, but Michael really wants Eric to know that this is a building where friends become lovers and lovers become sexually active. Sitting next to the human resources guy. So this montage backs up what we were saying the other week about how there are so many hookups at work, but I will say there is a moment missing from this montage, which is the Michael Holly stairwell hookup, and I would have liked to have had that in there. Agreed. Well, Eric's assessment of Dunder Mifflin is done. He's had, I think, probably way more than he needed to know about the company answered for him. It's time for him to go. But we're going to end this episode with another flashback. It's Michael and Dwight doing the Straight Outta Scranton rap. And it's the whole thing. That's right. This is the full extended cut. If you guys want to go rewatch it, it lives in this clip show. The full thing. And guys, that is The Banker. We hope you learned a few things that you wouldn't have known otherwise. Here's something kind of dorky. In rewatching it, oh, this is so dorky. It made me miss early Jim and early Pam in the early days of the show. Even though I'm really enjoying where we are in the show and everyone's character growth, I did have this longing of oh my gosh, I think I'm going to go back and rewatch those first early years. What is wrong with me? Well, lady, that's very sweet. I guess I'm just a dork for our own show. Well, listen, since we have time, I thought we could do a little housekeeping, maybe a little fan mail. Okay. So first off, we have a new clue in the Steamtown Mall fountain case that we were working on as mom detectives. Do you remember? We were wondering, is there a fountain in the mall or not? Because Michael mentions it twice. In Koi Pond, he says he fell into it, and in Double Date, he fished a coin out for Helene's scrapbook. Well, Cassie called the mall, and some folks on our office Facebook page called the mall. These poor people at the mall. Remember? And the people at the mall were like, why does everyone keep calling and asking about fountains? And they said no. That's what the mall said. There's no fountain here. Well, I don't know. We might have to reopen this case because Josiah Trudeau sent in a photo of what he is saying is the fountain at Steamtown Mall. What?
Fuck yeah, baby.
Yes. Apparently there was a fountain at the Steamtown Mall, but they had to shut it down because of financial reasons. He said it is still there, but it is now filled with dirt and plants instead. So if you went there, it would just look like a giant planter. I have a picture. You can put it in Office Lady Pod Stories. I believe that. People do that. I've done that. You've made a fountain into a planter? Yes. Where? Okay, so at our house, outside on our patio, there was a fountain. We actually put in the fountain when we redid our patio when we bought our house. We put in a fountain, and it would get all mucky. And then we had an infestation of mosquitoes, and we would clean it out, and we would try to filter it, and we tried to keep this fountain going, and eventually we gave up, and we drilled a hole into the bottom of it, we filled it with dirt, and now there are plants in it. There's also a spout coming out above the plants, which was the fountain part, so it's a little odd, but yeah, now we have just plants. Yeah. I had some neighbors in their 60s who turned their hot tub into a flower bed. Stop. No, they did. They said, you know what? We had a good time in that hot tub for years, but we're done going in hot tubs. We're done. And they made it into a planter. Huh. They said our hot tub days are over. I'm not going to argue with them. They're in their late 60s. They're done with it. They said they'd rather have flowers. I would have loved to see you argue with them. I wasn't going to argue with them. Well, if you thought that our mom detectiving was over, I have news for you. We have a client. We have a paying customer. Well, I don't know if they're paying. We have a customer. We have a customer, our first customer. And our customer is none other than David Constable, a.k.a. the Banker. What does he want us to find out? I'll let him tell you.
I want you guys, because you are the keepers of the book of knowledge about the show, Are there any other guest actors who have been in other projects with as many office regulars as I have? This is a question for you. This is a question that I'm posing to you. Because Jenna, you and I did a movie together. John and I did a movie together. So I'm just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. You tell me. Thank you guys. Good luck.
Wait, is David like our Kevin Bacon? Is it like 6 degrees of David? I think a little bit. So let's find out. David, we're going to get on this. As I told you earlier, I did a movie with David. And the movie he's referring to that he did with John Krasinski was the Michael Bay movie 13 Hours, which also has David Denman in it. Now, David Denman was a recurring character, but I feel like he is part of our, main office family. For sure. So I'm going to count him. Plus, David has worked with Rain in the past. So that is 4 cast members that I've counted so far. Now, we've enlisted Cassie again. Cassie, part of the mom detective squad.
Yeah, I'm a cat mom detective.
But this is a very hard thing to figure out. I started asking myself, what other guest stars have been on the show? This is a lot of data. Well, I thought of Will Ferrell because I had done a movie with Will and so had Steve. I wondered if anyone else had. I thought of Tim Meadows. Right, and I did a project with Tim Meadows and Rob Riggle, a TV show. Oh, and then Rob Riggle has worked with so many people on the show. But Cassie did a real deep dive and thought of someone that I had not thought of. Cassie, what'd you find?
Yeah, and first off, shout out to the Office Ladies Facebook fan page, especially Susan A, for all your help. And I'll just say, I only did movies. I feel like I have to do this again with adding TV shows.
Okay.
But this person has been in 8 movies with 8 different Office cast members.
Who?
Will Arnett.
Will Arnett. Yes! Will Arnett comes in to interview to be the new boss at Dunder Mifflin as part of search committee. Oh my gosh. And I think that's maybe the winner.
I think so. The runner-ups I have right now are Ken Jeong. He had 7 movies. And then Amy Adams had 6.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. I did a movie with Ken. Crazy. So tell us, who did Will Arnett do projects with?
Yeah, so Jenna, he did Blades of Glory with you.
Yes.
With Ed Helms, he did Semi-Pro. Then with both Steve and Mindy, Despicable Me. John, Brief Interviews with Hideous Men. Brian, Rumble. Rain, Monsters vs. Aliens. Laura, The Comebacks.
Wow. Okay.
Ken Jeong was the runner-up with 7. He was also in Despicable Me with Steve and Mindy. He was in The Muppets with John. He's in The Hangover with Ed. Knocked Up with BJ. Furry Vengeance with Angela. And he did Pineapple Express and Knocked Up with Craig.
Ah. Well, David, I'm sorry to say, it looks like maybe Will Arnett beat you. Yeah. And Ken Jeong. Yeah. Cassie, great work.
Thanks. Maybe one day I'll try TV shows too, but my brain was already hurting.
Well, it's finally time for us to answer the quiz. Remember the quiz I put at the top of the show? Oh, yes. Well, here it is. How many episodes do you think made up The Banker? Okay, I don't know the answer, but I did watch the episode, and I know that The Banker was, we'd done over 100 episodes by the time this clip show happened. So I'm going to say maybe 40 different episodes? There were 63 episodes used in this clip show. Wow, 63! Yeah. They almost got a clip from every episode up to this point. I'm pretty impressed. 2/3. Yeah, very good work. Well, we are going to wrap up this episode with a little digital clutter and some more fan mail. Yes, here's a little something from my digital clutter. Angela's digital clutter. Makes me happy every time. Every time. All right. So as you guys know by now that we only worked 2 days on this episode. And I found in my digital clutter that my daughter Isabel and I had a play date, Jenna, at your house during the week of the filming of this episode. Okay. Yes. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and Isabel and I came over and hung out with you. And then the same week, you emailed me saying, I might have fallen in love. That was the subject field. I was like, what? And when I opened the email, it was a picture of you and an adorable kitten.
Oh, yes. So that must have been when I was fostering Dunder and Mifflin.
I have the picture. It's so cute. I'll put it in stories.
Well, I was going through some of our mail, and this one really stuck out to me. This one is from Natalie from 8 different states.
Oh.
We have a field on our farm where you can fill in where you're from.
Mm-hmm.
And she had written, I have lived in 8 different states. In the past few years, I don't know where to say I'm from.
Oh.
So Natalie from 8 different states wrote, this isn't so much a question, but a thank you. I wanted to say I've been loving my escape, my me time, while listening to the Office Ladies. I started a couple of months ago after being a huge Office fan for years, and it's just been so great. I've been a stay-at-home mom for 4 years while traveling with my family. It's amazing, but lonely too. I've never been away from my toddler, and I haven't had a babysitter in a year and a half.
Retweets.
I love my toddler and our unconventional life, but in many ways, it's been very hard on me emotionally and mentally. The time I get to listen to the show, usually when cooking dinner, makes me feel like a person again outside of motherhood and feels like I'm listening to good friends. Thanks.
Aw, Natalie.
Natalie, I'm so glad we could be there with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I totally understand the loneliness that happens when you are staying home with your very young children. That is so normal, those feelings. You know, you are giving everything you can to raising this little person.
And you're happy to. That's the thing. You're
Yes.
so happy to be doing that. But you definitely miss like adult conversation and seeing people, but yet your heart and everything that you want to be doing is right there at home.
Well, when my husband Lee travels for work, the thing that I say to him that I miss the most is our adult conversation. Because when you're with little kids, it's all little kid conversation, little kid activities. And I miss even just us saying, oh, hey, did you listen to this podcast, or did you read this thing, or just the little adult social interaction moments. So I totally related to this letter because when he goes on trips and I'm not in touch with him as much, you know, by the nature of someone traveling for work, that is when I will dive into just binging bitch sesh. Just listening to friends chitty chat about adult things, you know, or I'll listen to a bunch of best friends. I so gravitate toward these podcasts to fill that loneliness.
Your adult time.
Yeah.
I totally get that.
So thanks, Natalie, for your letter.
Well, we had another letter from Abby from Texas and California. Abby writes, not so much a question as a thank you. My grandma, who recently passed away, and I would call each other Lady. I don't know where it started or why, but it was always a name that only she and I would call one another. I'm reminded of her every time you guys lady one another, and I could not be more grateful. Thank you for the sweet reminders, and thank you for staying true to what gives your friendship its own flavor. What a treasure. Thank you again, sweet office ladies.
I love that.
Aw, Abby, Lady, we love ya.
We sure do, Lady. Well, there you have it. That is our episode today. A big thank you to David Constable, Rob Burnett, and Randy Cordray for helping us get all the info we needed for this one.
That's right. And a big thank you to Cassie, our new mom detective assistant, and Sam, always for your loving voice that pops in to share whatnot with us.
Our pleasure.
All right. We hope you have a great week. We will see you next time. See you then.
You know, every day.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Ryan. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
I know it's gonna fuck up. Yeah, so. Oh my gosh, no.
For the same reason that for the last name of Tori Spelling. Yeah, you know, it's that same genre, so it had that.
Hell yeah, girl.
Shows from the 70s,
What's going
all
on?
those is made by the same guy. Yeah, but I don't know if you know this, but Tori Spelling tried out for that show, and her dad was the executive producer, but she wore nose and glasses and a mustache when she tried out, so we didn't know it was her. I didn't necessarily like a whole get-up. I thought she just like changed her name or something like that. But yeah, she nose and glasses. Yeah, good for her. Okay, clown. Or either that, if you just wouldn't let her, or you just wanted to know, you know. Okay, but I'm going to tell you this, and I don't often do this. I'm not talking about it again.
She's in Sacramento.
In my past, that's a wrap. And I'm not going to be answering emails or texts or anything. I'm not talking about 90210 account. Did you watch it all the way to the end? I just told you. I'm not talking about it. I didn't make it to the end.
We love this one.
The 130-year-old Truman's bookstore in Pasadena is up for sale. Romans Associated Events for
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sabre. Yes, it is season 6, episode 15.
You might have to milk
Jennifer
yourself.
Salata. No, to us as Jen Salata.
And directed by John Krasinski.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but it's 95% cheaper, and you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic to Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no extensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio.
Push, perhaps.
HINS.com/RADIO.
Crayola Creativity Week starts January 22nd to celebrate creativity and engage kids all around the world in creative learning. With celebrity creators, hands-on activities, read-alouds, and giveaways. It's easy and free to participate. Register today at Crayola.com/creativityweek.
In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Campbell. Only the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation reports their hearing. No charges have been filed. Murder 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment. Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or a few identifications, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore. Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you
Is
get
it
your
not?
podcast. Being convicted of a DUI is not a glorified traffic ticket. It's a criminal conviction. Take it seriously and make them prove their case. I'm attorney Darren Cavanaugh, founder of 1-800-NO far overboard with this old exercise. That far could not be lower. Well, Kelly, it's maybe it gets high off the ground. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Conway Show. It's already started. And I know I should never, ever brought it up that I'm a big 90210 fan. Because I got an email, a guy named Steve in Woodland Hills. He said, you're such a big fan. Who are the regulars on that show? And I said, I wrote back, Jenny Garth, Ian Jerry, Brian Austin Green, and Corey Stone were in every episode. And then he said, no. He said, you missed one. And I said, no, Corey Stone, Brian Austin Green, Ian Jerry, Jenny Garth, those are the 4 actors that were in every episode of that series. And he said, what about Jason Priestley? I said, well, if you knew the show, a-hole, because that's when he called me. Jason Priestley was in the first 9 episodes. First 9 series, the first 9 years, and then he was a recurring character in the 10th year. He was not in every episode. And he said, I'll do some research and I'll get back to you. I said, okay. All right, so Steve in Woodland Hills, good luck, because you'll find out that that's exactly how it shakes out. And that's a wrap on my 90210 conversation. It's something that happened in my past. I'm proud of it. Watched every episode. Enjoyed it. My buddy and I watched every episode, and it was sad when it came to an end because we enjoyed getting together and watching Present, and I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I've moved on. I don't go to any of the get-togethers. I've never been to one of the conventions of 90210. I probably would have back then, but I'm no longer a big 90210 fan. I was at one point, I had a keychain that my buddy brought me and said 90210. I had that for one. Was there an instant turn, or was that tournament, or was it just time you kind of I don't know how to make it clear. I'm not talking about it. It's something that happened in my past. I enjoyed it. And I'm observed that I watched every episode. I went to a guy's house to watch.
Look at this one.
That's better or worse than going to a girl's house. It's a billion times worse. It's not even close. It's in another universe. It literally is. It's the worst thing you could possibly do in life. It's no worse than me admitting now that I watch Vanderpump Rules and I've seen every single episode. So I get it. That's close. Is it? Yeah, you're in the ballpark. You're not quite. Someone watched all the Kardashian shows. Yeah, but look, if you're a guy going to another guy's house to watch the Kardashian Real Housewives, then yeah, there's a problem. Huge problem going on. Huge. And I didn't put my wife. You know what? I'm sure my wife doesn't know. I'm positive she doesn't know because her sisters. She has twin sisters, Brianna and Kelsey, who are both nurses now in Orange County. Your wife is? My wife has twin sisters. And they're both in their late 20s, I think, 28, something like that. But they're both nurses in Orange County. One of them's at Mission Hospital. The other one, I think, is going to Mission Hospital. It's some hospital in Orange County. But they're both terrific nurses. And they were in that show as twins. Oh, really? Yeah, as babies. When they were literally 6 months old or so. They were in one of the episodes. And she got to meet Jason Priestley. And when she told me she met Jason Priestley, I bit my tongue. I never told her. But she got excited. I got excited, but I never told her that I was in that show. That was the moment. I said, really? Was he one of the actors on that program? I don't remember the show. He goes, yes, it was a big show. 90210 was a big show. I don't remember much about it. Your team had already set in at that. Oh, yes. I was already in denial.
May I ask one question? Were you Team Brenda or Team Kelly?
You're talking about Kelly Taylor. Or Brenda Wolf. I would have to say, because I like Jenny Garth so much, it swayed me to Team Taylor. Wow. That's the only reason. That's what you were talking about, right? Yeah, no, totally. Yeah. You would think that. Right. Well, also, Brenda, when that whole thing happened, she was off the air after. She was not in episode, year 5 on. She never made an appearance. And so you just enjoy the show after that. You had to be Team Taylor, Kelly Taylor. You had to be into Jenny Garner. She's one of only the 4 characters that made it throughout the. It's all you need on this. You're a big fan. And so if you were Team Walsh, you didn't enjoy the show much after season 4. I forget. What was the reason? No, Kelly, I'm not going to do this with you. What was the reason? I'm not going to do that with you. You know the reason. You know the reason. No, I'm not going to do this with you. No, I know what you're doing. You're knitting and using you're crocheting, and you'd like to stick those needles in my neck when I start talking about 90210. Did you hum the theme when it started? I enjoyed the theme. Yeah, I like the theme. Yeah. I enjoy it. But please don't play it. For God's sake. They walk onto the screen side by side, looking at the camera. Somebody got jean jackets on, probably half of them. There you go. Get at the picnic ball. Yeah, guys, I'm not going to do this. Who do you think really is better suited for, Kelly or Brenda? Kelly for sure. That's a dumb question. Obviously, you never saw the show. I did. You never saw the program. I did. Then don't be dumb. Okay, then you're just being dumb. All right, I'm not gonna handle it. All right, that's a wrap. 90210. Taking my pad, and no longer on this show. You really did enjoy it. I loved it. I loved it. I did this. All right, we're live on KFI AM 640. Common Sense left California a long time ago. We're bringing it back.
Are you done? Where is it? I could believe it. I smell the jealous. Hey, go to the world series. Go fuck around. Shut up. Get a good discussion. Go fucking understand the universe. You're all fucking around. Shut up. Shit. I don't want this. That's a regular machine. Sound like the rich person. Fuck, okay. That relation righteousness.
This appears to be the beginning stages of the Innocence Project getting involved. His wife was 8 months pregnant. Her body was found in the San Francisco Bay in April 2003. He was in 2004, sentenced to death in 2005.
Yash.
Turned into life in prison without parole. The city of Beverly Hills was ordered to stop issuing permits for home remodels and renovations until a plan for affordable housing has been approved. The judge last month blocked the city from issuing building permits because it hasn't come up with a sufficient blueprint for affordable housing. Have already appealed the decision, say they're processing permits as normal. The LA Times says, among other upgrades in recent months, the city approved a $100,000 basement spa in a mega mansion owned by the owner of What's That? A guy in Koreatown working with another guy to illegally sell guns has been sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. They provided approximately 10 firearms and a substantial amount of ammunition that was sold by a co-conspirator to an undercover agent. His attorney spokesman co-conspirator took part in at least 8 illegal gun transactions. William Pena sent photos of guns and information on guns for his partner to sell. Partner pleaded guilty to 2 gun charges last year. He'll be sentenced next month. AG Merrick Garland says the police response to the Robb Elementary School mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas was a failure. Garland says the DOJ's review found a series of major shortcomings in leadership, tactics, and training. 33 students and 3 of their teachers. Many of whom had been shot. Were trapped in a room with an active shooter for over an hour as law enforcement officials remained outside. Garland says the families of those killed deserve better. He says 77 minutes after the first officers got to the scene, the shooter was finally killed. 19 kids, 2 teachers were murdered in the 2022 shooting. 10-year-old boy who was bitten by a shark in the Bahamas has returned to his home in Maryland and is recovering in the hospital. They say the child is serious but stable. Worse, says she saw the aftermath of the attack Monday. Everyone was practicing trying to figure out what was going on. It was very chaotic.
Yoshi.
We say the boy was bitten on the leg while participating in an expedition in a shark tank at a resort on Paradise Island. The company says that operates the experience. Says it was the first time that there was a guest-related incident since it opened in who told Israel that he needs to be capable of saying no to his friends. Vowed in a national broadcast to press ahead with the offensive until Israel has a decisive victory over
Okay.
Hamas.
Oh my gosh. John, great job. I loved this episode. I did too. It was one of those sleeper ones that I hadn't watched in years.
That I had forgotten about.
Yeah, and I was cracking up. Oh my gosh, so many memories flooded back for me. All those daycare scenes. Oh, they were so good.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait to talk about them.
I can't wait to talk about them. And there's even more in the shooting draft.
Listen.
So we're gonna share it all with you.
Uh.
Here's a summary.
Oh, yeah.
Dunder Mifflin has officially been bought by a new company, Sabre.
Dog.
Gabe Lewis, the new director of sales, arrives
Dog.
in Scranton and brings with him a
What
list
is
of
it?
changes and new company policies that do
Toby.
not sit well with Michael. Michael seeks advice from a very unemployed David Wallace. Meanwhile, Pam and Jim tour a daycare center, and Aaron and Andy wait for the other to make a move. It is the
No.
I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in that mirror. You don't even know what that's doing. Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology, their experience, but it's nobody I trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I trust their successful stand-up hair from the first season.
You're not finding it?
It's also their top priority with the entire Advanced Hair.
No.
So celebrate the new year with a full head of hair and get a free consultation. You're going to get $250 off and $250 free.
Like this.
Wow. Well, by the way, 844-333 there. 844
Oh, cool, dog.
333.
How's the time?
Discover what meeting your New Year's resolutions will look like before and after photos right there on the website. Advanced Hair.
Yoshi.
Also, Tommy Sky coming in tonight. Local 53. Wow, well, we waiting there during the day tomorrow.
You say that it's the Super Bowl.
That chance of rain's going to linger and move in tomorrow. It's going to linger through the weekend. Stick through Monday, and apparently, maybe not necessarily the chance of getting it, but the worst of it, if we do get it, would be late Sunday into Monday. Right now in Lake Forest, 59, Anaheim, 60, Santa Clarita, 57, Claremont, 56 degrees. Your KFI Monday report. Dow was up today, 202 points. NASDAQ was up 200. S&P was up 42. There's a crash in Elysian Park. It was first reported as a crash, but it looks like it's more like a stall of some kind on the Quiet Freeway southbound Stadium Way. Two little lanes have blocked it down from both fields. Right around the corner in Griffith Park, it is the Quiet Freeway southbound Colorado. Left lane blocked there. It's still back from Alameda. And it is still very slow in Tustin because of the crash. Quiet Freeway southbound right before the 55 and 2 right lane are blocked there. Let's get to there faster. I'm a little cold Friday. To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day. At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM. Have the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line plan, gigabyte data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. It is the Conway Brothers. Hey, Dean Sharp is coming out with us at 6:20. He's always great. And we'll be chit-chatting with them at 6:20. Yeah, we'll talk about building your dream house. Other people would like to do that. So, 6:20. Dean Sharp. Oh, yeah. All right, hybrid work schedules are here to stay. Since the pandemic, a lot of people wanted to stay at home to survive. And now it looks like it's going to be the way the future of business operates.
From the dreaded mute button mistake to a revealing Zoom call. Here on the side. Hybrid work is here to stay. A survey of CEOs found just 4% say they'll prioritize getting workers back in the office full time this year.
4% of companies are going to try to get everybody back. That's crazy.
Bosses more interested in keeping their workers happy than keeping cubicle staff 9 to 5 from Monday to Friday. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the mongoose.
That's great. This is Belly. Occasionally she sticks her audio into these news stories. That's classic, Belly. You didn't think I was going to catch that, did you?
No, sounds like somebody's got a case of the mongoose.
That's the big thing around here.
Most awkward courtship of two people. I was yelling at the TV screen. I was like, one of you just ask the other one out. You're making me crazy. We have so much stuff to share in this episode. I mean, I hope we can get through it all. We better get to it. But before we do, folks, I want you to know Jenna's wearing a poofy flower on her lapel today. Okay, I'm trying this. This is your book look. Oh, and our book is coming out in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, our book is launching into the world, and we need a bunch of outfits, Angela. You know I've been spending weeks and weeks curating outfits because I am not naturally gifted in that area. I never want you to stop trying to put together outfits because now every day, and I'm talking, I mean, almost every day, I get a picture of you in front of your closet and you're like, what about this? I know. And so here's the problem I'm having. I declared that I was going to wear fakey flowers. You sure did. You made a big declaration and it's not working. I'm wearing one today because I wanted you to see. Hear me out. I'm going to stand up. Well, I want you to see what I think is happening here. And I know it's the striped shirt, but I think it's the fakey flower too. Are you ready? Yeah. What does this remind you of? Oh, yeah. You look like a French mime. I look like a Parisian mime. You do. Wait, I need a picture of you doing that. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we're very excited. Our book is coming out in 2 weeks. We can't believe it. I can't promise I'm going to wear a fakey flower, everyone. I'm sorry to disappoint. I'm still trying. You got to have one, Jenna. Just one. I'll work on it. All right. Let's get into fast facts. Fast fact number 1. John Krasinski directed this episode. My gosh. We had a fan question from Alice R. in Italy. No. How was it seeing John Krasinski on the other side of the camera as director? He did an amazing job. He sure did. He was just like a natural. He really was. It was a total pleasure. It was always tricky. What was it going to be like when one of our castmates stepped into directing, particularly because they had to be on both sides of the camera. Like logistically, how does that work? Right. And John was your major scene partner. He was. It was so crazy how we could do scenes together and he would be completely in character as Jim. I felt like I was talking to Jim. But then we would cut and he would have simultaneously observed things and would have notes. I don't know how he did. I don't know how your brain does that. My brain doesn't do that. Some people have that brain though. They just compartmentalize it and then they know how to I'm sort of a one-trick pony. I know. I like to be doing the one thing artistically. I'm real good at the one thing at one time. Well, we reached out to John and he's off right now filming season 3 of Jack Ryan, but he sent in some audio clips. And we're so excited to share them with you. First off, he talked about what it was like to direct the show.
Hi, guys. Wait a minute. How are you on Saber already? That means that it is season 6? You're into season 6? No. Slow down. We need more of this podcast. The world needs more of this podcast. For the love of Pete. That's all I have to say about that. What was it like directing Saber? It was a dream. It was absolutely everything you would wish directing a show like this would be. I personally was terrified because I had to direct all of you. I remember being really, really nervous about that you were my coworkers, but you were my closest friends, you were my family, and here I was thinking I had the audacity to tell you what to do, which incidentally I don't think I did once. I'm not sure I gave one acting note to any of you because I was just in awe watching, sitting back and watching, which really was one of the most special parts about directing the show, was getting to see through a totally unique lens of being behind these monitors the magic that every single one of you brought to each and every moment, whether it was a joke or whether it was an emotional beat. Everyone was just so good at what they did. And of course, as an actor, I always used to love watching everybody play in these scenes, but there were so many scenes that I wasn't a part of. So, getting to, in Saber, to be a part of the hot tub scene with Michael and David Wallace. At the end of the day, I think that directing that episode was a much bigger deal than I even understood or imagined then in that moment. Because the truth is, directing's terrifying. As I told you, I was very nervous to do it on this show. And honestly, if it hadn't been for this episode being such an amazing experience, surrounded by such hugely supportive crew members, cast members, producers, everyone, I don't know that I ever would have done it again. Truly. I mean, I think it was something that I was really excited to experiment with on our show, but never thought that I'd go much further than that in trying to direct anything else.
Can you imagine? Oh man, could you imagine if he didn't keep directing? He's so good. I know. I just love that John got to have this experience on our show for the first time, because you and I know how loving and supportive everyone was. This was true for other people as well. I mean, our editor, Claire Scanlon, has a very successful directing career in television. That started with The Office. That was because Greg was very encouraging of having different department heads step into that role of director, to step out of what they were doing and try this new thing in a really supportive environment. I feel like it launched the directing careers of many people. Randall Einhorn, our cinematographer. Matt Sohn. Yes, so many. And, by the way, the writer of this episode, Jen Salata. Yeah. I was just watching television the other day. I was watching Abbott Elementary, and she directed the episode. I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah. Jen. So many people. Well, listen, speaking of Jen Salata,
Yeah,
there is a great
she's funny.
her and John over on OfficeTelly.com for this episode. I'll share some of what they talked about as we go along. But one of the things that it included were interviews with cast members about John's directing. Oh, really? Yes. So I'm going to tell you what people said. All right. Ellie said, John made me feel confident yet calm, and also made me laugh throughout the entire week. If it isn't too weird a thing to say, I feel like he took very good care of us. Aww. Brian said he was bold, which I thought was cool. He wanted characters to try new things. Kate said, John was a very thoughtful director who created a great tone on set. He really did his homework on all levels. He took his job very seriously, but not himself. Like, he didn't take himself too seriously. That's John. And then Creed said, which one's John? Oh my gosh, Creed. Creed so with the button. So perfect. All right, fast fact number 2. I'll have you know, this was not John's directorial debut. What was? So this might have been the thing that inspired him to keep directing, but it was not his debut. He had written, produced, and directed the film Brief Interviews with Hideous Men, based on the short story collection by David Foster Wallace. I remember this from the time we did the pilot. John loved this book. And I guess he purchased the rights to the book with his first paycheck from The Office. He had always wanted to adapt it. He's so smart like that. I know. He's such a forward thinker. He is. Originally, he was just going to write and produce the film. Did you know John majored in screenwriting at Brown University? I didn't know that. No? Yeah. So he majored in screenwriting, not acting. Writing was really his first love. So anyway, he had the rights, but he couldn't find a director. And I guess it was Rainn Wilson who said to him on set one day, why don't you just direct it yourself? That sounds like Rainn too. Yeah, Rainn is very much the person that's like, why don't you just do it? And you're like, you do it. Okay. Yeah. So I guess Rainn Wilson kind of kickstarted John's directing career.
The next thing he directed was this episode of The Office. Then he directed 2 more episodes of The Office, so 3 total. Then when The Office was over, he directed a movie called The Hollers, and of course, A Quiet Place, which I watched on the plane. Oh, was lady. Crazy? Oh, lady. What did you yell out? Yes, I was like, ah! Like, I'm sure people thought I was crazy. Oh my gosh. Well, you know, his next directorial project is a film called If, and he's reuniting with Steve Carell. Steve's going to be in it. Oh my gosh, we have to go see that together. Let's do it. So one more thing I want to point out before we move on to fast fact number 3, because fast fact number 3 is all Angela. Oh no. So I'm squeezing a little extra information into my fast fact too. Squeeze it. Which is that we need to point out what a very big deal it was for John to direct this particular episode, because he had to establish 2 new major characters in the show. Kathy Bates as Joe Bennett and Zach Woods as Gabe Lewis. And he directed Christian Slater. So this was not just a regular episode of The Office. Right. He had to do the whole Saber video. Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. He had to start a whole new company. He had to establish Saber. That's a big episode to make your directorial debut, my lord. Well, John talked a little bit about it. Here we go.
Introducing Kathy Bates, which was so mind-blowing. The Kathy Bates was not only on our show, but I was her first experience as a director, and for that I will always be apologetic to her. But I remember introducing that character and knowing that, I don't know, feeling a big responsibility that that character was going to be a big part of the show, and bringing along with her was Zach Woods, who I remember from the moment we shot his first stuff, the whole water bottle storyline, he was just so unbelievably funny. He was so reserved in this brand new instrument that we had to play with on the show, a totally different character than anybody else. And yet, whenever he spoke, you couldn't take your eyes off of him. He was always so funny. And I just remember with the big story changes that were happening in the show, I was so nervous to be the one to introduce those 2 characters, and then in the end, I don't know, feel somewhat honored to have been a part of it.
I think those guys were lucky to have John as a director. He's so personable. He puts you so at ease. I mean, listen, all of our directors have a place in my heart. They're all great. But John really does have a gift at like walking into a room and just putting everyone like out of their heads. Do you know what I mean? He's a good connector. He's good at connecting. Yeah. Instantly. All right, Angela. It's you. It's Fast Fact 3. What do you got for me? Okay, here you go. Fast Fact number 3 is courtesy of Joya Balfour. Oh, who, as you guys know, worked for NBC Digital. She shared with us that NBC did an entire website for Saber. The site featured a bio on CEO Joe Bennett, the full Christian Slater video, a section with a company overview, plus it featured all of Sabre's, oh my God, I'm doing it. Plus it featured all of Saber's printer products, a Q&A with Kelly Kapoor in an article titled Print in All Colors. And my favorite section was an employee blog by Scranton accountant Oscar Martinez. And the blog was titled, There's No Accounting for Taste. What? Yeah. And here were a few of his blogs he posted. One was titled Winter Woe. The next one was titled Music Makes the People Come Together and Annoys Me at the Office. Oh my gosh. Lastly, he wrote a blog called A Different Voice. Joya found an archive of the website. The video's not on it, but some of the different elements are. I'll share in stories. It is hilarious. Oh my gosh. I know. I didn't know any of that stuff. I feel like NBC.com, like we've talked about it, they were just sort of ahead of the curve. Yeah. Another thing happening online at this time was a lot of people were very sad to see David Wallace go. And a Save Wallace campaign started online. There was even a contest on OfficeTally.com where you could make a Save Wallace icon. And a bunch of the icons are still up there. I'll put a few in stories. No way. Wow. But yeah, this was a huge episode. We're finally seeing Saber, so NBC really went all out. They were clearly excited about their Thursday night lineup this week because, you know, our favorite announcery guy. He came back and they did a trailer. Here's the trailer that ran the week Saber aired.
Thursday, we're putting the word out. Comedy's new on NBC. Check your email.
I'll mark you as spam.
Who the hell's Pam? With new Community and Parks and Rec.
Look how happy everybody is.
While The Office has been taken over by Kathy Bates and Christian Slater.
You ever tasted a rainbow?
You're probably wondering what's going on. Well, you're not alone.
And here's what to expect when Jen Hooks is on 30 Rock.
The show will have laughter, tears, infections caused by jacuzzi water.
Yep, the comedy's new this Thursday on NBC.
Yep, the comedy is new. I want John to do an impression of that guy.
Yeah, right. Me too. Oh, well, that was wonderful, Angela.
Oh, you're welcome.
You know, I've said before, I think you could always do Fast Fact 3 if you wanna.
Okay.
Happy to give it away.
Happy to give away something you created for yourself.
Something I didn't think about on episode 1 was that there would be, 600 fast facts that I'd have to come up with.
But by episode 115,
Not as easy as it used to be.
I am here for you anytime you need a fast fact assist.
Thank you, lady. You're welcome. Let's take a break and then we'll be back to break down Sabre.
Let's see how Michael opens a box, you guys. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got these Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's
yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
All right, this episode starts with Michael, who is so excited because they have received a huge, large box from Sabre.
their new owners. And he asked Aaron to scissor him. Right. Which means to, I guess, toss him scissors across the room. Throw scissors at him. Pam is the only one that clocks this as disturbing. Yes. We had two fan questions that I loved. The first is from Cessia Z in London, Ontario, Canada, who said, when Michael says that the box is from Sabre to Sabre us, Michael says the us as if he's referring to everyone in the office. But in reality, the us probably means United States. I think that's the funniest thing ever. I loved that. It didn't occur to me until I read this letter that that's what he was doing. Our other bit of mail came from Haley H. in Beaumont, Alberta, Canada, and also many others, by the way, wrote in to say, how did you guys do the bit when Aaron throws the scissors to Michael? Are they fakey scissors? I hope so. Yes, they were fakey scissors. They were made by Phil Shea via the hand prop room. Randy Cordray confirmed that they were rubber, but they looked very real. I remember this about them. They did not open and close. They were
One of the
permanently
best
in
logos
the
I've ever
open
seen.
position. They
Green
were
Bros.
rubber
That's
because they were rubber.
perfect.
Randy said
Red,
that they
orange,
added a
yellow.
special
Perfect.
effects
This is a
sound
perfect
in
logo.
post to make them sound
I love
like
it.
real scissors.
I love it. I love it. I love
So
it.
amazing. I kind of want to go to the hand prop room. What are they making over there? Can we do a factory tour of the hand prop room? I would love nothing more. How does that work? I don't know. You call up and say, I need fakey scissors in the open position. Where do you do it? How does this happen? I bet that's where Phil Shea had the teeny tiny real tennis racket made for my son's Halloween costume when he was a baby. We just have a lot of factory tours, and I can't wait for each one. Hand prop room, we're coming for you. Well, Michael is going to tear into this box with those rubber scissors. Yep. And there is a running joke in my family, lady, that I do it wrong when it comes to opening packages. Do you open it like Michael? I just get it open. I get it open. So that's a yes. So, you know how like some packages come with like a little built-in Ziplocky thing? Yeah. And if you open it correctly, the Ziploc will work? Yeah. I never get it right. Okay. Like that's not going to happen. Or there'll be a big thing that says, peel here. I miss that every time. That's not going to happen. So if something's really like a disaster in the pantry, chances are I opened it. That's very funny. I think you know how I open a box. I mean, probably meticulously along the little perforated line. Well, yeah, because number one, what if I need to reuse it? You know, what if I don't like what's inside and I have to return it? I'm going to need that packaging. Oh, yeah. Or what if I do like what's inside? I'm going to want to break that down and put it in the recycling. You know what I mean? I'll break it down. I mean, it's already broken down by the time I open it. Anyway, when I saw that scene, I was like, Josh, is that me? And he was like, yeah. That's amazing. Yeah. Well, Michael's going to have a great talking head now where he explains that Dunder Mifflin was acquired by an electronics company that Sabre stepped in and saved their butts at the 11th hour. I want to point out that during this talking head at 29 seconds, Chris Workman, who was our first assistant camera operator, is the person who is putting up the Sabre sign underneath the Dunder Mifflin sign in the lobby. That's Chris? That's Chris. Oh, I love that. Well, there was a candy bag talking head alternate. Oh. And it was a must shoot. So we shot this, but it wasn't used. And I just loved it so much. Here was the alt talking head for Michael. Dunder Mifflin was recently bought out by an electronics company named Sabre. Great things come from the South, like chili and Wyoming. Well, now you can add another distinguished name to that list. Michael Rodeo Cowboy Garth Brooks Scott. Where is Wyoming? I don't know. He thinks it's the South. It's not the South. But that's just so funny to me that it's like great things come from the South. Like me and a rodeo and a cowboy and Garth Brooks shouting things out. Chili, Wyoming. At 42 seconds, you see Michael taking everything out of the box. There's the Sabre graphics on each product. That was, of course, created by our graphics designer, Henry Sane. Phil Shea once again used the hand prop room to fabricate the individual product boxes that everything came in. I'm going to stock this place. I'm going to the hand prop room. I know. You know what, Ange? I recently had to do props for my son's 4th grade play. Jenna, you were so excited about it. You left me several messages. You were giddy because it was a play that was set during the gold rush. It was so cool. The class writes the play themselves based on a topic they're learning in class. They were learning about hydraulic mining and government regulations during the gold rush. So that's what they wrote their play about. And I was on the props team, and they needed an old-timey camera and an old-timey typewriter and an old-timey cash register. Guess who I called? Phil Shea. Phil Shea! Phil was like, I know where to send you. You need to go to this place called History for Hire. And they have all old-timey stuff. Like an old-timey telephone, an old-timey like box of cereal, whatever you need. And you like kind of rent it like a library, like how you used to check out a book. Yes. So I go into this place. It's a huge warehouse. It's actually very close to where we shot our show over on Satakoy. I was like, oh my God, this is the greatest museum. I spent like a half hour there just like walking around. It was amazing. Am I going to go into like props? Maybe. I don't know. Does Phil need an assistant, an intern, something? Oh my gosh. A protege? You know what I would love? I would love to show up to a set and you walk out with a tray of different types of like mallard ducks for me to use in my scene. I'm like, Jenna, I'm working with Phil today. I'm working with Phil. We've got a lot of props. And I'm going to use a silver tray because that's how you do it. Yeah. How Phil taught me. Well, this box contains a new printer for accounting, a fax machine for sales, and the thing Michael's most excited about, a scanner. Yes, he immediately starts scanning weird things like a child would. You know, Jenna, I just got so tickled when I saw Michael like playing with the scanner because in my grandmother's early 90s, that's what she wanted for Christmas one year. And we got her a scanner and she was so delighted by it. She had all of these like newspaper clippings and anything that any of her grandkids ever accomplished or were written up about, she had saved them all. And she just started scanning them. She was just archiving. She was archiving in her 90s. Bless her heart. I know. Well, Michael is scanning his little hamster toy. Yeah. Not the same. And that's when Aaron's like, yeah, this box was for a Gabe. It said set aside for Gabe. Yeah, so now they have to get all of the things and they have to put it all back into the box and seal it up. I loved this scene. I loved this scene so much. You and I were recently asked in an interview what we are loving about this rewatch, and I am loving these big ensemble scenes where we all have to do one ridiculous task together. Oh my gosh. Pam and Oscar are trying to put the stuff in the box with everybody weighing in. Amazing. By the way, I want to say at 2 minutes, 14 seconds in the background on the wall, the watercolor is back. Finally, 9 episodes later. Wow, it's back and it will be there. Yay. Hope in a frame on the wall. So now we have the opening credits of this show, and I don't know if you noticed, but we've got a Mr. Ed Helms in there now. Yes. At his desk, we get a quick shot of him. Ryan is no longer holding up his bag of basketball stuff. Instead, we've got Ed Helms at the top. His movie was a very, very big success. Yes. He moved right into those opening credits. Sure did. Well, everyone is very excited. They're waiting for Gabe's arrival, and Pam's like, Michael, what do you want us to do? And he's like, do I have to explain everything? And she's like, yes, because usually we're not on the same page. And then they just all start applauding. And she's like, I'm saying she, it was me. I know. Pam is like, I guess this is what we're doing. We're applauding. Okay. Well, guys, new character alert. Zach Woods played Gabe Lewis. Zach Woods was born in Trenton, New Jersey, and is a graduate of NYU. Is this your bio voice? It is. I will now read a bio. I have a new bio voice. Oh, okay. At age 16, he began performing improv at Upright Citizens Brigade. Doesn't that sound like you could be watching like a montage of his life over this narration? Sort of. Okay. Close your eyes, visualize. Okay, I'm gonna close my eyes.
He has even taught improv at UCB, Columbia, and Duke Universities, as well as at Lincoln Center. In addition to his role on The Office, Zach is well known for his roles on such shows as Veep, The Good Wife, and Silicon Valley. Fan question from Kyle T. in Houston, Texas. Do y'all have a favorite story about working with Zach Woods? Kyle, every story about working with Zach Woods is my favorite. He is one of my favorite people, professionally, personally. He is a gem of a human being.
Cal, I'm gonna tell you right now, he is straight up good people. He is good people. And he's so flippin' funny.
So funny.
He's so funny. And I love improv. You know, that's my background. And I would lose myself in a scene because I would watch him go off script at the right moment. It was never selfish. It was like exactly if we needed something, he was just perfection. I was like beyond impressed with him.
He has a command of language in improv that is like otherworldly. There are some great bloopers of him just talking, and he doesn't stop talking, but he's not even saying jokes. He's just like, it's so funny, and people are dying. We couldn't get through scenes.
Well, he never went for the joke. That's what I mean, that he was patient and
Yes.
not selfish.
Yes.
It's never about the joke. Anyway, we could go on and on. He was wonderful.
Kyle, we loved him.
We loved him. You know, there's a lot in the shooting draft that didn't make it in the script. And there is a scene that starts an accounting runner right here that I wanted to share with you guys.
Oh,
Because it's going to reveal a little bit of Oscar's backstory.
really?
Yes. Okay. Here's a hint. It involves advanced refrigeration.
What?
I know, right? Got you guessing now. In the script, Gabe is on his way up, right?
Yep.
And in accounting, Angela quickly swipes a big stack from Kevin's desk into the trash.
Oh,
Kevin says, "Hey, what are you doing?" Angela says, "This is accounting. It's not your home, your car, or your stomach." Kevin says, "Joke's on you because that was work stuff in there." Angela says, "It was fake work. I gave all the real work to Oscar today." To which Kevin goes, "Hey," and Oscar goes, "Again?"
lady, I remember reading this at the table read, and it was so funny, this idea that Angela gives Kevin fakey work.
Yes. Well, this runner continues throughout the episode. There's 2 more beats to it. I'll share it when it happens.
Oh my gosh, I totally remember that. Well, listen, once Gabe does come into the office, he is presented with a platter of Scranton hot dogs.
My favorite part of this beat was watching Rain as Dwight try to figure out where to set the hot dogs down.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no place to set them down.
We got a fan question from Sophia in Maryland about that. Sophia wanted to know when Dwight awkwardly placed on the floor in front of Gabe, was this scripted or improvised? Sophia, that was scripted.
Mm-hmm.
You were watching just Rainn Wilson do some brilliant execution of a scripted moment. I became curious about this pride that Dwight had over the fact that these were Scranton hot dogs. I wondered, is there something that I don't know about
Yeah, is there a Scranton dog?
Pennsylvania and
Yeah.
hot dogs? Well, according to Pennsylvania Eats, they have an article called the Pennsylvania Hot Dog Bucket List. You can just travel through Pennsylvania eating hot dogs. And here's what it said. For an old school hot dog experience in Scranton, look no further than Coney Island Lunch, where it's all about Texas wieners, which are a bit different than your standard hot dog. Using a 93-year-old recipe, Coney Island Lunch makes its hot dogs with a Burke's all-beef wiener on a National Bakery roll, topped with Dusseldorf mustard, fresh diced onions, and its famous chili sauce, which is also available for sale by the pint or quart. Though not quite traditional, you can also top yours with cheddar cheese sauce, sweet relish, and sauerkraut. Beloved in the region, this lunch counter's Texas wiener was named 3rd best in the USA. Wow. By Fox News, and it was also ranked on the Daily Meals list of the 35 best hot dogs in America. So I guess Scranton is making the dogs.
So this was true.
True.
As everyone's applauding for Gabe, Gabe applauds right back and says, "And to you."
Amazing.
Amazing moment.
And Michael says, we're so excited to meet you. We've even prepared a song for you. Yes, to which Gabe says, oh, I'm going to record it and put it on the Saber website. And immediately Michael looks at everyone and goes, Saber. Saber. And everyone's like, oh, Saber. Saber. Well, it's not going to be enough time for Andy and Aaron to adjust their song that they've planned. It is amazing, this song. It is a song parody to the tune of Party in the USA by Miley Cyrus. I thought we should listen to it.
Hopped off the train in Scranton, PA, and had a cloudy gray afternoon. Jumped in the cab, we walked for the first time. To the right, and you see the Electric City sign. This is gonna be a good day.
Sabre.
Saber.
Saber. Thunder Myth and Saber. So
Sabre. Yeah. And the is a part of Sabre. Sabre.
Oh my God, it makes me laugh
That's
so
a
hard.
beautiful voice.
They're really good, too. I know they are. We had a fan question from Rachel S. in Benton, Arkansas, who wrote the Saber song to the tune Party in the USA. Rachel, it was scripted by our writers Warren Lieberstein and Halstead Sullivan. Remember, those are the guys who wrote Koi Pond. Now, Jen Salata shared that they also had to write lyrics to 2 other songs because they didn't know what song was eventually going to get cleared. So I guess they wrote lyrics to I Got a Feelin' by Black Eyed Peas and Surfin' in the USA by the Beach Boys. But they did eventually get the rights to Party in the USA. It's something called song parody rights, and it costs $23,000. Well, I texted Warren about this, and I was like, how did you guys get assigned to writing this? And he said, Halstead and I both sang a cappella in college, and we were a little nerdy about it. This was before Pitch Perfect made a cappella nerdy cool. So the writers kind of knew us as that. We always jumped at the chance to write lyrics for anything. It was just fun for us. Lady, both your ex-husband and your current husband sang a cappella in college. I know. There's a thread to follow there. I know. Although when I was in college, I didn't know anyone that did a cappella. Aka what? Aka what? Well, lady, thanks to our writer's assistant, Rob Burnett, I was able to get a hold of the Surfin' in the USA version of the Sabre song. And Cassie had her friend Yaki Margulies, who is an actor, musician, and big Beach Boys fan, record it for us. Here it is.
We'd like to welcome our new host from Tallahassee way. Thanks for making the long trip to Thunder Myth and PA. Have a coffee and donut. Take off your coat and stay. Over there, that's Phyllis. She's working for Sabre. Back there in the annex.
Are you fucking serious?
Kevin, Oscar, and Angela, and others are they. And everyone on the sales team, premier and the are happy to be working for Sabre. We're happy to be working for Sabre. Happy to be working for Sabre. Happy to be working for Sabre.
I mean, that is an amazing Brian Wilson impression. It's so good. It's so stinking good. And Warren and Halstead had to write all those lyrics for that. I know. And talk about small world. I know, Yaki. I know. So he officiates bar and bat mitzvahs, and he officiated a bat mitzvah that you were at in Ojai, like very recently, 3 weeks ago. That's crazy. He's wonderful. That was so great. Yaki, thank you. Well, Jim is being just adorable new dad. He's map-quested directions, even though it's just a few minutes away, to their appointment to look at a daycare. Pam and Jim are going to tour daycares. Can I say something? What? In this scene,
Yes, Jim is being adorable, but at 5 minutes and 9 seconds, that fuzzy, eyes
You ever
half
take a look?
closed, frizzy hair photo of Pam is very clearly on Jim's desk. What is that? What is that? I don't know. It is so bizarre to me that this is a photo that has made its way into a frame ever and is so prominently on Jim's desk. Maybe that's the young gal he fell in love with. That frizzy hair. She can't open her eyes all the way. No. She's constantly mid-blink. My sister Billy rarely has her eyes open in any photo. I don't know. I'll let it go, but it's there. Pam and Jim have a talking head where they explain that they have found a very highly rated local daycare. It's very hard to get into, so they have to go in for an interview. Yeah, and I think Jim has his first dad pun, where he says, if not, there's always the army, the infantry. He's so ready to be a dad. Dad pun! Way to go. Well, there was an alt Jim Pam talking head that was in the shooting draft. It was a must shoot. I have to read it to you. It made me laugh. Okay. Pam says, we found a great local daycare, but it's really hard to get into. Jim says, ideally, we would have called the moment we conceived. Pam says, but usually you fall right asleep. Whoa. Okay. Some TMI there. Yeah. About Jim and Pam. I know. That was a must shoot. So you shot that. It exists somewhere. Wow. That is so much more than we need to know about their private life, I think. I have noticed in the shooting draft, whenever we get to the alts, that sometimes they do peel back a layer to Jim and Pam, and they always back away from it. They always end up not picking it. Well, now we're going to go into the conference room, and Gabe is going to play an introduction video. It is a video about the new company that has acquired them, Saber, and it is starring Christian Slater as Christian Slater. I know. Michael has never been more impressed. Oh, now he's so excited about this company. Oh, yeah. I thought we needed to hear it.
So you've just been bought by Saber. Probably had a lot of questions. Hi, I'm Christian Slater. What's it like to work for Saber? Let's find out together. Working at Saber means taking on the challenge, the road that rises to meet you. Saber, respecting the past, but opening the window to the future. Have you ever tasted a rainbow?
You ever tasted a rainbow?
Saber? You will.
You will. You ever tasted a rainbow?
You'll find it easy to embrace the Saber spirit. Welcome. We're very excited to go on this journey
You
with
ever
you.
tasted a rainbow?
Okay, can I say something? This video opens with the line, so you've just been bought by Saber. How many companies have they bought? That's what I want to know. Like, is this something they made just for this acquisition, or is this like a thing they have? No, they've bought so many companies and had odd transitions, they had to make the video.
We're
That's
going
my
to start
theory.
on the chili
Well, we
side.
got a lot of
TGI
mail, a
Fridays,
fan
TGI
mail
Big.
flurry asking, how did we get Christian Slater to star in this crazy video? Well, I found an interview that Christian Slater did for Entertainment Weekly about his experience on our show. Here's what he had to say. John Krasinski directed the episode, and he and I sort of know each other from different types of events, and he's a really nice dude. He called my agent and was wondering if I'd be available to do this fantastic PSA on Saber, the company that bought Dunder Mifflin. And somehow it worked out with the schedule. It was kind of incredible. Wow, so John did it. John made it happen. Way to go. Well, John sent in an audio clip about what it was like to work with Christian Slater. Here it is.
One of the greatest memories for me in directing this episode was directing that industrial video for Saber. I mean, just being on set with Christian Slater was a pretty big highlight of my career. Not only was he one of my favorite actors growing up, but he was the nicest human being and was such a big fan of the show. And you could tell he actually just exuded this excitement to be on set, totally understood the joke and knew what he was doing. And it was just so much fun.
Well, Randy Cordray also shared with us that Christian Slater was a dream to work with, a total professional, cordial, friendly, and engaging with everyone on set. And Randy said, when we wrapped his work, I witnessed Christian giving up his seat in a courtesy shuttle van so that the entire hair and makeup team could travel together. Well, that's a Steve Carell move right there. I know, so classy. We did not get to meet Christian Slater. We didn't get to work with him. We were so bummed. We were majorly bummed because everyone was talking about what a nice guy he was. Well, we got a fan question from Natasha in Wales. Where was the Christian Slater sequence shot? Was it close by? I got a location breakdown from Randy Cordray. Do it. The interior shots, including the cafeteria, which, by the way, I asked Randy, was that the IKEA cafeteria? It really looks like my IKEA cafeteria. It really does. We go to the same one. I was like, where are the meatballs? That looks like the cafeteria. He said no. They were filmed at the Lakeview Corporate Center in Westlake Village, California. Randy said that they were mostly unoccupied at the time, so we were able to dress them to look like whatever we needed. We made that cafeteria. The exterior shots were shot at the Baxter Building. Randy complimented our locations manager, Kyle Alexander, because he was able to find these two spots right next to one another. It made it really easy to shoot those sequences in one day. And John shared that when they got to the location, that exterior location, there was a pond in front of the building, and it had a bunch of ducks in it, like 30 ducks. And John was super excited. He absolutely loved this detail, so he put Christian Slater's opening shot right in front of the pond with the ducks. But right before they were about to shoot, one of the location guys got into the pond because they were trying to get the ducks to come just a little bit closer to camera. Yes, but guess what? All the ducks flew away. They were like, get out of our pond, mister. John was so bummed. And then our writer, Jim Salata, shared that Greg Daniels pitched that line, have you ever tasted a rainbow? Oh my gosh, so brilliant. That was from Greg. It was even used in the promo that you played. They did have some alts, like, have you ever tasted a smile? But ultimately they kept the rainbow line. They also experimented with different things that Christian Slater could be doing on that line. Like at one point, I guess they had him carrying around a giant basket of fruit. But they loved him picking up the sandwich. Yeah. I mean, they must have had so much fun shooting. They were just doing these weird, absurd things. And Christian was playing it so straight the whole time. It's amazing. Well, in the Entertainment Weekly article he did, the interviewer asked him if he ad-libbed anything, commenting that the thumbs up at the end was classic. Oh, here was Christian's response. The thumbs up was a spontaneous moment. I just kind of thought, what would be the cheesiest thing to do? John wanted it to really look like Kathy Bates paid for this actor to come in and directed him on what to do behind the scenes. So I just kept thinking, what would Kathy Bates tell me to do? I love that motivation. Of course, Kathy Bates is Joe Bennett. As Joe Bennett, exactly. Yes. Well, we had a fan question from Fiona L. in Melbourne, Australia. Our fan questions are very international today. Well, actually, Fiona has something to tell us, which is that Christian Slater does ads very similar to the Saber introduction video. They are for HP Wolf Security. They seem very tongue-in-cheek, especially because he's done this Saber video. I've never seen this commercial. I want to say thank you, Fiona, for sending me down the rabbit hole that is the Wolf HP web series. It was a web series that they launched in 2017 starring Christian Slater. They're called The Wolf, and I think Christian Slater is the wolf because he howls in it. What? He howls. He walks through companies, kind of like he does in the Saber video. You know, like he walks through the conference room while a meeting is happening. And all the while he is highlighting how easily it would be for him to hack in to this company's printer or their computer. He sort of narrates as he's walking through. I pulled a clip.
Sheep never realizes a wolf around until it's too late. And they do exactly what the wolf expects them to do. They run into each other, fall down, they become dinner. Time to eat. You got no idea I use my phone to hack the OS and put printer over there. And why would they? Not one printer in this place has built-in all our protection. Now, they're all busy watching a little something I threw up with the control panel. Just look at your screen. I can intercept all their print jobs until I find the info I'm looking for. Oh, today's somebody's birthday. Perfect. Really good stuff is upstairs. The kind of stuff that would destroy any future this grand financial institution could hope to have.
Do you hear all the sheep noises? They're because all those people, the workers, they're just sheep. They're just and he's wolfing, you know? And then he howls.
Oh, not the moon, baby.
That is the most dramatic, over-the-top corporate commercial I think I've ever heard. Like, we only could hear it. Sam and I are dying laughing. Like, we don't have a visual, like, just like you guys listening. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I mean, you guys, each one is like a few minutes long. It was a whole series.
Oh my gosh. And I love, like, really dramatically when he's like, they have no idea. I just hacked in.
Yeah.
To their phone.
Well, listen, I didn't know that you could hack into a printer until I watched this video. That's what he's doing in this clip. He's hacking
Anything can
a
be
printer.
hacked. Anything can be hacked, guys.
I learned something. And I guess they just re-upped this campaign. So look for it.
Well, remember years ago when we found out that you could hack someone's camera in their computer? And so then we started putting Post-it notes over our cameras.
Over our camera. I know, everyone, you should do that. You should put a Post-it note over the little camera in your computer.
Right, or a piece of tape or what have you.
Yes, because we read that article where you can hack into it and then people just watch you in your house. How creepy.
It's
That's what I do right now,
Super
baby.
creeper.
That's
All right,
what you're
so
doing.
back to
That's
the
what y'all
conference
doing.
room.
Fuck you.
Gabe has shown the video. People are digesting it. Jim has a sarcastic talking head about it.
With a great impression by John Krasinski.
Very good. Well, you know he's good at the impressions. Well, now Gabe is going to explain that Sabre primarily sells printers. So he wants everybody to consider themselves printer salesmen who also sell paper.
And the West,
Michael doesn't like
they
this.
also sell the West.
It's about to get worse for Michael,
And the
though.
West.
Gabe then starts going over all the new company policies. At 6 minutes 58 seconds, Meredith yells, "Talk about vacation days!" Such a odd heckle from Meredith. This was a much longer scene where everyone shares about their vacation days. And Jenna, it just cracked me up. I want to share a little bit with you. Meredith says, "I saved up days from last year. I want to go to Jamaica." And then she stands up, rolls her hips, and says, how Meredith got her groove back. Okay. Stanley has a talking head where he says, "I need those vacation days. I have two women. One likes to ski and one likes the tropics. It's very difficult, but I am not complaining or asking to be judged. I just need some time off." Okay. And then Michael says, "What if you've been saving up for days like a big trip in the future, like a 40-day family safari?" Oh, Michael. Gabe says, "I'm sorry, but maybe you could look into a 2-week safari for your family." And Michael says, "You can't take 12 kids on a safari in only 2 weeks." And Stanley says, "You can if they're imaginary." Oh, my God. And then Kelly explains she actually owes the company days because she tried out for American Idol and took time off. She went to Atlanta, Boston, and Cincinnati, and she did not advance. These are amazing. I know, but here's my favorite part. This scene would have ended with a line from Creed, and I am so bummed it got cut. While they're talking about their vacation time and whether it will roll over or not for Sabre, Meredith sees the IT guy, right? Yes. And she says, "Hey, who the hell's going through our stuff?" And Creed says, "Oh, that's just Sam. He's with me." What? And then Gabe goes, "Actually, that's Nick, your new IT guy." And then the scene progresses as aired. But I just love that Creed thought he knew this guy. He's like, "Oh, that's Sam. He's with me."
Well, here is something that a lot of people flagged. When we cut over to Nick, the new IT guy, many people noticed that it is the same person who was giving graphic design career advice to Pam at the job fair.
Yeah.
I asked Randy about this, and he said, well, now, Job fair was not on his watch, but he did remember that a lot of the writers really, really loved this actor who, by the way, Nelson Franklin, who previously appeared in Job Fair, and they just decided, we don't care. We're going to bring him back because this is now an arc. He's going to appear in 4 episodes as Nick. He's really an amazing comedic actor. You've probably seen him on Blackish, Veep, Arrested Development, and Angela, you know him because you guys were both on Black AF together. We were. It was just the craziest little office reunion. Ken Cropus directed our episode. Nelson and I played writers in a writer's room. It's so funny. So funny. And then Rashida plays Kenya's wife, and we all were there on the same day. Well, we had a blast. Nelson's great. I was excited he got to come back. Me too. I really liked him. His character is going through our computers, and he's going to put up like blockers so that we can't waste time on certain websites. I mean, when he says YouTube, it looked like Michael pooped himself a little. Very upset. But wait, there's more. It doesn't stop there. Gabe has even more new policies. But before we do that, I think we should take a break. I need to use the restroom. Okay. You're not going to argue with me. I appreciate it. I will never argue with you for having to pee. You know this about me. It's one of our company policies. Pee whenever you need to. Go to the bathroom, you go to the bathroom. That's right. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. Yeah. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, hint, or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. We are back. My bladder is empty. Your bladder is empty and I ate half a donut. So on brand for you, lady. Someone brought donuts today. It was my happiest moment of my day so far, but only half of it. You only ever eat half of anything. That's right. Well, listen, Gabe is in the conference room, and his next new announcement is that he is going to give each employee an aluminum Saber water bottle. This is going to eliminate the need for plastic. It's going to be really good for the environment. But Michael is upset. He's like, what about my little cups? Like my little cups I drink the water out of. He drinks 20 a day. Now, here's the thing that I think is kind of brilliant. Because Gabe says, I bet you can fit those 20 little cups into your water bottle. And Michael says, But what about the 20 little trips that I take to the water cooler each day where he scans the office, or his 20 little conversations with Stanley? Poor Stanley. Stanley's like, I can let go. All this time, Stanley, like unbeknownst to us, he's having 20 conversations a day with Michael because he sits by the water cooler. I'm surprised he hasn't moved the water cooler personally, that Stanley didn't move it like back into the annex. Or I'm surprised Stanley hasn't requested to like trade seats with Creed. Truly. Well, he likes his relationship with Phyllis. We know that. That's his work wife. I just want to say, I think it's actually a little genius. The trip to the water cooler as a managerial technique. I was like, oh, smart. If Michael really wanted to manage people, he just gets bored. That's true. It's probably driven from another place. Well, at 7 minutes, 28 seconds, if you look at the Sabre water bottle, that was made by Clean Canteen. Oh, little tidbit from Randy Cordray. And they also applied the logo that was designed by Henry Sane. I guess there were many, many variations of the Sabre logo that Greg and Paul had to choose from, and that's the one they picked. Jenna, yeah? The whole time I was watching this scene, all I could remember was we did this. We did this! Yes! Paul Lieberstein made us all drink out of these canteens. Yes! And I was like, wait, I know I have something in my digital clutter about this. Some email saying that we were getting rid of plastic water bottles. I knew I had something in my digital clutter about this. Sam? Angela's digital clutter. Oh my God. So Jenna, we all got an email during this time that there wouldn't be plastic water bottles on set. Yes. That we were all getting a stainless steel water bottle. Yep. That said Dunder Mifflin on it. Yep. And we were going to refill them throughout the day. So Jenna, you remembered so quickly it was Paul. I couldn't remember if it was Paul or Brent because I remember Brent was very much about being healthy and eco-friendly. Yes. I texted Brent. Brent, was this you? He was like, no, I'm pretty sure it was Paul. So then I emailed Paul and I said, Paul, I know we did this, right? I found in my digital clutter. Was this your idea? And was it also part of the inspiration for Gabe and his Sabre water bottles? And this is what Paul had to say. Paul said, yes, I tried to get us to be plastic free. It worked for a little while. I remember that too. It was very short lived. I know. He said, as far as it being an intended storyline for Gabe, he doesn't have a clear memory that that was specifically a Gabe storyline, but in general, so much of what was happening around us was inspiration for the show. All right, it was probably connected, but I was like, oh my gosh, we did this. Do you know what I remembered? What? Standing in line to refill it. There literally was a line. Yes. Well, you know, Paul told me that this was sort of a craze that was happening during this time. Companies were really trying to limit plastic use. And so he wanted us to be a part of that, you know? Yes. I do think it's a great idea, but I think you need more than one refill jug area. That probably would have helped. That would have helped. Well, Michael has a talking head about all this where he says, okay, there's a small part of him that's excited about the new company, but 70% of him is water. And at the end of this talking head, he says that he thinks these changes suck ball. Because you know what he was going to say. Sucks balls. It was so funny. I guess cutting off the end of Michael saying balls was an idea that John had. He came up with it in editing with Dave Rogers. And I love their take on this. So what they were saying was that obviously Michael completed his sentence. But they imagined that when the documentary aired, that the documentarians would have left in all of the footage, but the network running the documentary would have to cut it off. Right. Because of, you know, standards and practices. And he said they based that on the amount of times that we had to cut things or change things because of standards and practices. Every episode, probably. Very realistic. Well, listen, Angela, you mentioned the line to fill their water bottles. And while Michael is in line, Toby's getting water and it runs out. Toby says we kicked it, which cracked me up. Me too. I wrote it down at 8 minutes, 45 seconds. That's what you say when a keg runs out, right? I know. Well, what does that tell us about Toby? Well, I think what does it tell us about Paul? Because I've bought a pony keg with Paul. never used that language because I've never purchased a keg and I've never had a beer out of a keg.
Oh man.
I'm not a beer person.
Listen.
Now I'll do a flavored ale or a cider beer.
A really, really cold keg and like getting a beer out of a super cold keg is great, especially like on a hot day. Maybe you put one, you know, at second base because you're playing softball with friends, and if you make it to second base, you get a beer and you get a little tooted while you're waiting to run into home plate. That cold beer out of the keg, it's amazing.
I mean, that sounds miserable to me. You drink some beer and then you have to run on your sloshy beer stomach.
Have you seen like co-ed softball, like with a group of friends? This is not like
you have lived part
real
of life
athleticism.
that I haven't lived. You've had all these experiences, and to me, it's like you lived in a foreign land.
A foreign land of softball and beer?
Yeah, I have no like frame of reference for that. I know you and Lee bond over this stuff all the time. Is this a Texas thing? I mean, I was doing it in Missouri.
No.
Where was I? What was I doing during this time?
This was just like a hip young person out in the world.
I've never been a hip young person.
Well, that's true.
I've been a 65-year-old woman since the day I was born.
It's true, and I love you for it.
Thank you, lady.
As I stare at your big fake flower that's on your lapel.
I know it's not working. I know it's not working. I wore it in today because I wanted to prove to you that this cannot happen on our book launch tour. It can't. Look at me. It's ridiculous.
You never had.
Is water coming out of this flower? Squirt, squirt. It's borderline clownish. It can't happen.
You never had to prove it to me. I've known it from the beginning.
Well, I needed to prove it to myself.
All right.
Where are we?
Well, Toby has just kicked the water cooler.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, now Michael's going to confront Gabe. He's going to say, listen, I don't mean to seem ungrateful, but I am really struggling to embrace some of these changes, such as all of them. Gabe says it's kind of above his pay grade. He can't really change any of the policies, but he'll see what he can do. And now, Pam and Jim are going to enter the daycare center.
All of these scenes were absolutely delicious. I loved watching them.
We had a fan question from Alice R. in Italy. Where did you shoot the daycare scenes? Was it a real daycare? Did you make any changes? Lady, did you recognize it?
No.
Okay, well, it's called Sandbox Daycare. We made that up. That's not even a real daycare in Scranton. We shot this at Peekaboo Playland in Eagle Rock, California. Did you not take Isabel to Peekaboo Playland? Was that after she was a toddler? This was all the rage when my kids were little.
Eagle Rock's far from me.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, we had tons and tons of playland type places right by me, so I never needed to venture this far.
Well, you know, when I did this episode, I didn't have kids, but then when I was rewatching it, I was like, it's Peekaboo. It's Peekaboo Playland. I've spent so many days in this space.
See, the one by me is the Coop. I spent tons of time at the Coop.
I've been to the Coop. Yeah. All right. So there's a big twirly slide in the middle. Yep. There's like a tree house around the curly slide. It's the cutest dang thing. When we get there, Jim and Pam are totally charmed, except Jim accidentally walks in on the daycare director who is using the little kitty toilet.
Those toilets are so low to the ground.
Well, they need to be because the little children.
I know, but seeing a grown man on it really did. I was like, oh my God. John sent us in an audio clip of what it was like to shoot in the daycare. Here's what he had to say.
My other favorite memory from that episode was the interview at the daycare center. Jenna, as we've talked about many times, and I won't embarrass you on your own show, I apologize, but not really. Truly some of my favorite memories in all of my career were getting to do scenes with you, period. But especially those scenes where the two of us were sort of stuck in it together, that we were both in something that we had to get out of together. I remember very specifically your line reading when I came out from seeing Jerry in the bathroom. And I said, I just saw someone in the bathroom. And you very earnestly ask, who was it? Who was it? And then you quickly digress as your brain realizes, oh, it was definitely the guy that we're about to interview. And your line reading of who was it? Who was it? Was it the guy who's going to interview us? It was so funny, and I don't know that I had a good enough take of my reaction to you. In fact, do I physically bail out after you say that to me? Man, that really made me laugh. I seem to remember going through, I don't know, 10, 12 takes of just not being able to keep it together. That was a total giggle fest day. For me, you were always more professional, but I was in full giggle fest mode. And shout out to my friend Joey Slotnick, who played Jerry. I was so excited to get him on the show, and he absolutely crushed it. That gesture he does in the bathroom where he silently raises his hand, but there is nothing said between the two people. Just utter shame and embarrassment and guilt. He was so great on that show, and I just remember yet again just getting to watch those scenes and not have to give any notes.
All right, so I just have to say, I totally remember that. Yes, John, you do physically bail out of the scene. But also, you know what? I really appreciate him saying that he liked shooting these scenes with me, because I think there's often a lot written about our romantic chemistry on screen, but we had a really special comedic chemistry together. And I feel like this storyline really highlights that. We were great partners all around. I agree. And I loved what John said about when you guys were both in a sticky situation together. Yes, I loved it. And, you know, John mentioned Jerry, the daycare director, was played by Joey Slotnick. He was a really good friend of John's. He had also been in John's movie, Brief Interviews with Hideous Men. But Joey had actually auditioned for this part through Allison Jones. I guess he'd auditioned for other roles on the show. And when this role came up, she thought of him, and she knew he was John's friend. But you might recognize Joey from the TV shows Alias, Boston Public, The Single Guy, or Nip Tuck. He was also in the movies Twister and The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, which, by the way, is one of my favorite movies, directed by Ben Stiller. Well, I met Joey years ago. When I first came to Los Angeles, my friend got me a job just for one season being a stand-in on The Single Guy. I didn't know you were a stand-in. Yeah, just for one season. Still, it was so cool. What a great way to learn the ins and outs of a 4-camera show. Yes, you know, I did background work for years when I first came out. Same. A great way to just sit on a set and observe how it works. So by the time I finally booked a role and I had a line, I was like, oh, I know the flow. Like, I know some of the language. Yeah. I know this world. And in 4-camera, stand-ins walk through the role while they're lighting. They say the lines, they go to the mark. It was such a great education, and Joey was so nice to everyone. That's my memory of him. Well, we got some mail asking, why aren't there any kids at this daycare? Right. Well, there actually were. The kids were staged doing a little story time, but they were over to the side. So when Pam and Jim arrive, there was a mini scene of the kids doing story time, and Pam and Jim have a little aw moment. And then John actually directed me when he was going to walk to the bathroom to go up to the little tea set and just be like pretending like I was a kid doing tea, and I was like so charmed. And Jen shared that they really like just following me and John rather than cutting away and showing the kids. So they actually edited out that story time bit for time because they just liked staying with our enthusiasm over the daycare center. Oh yeah, I agree. You guys are just so delighted to be new parents. And I loved the line when Jim says, oh, cubbies, I forgot about cubbies. Yes, because that's really how it is when you have kids. All of these memories come back to you. It's true. Well, right after this Jim and Pam scene at the daycare would have been the second part of this accounting runner. The one where Angela's giving fake work to Kevin? Yes. I love it. All right. So it reads, interior Vance refrigeration. Kevin approaches a desk where an older man is sitting. Kevin, excuse me, are you Todd? The old man says yes. Kevin says, I'm Kevin. I'm an accountant at Dunder Mifflin. Todd says, oh, you must know Phyllis. She's great. Kevin says, Phyllis is, but I didn't come all the way over here to talk about Phyllis. Kevin closes the door on the cameras. What's happening? What's happening? Dun, 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 dun. Wow, I know. Part 3 is coming up. Well, this is the part of the show where we're going to see Andy and Aaron flirting in the kitchen. So awkward. So awkward.
I wanted to point out that I really loved how during this scene, Andy pulls a pizza out of the fridge, and it's in an Alfredo's Pizza Cafe pizza box. You know Phil Shea was all over that. It's the details. It's in the details. The prop protege in me noticed these things. Saw that. Yes. I'm learning. I'm always learning. You're always learning. The next scene between Gabe and Joe Bennett on the computer is so good. And we meet Joe Bennett. Yes. Randy told me that we shot this in real time. No way. Yes, they set up a little Joe's office set right outside our main office stage. It's where our lunch tables would normally be. We shot it using Skype. Remember Skype? Yeah. It was like the first Zoom. I remember this because Pam did some of these Skypes when she was at art school. And this internet at our studio could be really troublesome. And Randy told me they had to create an entirely new network just to make this Skype work with Kathy Bates. And everyone in the cast and crew had to turn off their computers and put their phones on airplane mode just to get the signal strong enough. Yes. Otherwise, it would break up. I totally remember that. Well, during this scene, Michael is lurking behind the laptop, and eventually Gabe is going to turn the computer around, and Joe Bennett is going to be like, what's up? Yeah, hey, Philip. She kind of tries to whistle. It's not a weak whistle. It's not a full whistle. It's okay, though. It's okay. Michael says that he doesn't want to do these changes, but Joe says she hasn't seen a company this poorly managed since her grandson's snowball company. Michael says, you know what? Maybe I could speak to Christian Slater. I bet he would know what to do. Michael! Come on! I mean, Michael, do you think Christian Slater is there? He's not there, Michael. He thinks he now works with Christian Slater. He does. He's imagining the Christmas party. Yeah. Joe says, why don't you take till the end of the day to decide if you can apply these changes? And Michael's like, I don't need to think about it. I know I can. And then she says, I think you should take till the end of the day. And then it becomes very clear that if the answer isn't yes, then you're out. Yeah. God, it's great managing. I mean, I know. Joe Bennett is your kindred spirit. It's true. Michael's going to drive out of the parking lot, but not before he tosses his aluminum Sabre water bottle out the window. Yes, and it hits Stanley's windshield, of course. I asked Randy Cordray, how did we do this broken window gag? And he said that the windshield was pre-broken. I don't know if you noticed, but you don't ever see the water bottle hit the windshield. You hear it, and then he drives by and you see it's broken. They did that because it was just too hard for Steve to throw a water bottle with such force that it would actually crack a windshield. And accuracy, if we learned anything about that watermelon on the trampoline. Oh my gosh, so many takes of watermelons. Randy said they just added a sound effect in post-production and it really works. Back at the daycare, Jerry, the daycare director, is going to introduce himself. Oh my gosh, Jenna, John's performance is so good in this scene. Of course, he gives Pam a look like, yeah, that's the guy. That's the one I walked in on. And he cannot pull it together. He keeps putting his foot in his mouth. Jerry goes to take a call and Pam's like, listen, you need to get it together. So John said that he doesn't remember giving any pieces of direction, but he did give me a piece of direction in this scene. And I was so delighted to get it. He said that I should try saying that line. And that's the most awkward solution to the problem. Like a game show host might say it. Oh, isn't that a fun thing to play with? It is, and it was very not sort of what Pam normally sounds like. I loved it. I did too. I thought it was so funny. So let's continue on here. And Pam and Jim are going to be sitting in Jerry's office and they're having their interview. Oh my God, the scene is so good. It's so funny. It's so funny. Everyone plays every moment perfectly. Jim is going to ask about switching some holiday time. Yeah, what's their flexibility when it comes to, vacation time? And Jerry says, you know what? If you get in, we can discuss that. And Pam was like, is this because he walked in on you in the bathroom?
She just calls it out. She does exactly what Jim was going to do. And she was like, no, don't do that. That'd be awkward. But clearly it needs to be said. Right. I'm with Pam here. And Jerry's like, you told her? Like Jim and Jerry don't even know each other, but Jim broke some guy code.
I know. I love it because Pam is like, I mean, it seems like this isn't going well, but it should be going well because we're really nice people. And Jerry says, you know what? Have you ever considered that you're not as charming as you think you are?
Ouch. Whoa. Ouch.
And Pam's like, no. Pam's like, I think we are as charming as we think we are. And Jim's like, why didn't you just lock the door? Yeah. And he's like, there's no lock because of the kids. Well, I'll have you know I've been in that bathroom at that daycare center. There is a lock. It's up real high.
Right.
That's what you do.
Right.
Put it up real high.
That they can't reach it. My all-time daycare favorite moment might be at the end of the scene when Jim says, anyone could have walked in there. And Jerry just goes, story time. Story time is when Jerry poops every day.
Yeah.
No one's around.
No one's coming
It's
in
story
during
time.
Well, I'll have you know, at 15 minutes, 25 seconds, you can see kids out the door over John's shoulder. So they are there. Just proof of child.
Proof of child.
Also, this whole storyline of Jim walking in on the guy in the bathroom was based on a real life moment.
This is so good, Jenna. You have to tell it.
From our writer, Halstead Sullivan. Halstead and Warren both brought so much of their personal stuff. I know. Halstead said he was on a college tour with his father and they were visiting Williams College in Massachusetts. And the admissions office was a small house that had been converted into offices. And while Halstead was waiting for his interview, he decided maybe he should run to the bathroom really quickly. So he went to the bathroom, which he described as just a typical bathroom that you would find in any house. He opened the door and he said, quote, he was suddenly face to face with a man sitting on the toilet who said, hello. Halstead said, I am so sorry. Closed the door, went back to wait for his interview. A few minutes later, when he was escorted to his interview, the man from the toilet was his interviewer. No. Yes.
Oh my Lord.
Halstead said he was only 17 at the time, and he couldn't get out of his head during the interview. It's all he could think about was that this was the man from the toilet. He said he assumed that he flubbed the interview, so he didn't even end up applying to the school.
Oh, he didn't even apply?
No, he just scratched it off his list. He said years later, he pitched it as a storyline on The Office, to which I said, I just love how you guys brought these real life moments from your life, how they make their way onto the show. And he said, you know what? You make all kinds of confessions when it's midnight and you're just trying to think of a story so you can go home. And I thought, what fun would it be to be in the writer's room at midnight a.m.
11:45 it goes down.
What is being told? What is being said?
So much.
Well, Michael has decided to go to the one man he thinks has all the answers, David Wallace. And he says he doesn't like him stopping by unannounced, but who does? Except today, David Wallace is thrilled to see Michael. So happy. He answers the door. He's unshaven. His son is playing drums in the background. And David's like, come on in. Let's have lunch. Amazing.
At 13 minutes, 43 seconds, when you see that establishing shot of David Wallace's house, you'll recognize it. We've been there before in the show. Per Randy Cordray, we rented this house for the day, and it was in Encino, California.
Lady, did you just give us a location alert?
Oh, I guess I did.
Wow, well done.
Oh, look at me, fast facking and location alerting.
What is happening?
I don't know.
Should I look through my digital clutter?
Yes, please.
All right, I will.
Okay, I'll be excited.
Next week, watch out. Jenna's digital clutter. So they're going to go into the kitchen, and David's going to start making some lunch.
14 minutes, 21 seconds. Jenna, did you see what he's using to make a sandwich with? Is it whipped marshmallow? It's marshmallow cream, like marshmallow fluff and peanut butter. Have you ever had this? It's called a fluffernutter. What? It is. It's called a fluffernutter.
I'm sure that it is called that.
It is called a fluffernutter.
I'm just saying, you know what a fluffer is, right?
A fluffernutter? Get your mind out of the gutter, lady.
You said fluffernutter. I sprang to mind.
Earlier,
that's what she said.
Sorry, earlier you said the best wiener in Scranton, and I didn't say a word. I wanted to, and I said, no, keep it professional, Kinsey.
I'm sorry, go on.
Okay.
I have clearly not heard this term.
Okay. Well, the first time I ever had a fluffernutter was in Connecticut. What? Stop. I didn't laugh a single time you said wiener. All right, we have to pause while my friend gets it together.
Okay, go ahead. You had a fluffernutter in Cleveland? Where were you? Connecticut.
Connecticut. My first fluffernutter was in Connecticut. I was visiting family with the Liebersteins.
Am I the only one? See up, please.
Oh my gosh, Cassie is fine.
Go ahead. You had a fluffernutter in Connecticut.
In
with
Connecticut.
Your whole family.
With Word and Paul Lieberstein.
Oh, God.
Okay. I had to know more about the sandwich. It's delicious. It's marshmallow cream and peanut butter.
Okay.
I was like, I've never heard of this. Is it an East Coast thing? And guess what? It is.
Really?
According to the internet, it's marshmallow cream and peanut butter. But marshmallow cream, one of the main ingredients of a fluffernutter, was invented in the early 20th century. Archibald Query invented a cream he called marshmallow cream in Somerville, Massachusetts in 1917. And during World War I, Emma Curtis published a recipe for what she called the Liberty Sandwich, which was peanut butter and her snowflake marshmallow cream on oat or barley bread. The recipe was published in a promotional booklet and sent to customers and may be the origin of the fluffernutter sandwich.
I have used this marshmallow cream like when you make Rice Krispie treats.
Of course.
It's like a hack.
It is.
You don't have to melt a bag of marshmallows.
The sandwich made with peanut butter and marshmallow cream continued to be eaten, but was not called a fluffernutter until 1960, when an advertising firm that was working with this company, Jerky Mower, that owns marshmallow cream, thought it might be a more effective way to market the sandwich. The sandwich has close ties to New England and Massachusetts, particularly Somerville. In fact, Somerville holds an annual festival called What the Fluff.
Oh,
okay. Got anything nasty you want to say about their festival, Jenna?
No.
Sam is giggling. The festival incorporates music, visual arts, games, and a cooking contest based around fluff and fluffernutters. And October 8th is National Fluffernutter Day.
Wow.
There you go.
Here's what I'm wondering. When did the term fluffer come around? Does it predate or postdate the advertising agency's naming of this sandwich?
Well, it was named in the 60s. I'll let you go down that rabbit hole. I'll let you Google fluffer origin.
I'm curious. I mean, you know, I feel like fluffers were around in the 70s. So
maybe fluffernutter predates it.
So it's an unfortunate thing for the sandwich that there's another maybe meaning.
And for the record, I'm giggling. You were familiar with the fluffernutter, right? This is something you knew.
The sandwich.
Yeah, but you were not familiar with a bagel.
I was by this time.
For the record, that's why I'm
No. For the record, I didn't know what a fluffernutter or a bagel was. At all. They were all East Coast things, and I didn't know about them. I found out about a fluffernutter after I knew what a bagel was.
Got it.
I would love a segment where you just reveal foods that you came to know later in life.
Well, clearly you're coming to know a fluffernutter later in life.
I am. I didn't know about this sandwich.
I knew about a fluffernutter before you did. Just put it on record. It sounds maybe gross, but does it taste good? It's so good. I want to put a sliced banana on it. Yeah, why not? Tried that? No, but I'm sure you'd love it. I bet at that festival they deep fry them too. At what, the fluff? Yeah, a deep fried fluffer nutter. I bet it's good. Back to the episode. One of my favorite exchanges of dialogue happens in this kitchen. Okay. Rachel, David Wallace's wife. Oh, Sid. Yes. This is so much about their relationship and what's going on in their marriage right now. She goes, hey, honey, how's your day going? Did you do anything cool? He's like, no, sweetie, just sort of hung out. And she says, this is the line. This is it. I wrote it down as well. Oh, because I saw you had shoes on. So I didn't know if you did anything. Amazing. Amazing. Rachel Wallace was played by Jean Villapeak. She was a member of Second City Improv Group. She's done a ton of comedy. You may have seen her on Veep, Key and Peele, Modern Family, BoJack Horseman. She's also a regular on AP Bio. I loved how she clocked the camera as she walked into her kitchen. She's walking, she's like, oh, hi, honey. She's also so happy to see Michael. Oh my gosh, what a switch. I know, right? At 14 minutes, 10 seconds, we see Teddy, David Wallace's son, playing the drums. He was played by Owen Daniels, and you guys remember him. He was in the Cocktails episode in season 3. Well, I remember talking to Suzanne Daniels about Owen's drumming. And she was just, having some mom pride about what a good drummer he was. And then here it got to be on the show. I know, so cool. Well, Michael and David are going to sit in the hot tub. This is so awkward. I mean, he says to his wife, we might go outside. Yeah, at 16 minutes, 55 seconds, Michael is wearing a t-shirt in the hot tub. And Jen Salata said this was because Steve was in such good shape that they had to hide his physique because it would have been distracting. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that you'd think, how is Michael in such good shape? Michael has like a 12-pack. Yeah. She also said it felt like this really great way to highlight how different David Wallace was being. That David Wallace is just shirtless and relaxed, drinking a beer, in the middle of the day. And Michael would be made, it would be more awkward for Michael to be in a t-shirt. We got a fan catch from Megan B in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. In the hot tub scene, David Wallace is drinking a Youngling lager. And Michael is drinking a Youngling Black and Tan. Fast fact from Megan B. Youngling is America's oldest brewery and began right where I am from in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. I looked it up. It was founded in 1829. They are still brewing today. Megan would like to give a big shout out to the props department for yet again paying such close attention to detail by including a local beer that is most definitely found in many refrigerators in northeastern Pennsylvania. Nicely done, Phil Shea. Megan would also like us to know, Angela, that if we ever come to Scranton, the Youngling Brewery Tour is just about an hour away, and it's really great. Maybe we can time that out, and we'll hit the What the Fluff Festival, and then go for a factory tour. I like it. Will I get through the What the Fluff Festival? I don't think you will. I think you're going to offend someone.
Hey, everybody.
For Randy Cordray, the hot tub scene at 16 minutes 46 seconds was already there. We did not have to provide that. Hey there. We just used... No, they did. Okay. Well, in this hot tub scene, Michael is trying to get David to give him ideas on how to deal with Saber, but David is thinking about something else. He's thinking about a new company that he wants to start. It is a shop vac that will suck up kids' toys. Does it make that noise? Michael wants to know. Do the kids make that noise? Who makes that noise? Where's the noise coming from? And he tells Michael it's called Suck It. Writer Jen Salata told us that it was her mom that came up with the idea for Suck It. Come on. Yes, Jen Salata's mom had this idea
idea. She thought it would be a very fun way to teach kids how to pick up their toys.
It is adorable.
So when she needed an invention for David Wallace, she thought of her mom's idea. And she said she thought it was perfect because since he's been home with his kids more often, he was probably frustrated with seeing their toys everywhere. It felt very organic. But how adorable is that?
So cute. Well, lady, I decided to Google how do you suck up toys.
Okay.
I found an article by Newsweek in March of 2022. It talked about a guy who built a real-life suck-it for Lego pieces.
Whoa.
How cool is that? His name is Matty Benedetto, and he posted the video. It shows him using a custom vacuum to collect pieces of Lego on the floor. Here's the ad.
I invented the Lego Suck-It, the world's first vacuum-powered Lego cleanup device that automatically sorts each brick by its individual size. This vibrant cleaning accessory features a multi-stage chamber that magnetically separates for quick organization of your favorite toy bricks. The high-suction vacuum will ensure every brick is sucked up from your floors and quickly deposited into the clear tube, as each Lego piece cascades down and gets sorted into their different sizes. So when things get messy, just suck it.
How about that?
Wow.
How many Legos have you stepped on? It's so painful.
But how are you not sucking up everything on the floor? Like, how is there not also a goldfish in there, maybe?
Oh, or a Cheerio.
Exactly.
Right. I don't know. You have to have a clean Lego space.
This is the thing. This is kind of the problem with David's invention, which is that, you know, yes, you're going to suck up the toys, but how do you avoid sucking up everything else?
You just suck it.
You just suck it.
Just suck it.
Well, Michael's going to leave David Wallace's. He's so defeated. He says very few things would make him say no to working with David Wallace, but suck it is one of them. And then I love this shot of Michael slowly pulling away, and David Wallace is sort of like lumbering down the driveway toward the car, like kind of like a zombie. It reminded me of a zombie movie. Jen Salata said this shot was John's idea, and I think it is some foreshadowing for A Quiet Place.
Oh, really?
I really do. It felt very horror movie to me.
Right after this creepy goodbye with David Wallace would have come the final accounting scene in The Runner that got deleted. Here's how it wraps up. Accounting area, interior office. Angela's looking over Kevin's work. Angela, who did this? Oscar shakes his head. Kevin, it's possible I did it on my own. Angela, no, it's not. That is the one thing that is not possible. How did this happen? Kevin, I did it. Angela sighs, confused, and walks away. Just missing Todd, who approaches with Kevin's adding machine. Kevin looks nervous. Todd, you left this on my desk. Kevin, thanks. Todd and Oscar ad-lib hellos, and Todd leaves. Kevin, don't tell Angela. Oscar, I won't. Kevin, I didn't just let him do the work. I learned stuff. Please don't tell her. Oscar, I said I won't. Kevin looks nervous. Oscar looks up at him. Oscar, he trained me when I started here. Kevin, really? Oscar nods, and Kevin smiles.
What a sweet ending to that story.
I know, and who is Todd at Vance Refrigeration?
I mean, it kind of sounded like maybe Todd used to work at Dunder Mifflin.
I don't know. I feel like Todd is training people.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought that was sort of sweet.
Well, speaking of sweet, something we haven't talked about is that cutie pie scene at reception with Andy and Aaron, where they're both not asking each other out on a date. It's a totally adorable scene, but if I'm being honest, I was very distracted by the fact that Pam's watercolor is back on the wall. It's all I could see. It's all I could see. I was just so delighted.
Michael's going to return and he's going to make a toast. He's brought a lot of orange juice.
I guess in honor of Tallahassee.
Florida.
Yeah.
Oranges. He makes his toast. It's not really a toast, but everyone takes a big swig and they're like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever had orange juice out of like an aluminum container?
A little tangy.
Yeah, I mean, it goes right into your teeth, just like they talk about. But you know what? I don't think that a lot of people are putting their orange juice into metal containers. You know, it's really meant to be a water vessel.
I like that you said vessel.
Cute.
It's a water vessel. It is. Well, I guess this toast means that Michael's gonna stay. He's gonna stick it out at Saber.
He is. He's gonna, I guess, have to abide by all these new rules that he hates.
No YouTube for Michael at work?
I don't know how that's gonna go.
The episode ends with David Wallace and his son jamming out to a song that he's written called Suck It.
Let's listen to it.
Oh, and Daniel's on the drum. Oh, man.
We got a fan question from Donna in Newport News, Virginia. Please tell us everything about the Suck It song at the end of the episode. How much was improvised? I will tell you, Donna. The lyrics to Suck It were written by Warren and Halstead. These guys really were our go-to guys for song lyrics. And then I reached out to Andy Buckley, who plays David Wallace. He said that Warren and Halstead faxed him the lyrics the night before. Old tech alert, Angela, fax.
Yeah,
they faxed them. He went over them that night. He went over them at lunch the next day. That's when he was able to kind of fiddle around on a keyboard. Andy said he only knew about 3 chords on a keyboard, but he did his best. They did not shoot this until the very end of the day. They only had 3 minutes before they went into overtime.
3 minutes?
Yes.
No messing up.
Yes. He said it all came together when Owen started playing the drums. It was kind of a magic moment. They got it in 3 takes. He said that the whole shoot day was a total blast. He loved John as a director. He said John just had tons of positive energy and that John and Jen Salata worked so well together. He sort of remembered that someone would do a take and then you'd see them kind of huddle and giggle and then they would come over with some great idea.
That's my memory too.
Same. Andy said that inevitably, if he is walking through an airport or some public place, there is always
Suck it,
someone who
motherfucker,
yells
West
out,
Side.
"Suck it!" He also said that he and Zach Woods are now on an HBO comedy called Avenue 5, and it films in London.
Amazing.
He said they were in London for 4 months before the pandemic in the summer of 2019, and they just went back this past fall in 2021. He said that the difference between people stopping the 2 of them before the pandemic and after the pandemic is striking. He said clearly a lot of people binged The Office during the pandemic. He's getting way more suckets lately.
Well, I hope that's a good thing.
I think so.
Well, that is the Saber episode.
Well, before we go, I thought we could end this episode with a few final thoughts from John about what directing this episode meant to him.
This show was my film school. I mean, I was a waiter before I got the show. I had 0 experience in this business, in anything, acting, writing, directing, producing, any of that stuff. And there it was, right in front of me. I was somehow lucky enough to drop right into the most immense pool of talent that I could ever ask for. From that insane group of people that we had as our writers, a group of people that hadn't been assembled like that in a long, long time, I guess. And, you know, in a lot of ways probably hasn't been assembled since. So from writing, I got to understand what it meant to not only write well, but to have fun with it and to have this drive to do something great. I remember going up to the writers' rooms every now and again if I had a break between scenes or something and, you know, watch them all come up with an idea. And the idea was almost like you could visualize a balloon in the air and 12 to 14 people were making sure it didn't touch the ground before they had investigated every single possibility of how to make it work and how to make a joke work or an idea work. And even if it
didn't end up working, they still put it on a different board that was like, well, it's not working today, but maybe it'll work again on another day. And if it did work, they all worked together to try to figure out how it would best be used in this show. So writing wise, there I was, front row seats in the greatest room I could be. Visually, I had no idea what even a camera was. I didn't know what the difference between lenses were. I didn't know what type of cameras did what. But I remember there again, The Office was shot single camera. It was one of the first shows to be done like that in a long time. And so we were shooting the show like a movie. So I got to pick the brain of Randall and Matt and all these hugely talented people who would explain to me everything from lenses to the aesthetic and lighting and all these different things that I had absolutely no idea about. After directing Saber, I used to hang out with Dave Rogers and watch him cut all these different episodes. I'd pop in and see how he was making all these scenes work, how he was rearranging story, how he was taking air out of a moment to make it work so much stronger. So really, at the end of the day, I certainly would not be writing and directing at all if it wasn't for this show. I wouldn't have had the confidence to do it. So I guess what I'm trying to say,
Every time I pull up my garage, I back in. I back into my garage. When I park at work, I back into my parking space. And a lot of people wonder, well, is there a law in California? Are you allowed to do that? Here's the short answer. Yes. There's no law preventing it, but private garages and parking lots, they can prohibit it. You may go to a parking lot that says head in only, and then park head forward, facing. But if it doesn't have that sign, I'm always backing in. Some people think that's very pretentious. Mark is probably one of those people. No, it's just irritating. Okay, one mistake. I agree with Mark. Oh, here we go. Yeah. What is happening right now? Okay, wait, are you siding with him, Koala? How does my backing? How does my backing into a parking space impact you next to it? It's irritating for the person who's got to be riding with you. Does your wife like this? No, I'm actually gentlemanly enough to say, hey, babe, you can go ahead and get out here. You know it's irritating. Very close. No, it's not irritating. Parking headed doesn't have anything to do with her getting in or out of the car. It's irritating for the people in the other cars waiting for you. It's just irritating. How is it irritating for other cars? You back in. Look, just make it up stuff small. No, it takes longer. It takes forever while everybody else just wants you to park your damn car. But you can't drive. Right. That's what we're talking about. Because I'm that right. It's just one move. And all the people who put me straight in, they're usually like have to do like a 3-point turn. If they don't cut it sharp enough to get it on the first try. Yeah. So what you're saying is that it would be
That little thing is amazing that I made. Really?
Even if you're a regular parker,
Yeah.
you want to go in and you're all crooked.
WTF is going on?
certainly would not be writing and directing
No.
at all if it wasn't for this show. I wouldn't have had the confidence to do it. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I owe absolutely everything to this show. Directing this episode was so very special, and I will truly never forget it. Thank you for having me on the show. I was so excited to come back and have me back again. But again, like I said, slow down. We need more of this podcast, please.
John Krasinski, we love you. Love you so much, John. That was so generous of you. You shared so much with us, and I just loved hearing your voice. Same. Also want to give a big thank you to Yaki Margulies
How about the worst
for
side?
that
Get the
amazing
fuck
Beach
out of the
Boys
worst.
parody. You can
What?
find him on Twitter and Instagram at
You didn't
Yaki
even understand
Margulies.
it.
And you can listen to his music online anywhere that you get your music, like Spotify, Apple
say it.
Music, iTunes, etc. I also want to say thank you to Joya Balfour for sharing with us what NBC Digital was up to, and to Randy Cordray and Lauren Lieberstein and Halstead Sullivan. Thank you, everyone. We will see you next week. I hope you enjoy a fluffer better this week. I'm going to have one. Please do. I will. Okay. Oh, on free bread. Yay. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
Hello. Hi there.
Today we're going to talk about manager and salesman. We have a huge episode. It really is. It is season 6, episode 16, written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Mark Webb.
Hit us with a summary, lady.
Here it is. Sabre CEO Jo Bennett visits Dunder Mifflin Scranton. She brings her 2 Great Danes, her autobiography, and a lot of new policies. When she discovers that Michael and Jim are co-managers, she tells them there can only be one manager, and they have until the end of the day to decide who will be a salesperson and who will stay on as manager. Meanwhile, Andy is handing out Valentine's cards to everyone in the office, which sparks confusion as to where his affections truly lie.
I am telling you, watching Andy and Aaron is making me crazy. I just want one of them to just say, I like you.
I know, but they have the thing where neither one of them will ask the other one out.
It's making me crazy.
It's very sweet.
It is sweet, but it's making me crazy.
Fast fact number 1, Kathy Bates is Jo Bennett.
Kathy flippin' Bates.
Now, I know she was on last week's episode, but it was via a computer screen. Here she is, live in person,
walking right next to us, talking to us.
You know, Kathy Bates is one of just a few actors who have been nominated for the Triple Crown of acting. That means that she's been nominated for a Tony.
Well, this, or if you're worried about irritation on the front end or the back end, that has to do with the person that's behind you. I'm talking about me as the person who's parking. I have my own priorities that I'm dealing with. One of which is, in an emergency, I want to be able to pull straight out. Also, I don't want to necessarily have to look over my shoulder and chance not running, hitting a pedestrian or a car which is driving quickly behind me. Have you ever been in a parking lot?
For her work on the stage, an Academy Award for film, and Emmy for television. By the way, she has won an Academy Award, 2 Golden Globes, 2 SAG Awards, and 2 Emmy Awards. Her nominations for awards were so many that I actually got confused. I couldn't even track them all. It's so many.
Yeah, so you guys, we were a little nervous.
I mean, this acting legend came in to our job. We got a lot of mail, Angela, asking what was our reaction to having Kathy Bates.
I mean, I think you just heard it. We were so excited, but I was really nervous.
I was intimidated.
Yeah, but not by anything other than just her presence because she's very lovely. You know.
Oh yes.
Nice to
Oh my
everyone.
gosh. Yes. She's super down to earth and kind.
Yeah.
But her legacy that followed her into the room was massive.
Yes, she had this quiet power as she walked in the room. I was so nervous to say anything to her. You know, my hair colorist of over 20 years, Robert Hickland, I love this man. He told me once that he also colored Kathy Bates's hair once. What? This was before Kathy was on our show. He said, "Oh, I don't know how she came up," but he was like, "I colored her hair once." And when he told me that, I was floored. And now here she was, she had come in, and I remember that I was sitting at the reception desk, and it was like, I wanted to be like, my hairdresser did your hair once. No, like, suppress, don't say it. Yes, but I was like, moment of connection. I have something in common with you. The same man has colored our hair. That is what, I was so nervous, and I had to, like, make sure I didn't do that. I do think that, like, eventually by day 3, I did tell her that tidbit. And it was, you know, the response you would expect, which was, oh. Anyway, Kathy Bates was on Anderson when Anderson Cooper had his own talk show, and she talked about being on The Office, and I thought we could give it a listen.
How was it like working with a comedy ensemble versus the cast on Harry's Law?
Well, I was so in awe of Steve Carell, you know, and actually I had worked with Rainn Wilson. I actually cast him when I was directing an episode of 6 Feet Under.
Oh, really?
Yeah, way back.
Oh, he was great on 6 Feet Under.
Oh, yeah, he was terrific. And so it's been wonderful to watch him on The Office, just knock it out of the ballpark all the time. But it was great to work with Steve Carell, and I loved working with the two Great Danes. That was a lot of fun.
Police are warning people to verify unscheduled home visits before opening the door. In Carson, Chris Adams, AFI News.
People in Lancaster held a vigil to remember a second grade teacher found dead in the trunk of a burned car. Friends and family gathered at a park in Palmdale to honor Veronica Aguilar. Parent Regina George tells KTLA Aguilar made a big impact on her 8-year-old son.
She became more than just my brother's teacher. She became my friend. And it's just terrible that this happened. And we're just trying our best to get through it.
Aguilar was discovered last month. Firefighters responded to a house fire. Two cars found charred inside the garage along with her body. The man she's believed to have dated was arrested for her murder the next day. Democrats in the House have criticized the second impeachment hearing against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Mississippi Democratic Congressman Benny Thompson said during the opening statements Republicans predetermined the outcome before the committee even started.
This isn't a real impeachment. It's a legal spectacle paid for by American tax dollars for Republican political gain.
Republican House Homeland Security Chairman Mark Green disagreed. He says under Mayorkas' rule, migrant crime has tragically increased and endangered public safety across the country. A 10-year-old boy who was bitten by a shark in the Bahamas has returned to Maryland and was recovering in the hospital. Police say the child's in serious but stable condition. This tourist says she saw the aftermath of the attack on Monday.
Everyone was frantic trying to figure out what was going on. It was very chaotic right then.
Police say the boy was bitten on the leg while participating in an expedition in a shark tank at a resort on Paradise Island. The company that operates the experience says it was the first time there was a guest-related incident since it opened in 2006. Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy tonight, lows in the upper 40s down to mid-30s in the Antelope Valley. Cloudy tomorrow, chance of rain tomorrow night all the way through Monday. Highs tomorrow in the mid-60s at the beaches, Metro LA and OC. The valleys 70 in the Inland Empire, 60 in the Antelope Valley. It's 60 right now in Newport Beach, 60 in Orange, 57 in Sherman Oaks, and 57 in Burbank. And we got a flipped car in 605 in Norwalk. That's heading northbound just before the 105 is. Looks like it's out of lanes now over to the right shoulder as well with the other cars involved. So you're slowly recovering from Alondra Boulevard. And if you're on the 10 eastbound in Mid-City approaching La Cienega, you're seeing brake lights there. That stays slow until you get to the 110. And the 101 southbound in Hollywood, still seeing a busy ride coming across Hollywood Boulevard. That'll start to clear up for you approaching the 110. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. How about a simple New Year's resolution? One that even I was able to achieve. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair Simple 1-Day FUE treatment. You're going to feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your
On The the office, just knock it out of the ballpark all the time. But it was great to work with Steve Carell, and I loved working with the two Great Danes. That was a lot of fun.
So I didn't know this until I saw this clip. She has actually directed a ton of television, including 5 episodes of 6 Feet Under. And like she said, she directed Rainn Wilson. So I reached out to Rainn. You did? Yeah. And he described the experience as a, quote, double whammy. He said, I got a major role on one of the deepest, most respected TV shows going on. It was on HBO, no less. And at the same time, I was being directed by an Oscar winner. He said it was a dream come true, that she was an excellent director. He said they rehearsed a lot and she gave great notes, which of course wasn't surprising. But he said he was definitely quite intimidated, which made him act very formal and somewhat awkward around her. Wait, more awkward than usual for Rainn? Exactly, but he said this was actually perfect for the character he was playing. Oh, right. But the very first episode that he did of 6 Feet Under was directed by Kathy Bates, so she was a big part of picking him for that role that became a major recurring role for him. Wow, so she was a pivotal person in his life. Yeah. In his career. Yes. That is so cool. Well, fast fact number 2, Kathy mentioned on Anderson the Great Danes. I remember the Great Danes. How could we forget the Great Danes? 2 small, like ponies, were on set with us. Yes, and on set with us a lot. Randy Cordray said that we once again went to Bob Dunn's Animal Services, and their head trainer, Denise Sanders, came through for us. The dogs' names were Gabby and Guinness. He said they were truly majestic, gorgeous, and very well disciplined. I remember that. They were really amazing. Incidentally, David Denman had a Great Dane who I spent quite a bit of time with. And I remember this thing where David Denman told me that Great Danes are great apartment dogs. How so? He said they're just really, really chill and they actually don't need a lot of exercise. That a lot of smaller dogs are far more active. They need to go out, they need walking. But Great Danes are kind of like just big loungers. That makes sense. You know, my little Chihuahua mixes, they get what we call the zoomies. Yes. Where they zoom around and run and run and run in a circle. Maggie is a large dog. She's a shepherd mix. That's Jenna's dog. It's like 8 times the size of my dog. And Maggie also gets the zoomies. She does. I've seen her. And it's like, get out of the way. Oh, yeah. She'll take you down. I wanted to know a little bit more about this to make sure that this, anecdote from David Denman that I remembered all these years was true. And yes, according to City Dogs Life, Great Danes make great apartment dogs, but they had a list of 3 things that you might want to consider if you are going to put a Great Dane in a small apartment. And they are, number 1, just simply the great amount of space that the dog will take up, even standing in a hallway. I mean, good point. Number 2, the potential for a Great Dane to accidentally knock over pictures, vases, and other furnishings with their long, powerful tails. Yes. And 3, the loudness of their bark might bother your neighbors. But in terms of being chill, they're great in an apartment. So when we watched this episode to prepare for today's podcast, I had actually also just watched a show with our youngest son about the world's biggest dogs. And of course, Great Danes make that list. Are they number 1? They are not number 1 because the world's biggest dogs are measured on weight and height. Oh. But they are among the tallest, standing at around 30 to 34 inches tall. And I guess Great Danes were a result of a crossbreed between an English Mastiff, which is the biggest dog, and the Irish Wolfhound, which is the second biggest dog. Oh. So, these are big, big animals. But a quote I read online about Great Danes says they are known for their kind and playful natures and make excellent family dogs. I believe it. Maggie has that working shepherd in her, and she needs to be busy with a job all the time. But I think Great Danes are like, you know what? It's fine. Let's just hang out. Let's just watch TV. Let's just hang out, yeah. Scooby-Doo is a Great Dane, right? Yeah. Rabbi? I mean, he solved mysteries. All right, fast fact number 3 is all about our director, Mark Webb. Big timey director alert, everybody.
Yeah.
Now, Mark started as an editor and then as a music video director. He directed videos for Good Charlotte, Snow Patrol, Maroon 5, and Green Day.
I saw that, and I went and watched the video.
You did?
Yeah.
Mark's feature film debut was the movie 500 Days of Summer, starring Zooey Deschanel and Joseph Gordon-Levitt. If you haven't watched it, it is like just the most charming movie ever.
It's a beautiful movie.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? All of his background with music videos, any wonder he was so perfect for that movie.
Yeah, because there's like singing and dancing numbers in it.
Mm-hmm.
He also directed The Amazing Spider-Man, starring Andrew Garfield and Emma Stone, and the sequel, The Amazing Spider-Man 2. But I believe The Office was his first time directing for television. Since then, he's directed a lot of television. He's done episodes of Crazy Ex-Girlfriend and Limitless, but we started his TV career in directing. Where would he have gone without us?
He is such a nice person, too. I had just one of those moments where I put my foot in my mouth.
Oh, no.
In front of him. So we were at one of those fancy parties, Jenna, during the award shows, you know.
Yeah.
I was standing there talking to Mindy and BJ, and Mark walked up, and we're all like, hey. I was like, how's it going? What have you been up to? And everybody just looked at me like a record scratch. And he was like, oh, I was directing a movie. And I was like, oh, good for you. That's so great.
What movie?
What movie? And he goes, Spider-Man. I go, no way. Way to go. And everyone in the circle clearly knew he had been directing that movie.
Yes, right. Like, it was like the biggest get of the year.
Yeah. And I was like, hey, look at you. That's so great.
That's me with musicians, truly. I am not very savvy with music stuff. I remember I had a whole conversation at a party with Jack White.
Yes.
From the White Stripes.
Yes.
Yeah. Just chitty-chatting. Just like, oh, yeah. What do you do?
Oh, my God.
Oh, I'm a musician.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Boom, boom.
I'm like, no way. That's so cool. And then I like walked away and I was like, that guy was so nice. And Lee was like, Jack White was so nice. I'm like, he really was.
I will say this. I had a newborn at that time, and I think I missed out like on 2 years of television or something. Like, if it wasn't Sesame Street, you know, it was like, I didn't see it.
Well, in my defense, I listen to music, but maybe I don't watch a lot of music videos or concerts or things, so I can't always put a face to the song.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. All right. That's all I got. This is a great episode. I think we're going to have fun breaking this one down.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun stuff to share from this one. Let's take a break, you guys, because when we come back, Michael might be going to the Winter Olympics.
He might be.
He might.
He needs to confirm that room for different reasons. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh, my gosh.
That's so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. With white cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies.
We are back. You guys, Michael is on the phone. He is trying to confirm his hotel reservation in Vancouver for the Winter Olympics. He's had it for years.
Yeah, but the concierge can't find it.
Dwight's trying to help him. He found a lot of affirmations, but no confirmation code.
But then he finds it.
Yes,
there it is. She finds the room.
She apologizes. She's like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, and she says, how can I help you, sir? And he's like, I need to cancel that.
After all of that. And then she says, well, there'll be a fee.
I know. If he would have just let them not find it, he probably would have gotten off without the fee. So this cold open was because the 2010 Winter Olympics in Vancouver started the day after this episode aired, and NBC Universal had the broadcast rights to the Olympics, and we were asked very politely to incorporate a little plug for the Olympic Games into the show. Randy Cordray said this was a very polite ask. It was not a mandate. But I said to Randy, I remember us shooting promos for the Olympics. And he said, oh, yes, we did. He even sent me the scripts for them. I couldn't find them anywhere online, Angela. I looked everywhere.
We did promos for the Winter Olympics. We used to also do announcements for American Airlines in-flight television.
That's
Do you remember that?
Yes.
We would come on the little TVs in flight and say, sit back, relax, and enjoy an episode of The Office.
I totally forgot that. I remember we would do promos for the Super Bowl. We did little things for award shows. I remember all that.
They're somewhere out there.
I know. I wished I could have found them.
Well, Jenna, this cold open actually was going to have a Michael talking head where he talked about his favorite Olympic sport. It's really funny. I want us to hear it.
I love the Winter Olympics. My favorite sport is one involving men with brooms, and they broom the ice in front of these cylindrical discs that float gently across the ice, and they smack into one another, and no one really explains the rules, but it's mesmerizing, and there are no winners and no losers, only poetry, and it is called curdling.
Oh my God, when it explains the rules. That is how I feel when I watch curling. Or curdling, as Michael says. I always am mesmerized by it. I am.
This is the most wonderful description of this sport. It's so true. I love to watch curling. I don't know what's going on, and I don't understand who's winning and losing, but I love it.
I just thought that was a great talking head. It's in the DVDs if you have them. There was also an alt. Okay, here was the alt talking head that we shot. I got it from the shooting draft. Michael says, The Winter Olympics kicks the butts out of all the other seasons of the Olympics. Pole vaulting? Try doing it on ice. Gymnastics? Yeah, try doing that in snow. Swimming? Try doing that in an igloo with a seal. Weightlifting? You get it. Try doing that with penguins behind you the whole time. Brap, brap! Hey, I'm lifting here! Oh my gosh! Anyway, I just was delighted by those and wanted to share. Those are great. I love that. Totally makes up for the fact that I couldn't find those promos. Thank you. Before we get into the episode, we want to take a minute and wish Sam and Cassie a happy birthday.
Our 2 April birthdays.
Woo-hoo!
Within a week of each other.
Thank you very, very much. It's very sweet. And thank you for the plant.
Yes.
I'll be 38 next week. This is my first plant.
Everybody got a succulent this year, guys. It's the year of the succulent.
I like it. You got a succulent pillow.
I did. You started the succulent trend.
Next year, you guys get a succulent pillow.
Yay! Hey! Well, we just appreciate you guys so much.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
My pleasure.
Well, as this episode begins, Joe Bennett, CEO of Sabre, who bought Dunder Mifflin sight unseen, is coming in. And it's Kathy Bates, folks.
And everyone is prepping. They're cleaning. They're tidying up.
Yeah. Aaron puts out some Lifesaver candies. Jim puts his Sabre water bottles front and center on his desk. Angela, you're cleaning that glass partition. I want to say, I love the detail when Kathy Bates walks in. She has her purse slung over her shoulder.
Yeah.
It's not on her arm. She's not carrying it like a handbag. It is the greatest detail. I noticed it right away and I was like, oh, she's amazing.
She's amazing.
We had a fan catch from Alyssa S. in Portland, Maine. In Booze Cruise, Michael stood on the bow and said, I am the king of the world, indicating that he has seen the movie Titanic, which Kathy Bates was in. Is this a continuity error since, I mean, wouldn't Michael recognize that Joe Bennett is Kathy Bates? Well, I thought about this.
That question just made my mind hurt. It's just been the reality of the show.
What about this one, though? Dave Keckner was Todd Packer, who literally starred in Anchorman with Steve Carell. So Michael Scott would have watched himself and Todd Packer in a movie.
We can't apply this logic to the show.
It doesn't work.
What about when Timothy Oliphant comes on or Idris Elba? There goes the world.
Here's the thing. It was so important to Greg Daniels in the beginning that we not cast these recognizable big name actors and roles on the show for this exact reason, that it creates a logic problem. But then Steve Carell himself became a giant movie star, starring in movies that Michael Scott would surely watch.
100%.
So we had to give that up at a certain point. And I'm glad we did, because then we got to work with Kathy Bates.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we're going to have all these other people coming in as well. I mean, Amy Ryan, Idris Elba, they kind of, we slowly made our way to superstar Kathy Bates.
Yeah. One of my favorite shots, I don't know why this made me laugh so hard, was the Great Danes jumping on Gabe. Because you and I know in real life, Zach is so tall.
Yeah.
And when that dog jumped on him, you really get an understanding of how big these dogs were. So the character Gabe brings them in. They immediately go right to Andy's crotch. Immediately.
Well, Joe says they love a good crotch.
Yeah.
You should take that as a compliment.
Poor Ed. Ed had those Great Danes in his crotch for days.
He really did. We had a fan question from Josephine E. in New York, New York. How did they get Joe's dogs to sniff Andy's crotch so incessantly? Did they put peanut butter in his pants?
What did they do? Did you ask Randy?
I did ask Randy.
Oh, Lord, what's the answer?
Well, it was a very long process.
Oh, my gosh.
So, first, they had to budget 2 full days of meet and greet for both Kathy Bates and Ed Helms to bond with the dogs, because these were the 2 people that the dogs would be having their primary interactions with. And it's funny because remember when Ed had to skip out of lunch to go spend time with the swans?
I do.
Now he had to go spend time with these dogs.
Well, Randy said we needed 4 more days of prep where the trainers brought the dogs onto set with Kathy, Ed, and also Zach Woods. So by the time we were ready to shoot with them, these dogs were comfortable with the set, they were comfortable with the people. Here's how they got them into Ed's crotch. Okay? They applied a colorless dog pheromone to Ed's wardrobe to get them to sniff. Randy said, quote, "It did what it was supposed to. The Great Danes were in love with Ed's crotch." The total cost for this week of the dogs, including the training, the prep, the shoot days, the trainer labor, and transportation of the dogs, was $14,370. Kathy Bates and Ed Helms were on the Late Late Show with James Corden, and they talked about this very thing. Here's what they had to say.
Thank you. You two, you know each other. You're parts of Cross because you're all friends. Yeah, you did a few episodes on The Office. Yes. What do you remember from that time?
I have a hard time actually remembering you. But I remember the Great Danes.
That's right, because
I had
you
a Great Danes.
and they were huge.
Huge, yeah, they're huge.
They're great. They were Great Danes. Yeah, they were. But didn't they have to try and inspect your crotch or something?
Yeah,
Is this
yeah,
true?
that's what I forgot.
Well, there was some bit where the Great Danes were obsessed with my crotch, which was in the script, and then I really had to do it when it happened, and the only way to do that is to actually put dog treats in your zipper, right?
I didn't know that. I thought it was just you. Unique charisma.
I am something of a dog whisperer, a Great Dane whisperer. But I mean, that's a big animal to have in your right there,
without question.
And it's all fun and games until someone loses a ball. I mean,
So I have to say, I do remember that for some of the scenes, I remember Ed having to put those treats in his pants.
It almost looked like a little, that dog treat, like pepperoni, those little. So they would take those and he would have to kind of mush them into the zipper to really get them to go at it. Yeah, gnaw there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord. Oh my gosh. Well, I counted how many scenes that Ed had a dog in his crotch. It's the crotch sniffer tracker, I guess. I love the things we track. So watch along with us and you'll see if you get the same number at the end. Andy is going to share with us, you guys, that Valentine's is right around the corner. He and Aaron haven't gone on any dates, and he wants to give her a Valentine, but he doesn't want her to know that he likes her. This is my problem. They just want him to tell her he likes her. I know. So as a result, he gets everyone a Valentine's, and he's handing them out to everybody.
Except he flings Meredith at her. It cuts her throat. She has a talking head. Did you notice? She's wearing the vest again. I did. Is this the most worn vest ever? This is Meredith's favorite vest. It's her go-to vest. It really is. The crazy thing is when we were filming the show, I don't remember this vest always being around, right? But now watching it, it's like every other episode. I guess. Our next scene is Michael and Jim in the conference room, and they're trying to explain to Joe Bennett why there needs to be 2 positions for this job, right? Yeah. It's not going great. Michael starts off comparing Florida to a lawless swamp. Yeah. Jenna, it made me think of that thing that went viral on the internet where you would take your birthday and you would Google your birthday and then the words Florida man. Did you do it? No. Oh, I did it. Ready? Here's what mine had. And then we should do yours. Okay. I typed in June 25th, Florida man. This is what I got. Okay. Florida man arrested for running naked through Walmart parking lot. June 25th, 2019, 1:05 p.m. Oh, we should maybe in honor of Sam and Cassie's birthday.
One step ahead of you.
Oh.
Florida man accused of firing a urine-filled squirt gun at woman.
Oh my gosh.
April 16th, 2019. Cassie?
I got Florida man slapped with big mouth Billy Bass singing fish after argument. Amazing. Oh my gosh.
Was it singing when the slap occurred?
Mine is Florida man attempts to board plane with rocket propelled grenade launcher.
I'm Florida,
Oh my
baby.
gosh. Anyway, it's sort of a fun cocktail party game. Type in your birthday and Florida man and see what you get. Sam, I think yours wins.
This is actually one of two. Also, Florida man arrested for pulling over undercover cop while pretending to be a cop.
Oh no! Oh my goodness! We love you, Florida.
Well, Joe is not suffering any fools in this conference room scene. She has an amazing quote. She says, "You can't give me gravy and tell me it's jelly because gravy is sweet." And this then inspires Michael to try to speak in these same sort of like Southern phrases.
What's that for
Like we had to read it. He said, well, Jim, where I'm from, two types of folk. Those who ain't and those who are knee-high on a grasshopper. Which type ain't you ain't? Y'all come back now.
Yes, Michael says knee-high on a grasshopper. The phrase is knee-high to a grasshopper. This got me thinking about Southern phrases because I loved her little jelly gravy thing. I actually literally love everything Joe Bennett says because at the end of this conversation, when they're disagreeing with her, she says, we'll let it marinate.
This guy said it again?
Which basically means I'm going to give you
So
till
I
the end of
guess
the day
Twitter
to
is
agree
just
with me.
blocking this guy
Just
for
go sit in it. Really like it.
What is
All
this?
of this led me to an article
So I
in
guess
Wide
Twitter
Open Country called
is just
10
blocking
Southern
this guy
Sayings
forever
Most People
now.
Have to Look Up. Okay. So knee-high to a grasshopper was on there. It just means that, you know, you're short.
I have to tell him that I'm knee-high to a grasshopper.
Yes.
Because I'm a short stack.
It can also be used to say, like, you've grown. Like, oh, last time I saw you, you were just knee-high to a grasshopper. Look at you now.
Yeah. Pretty good.
All right, so here are some more phrases in the article. Angela,
That's so
as our
funny.
Southern lady expert.
I don't know if I'm an expert. I'm ready, though.
Are you ready? Number one, don't get your knickers in a knot.
Got it. Don't get upset about little things. Watch your britches. Stuff like that.
You're slower than molasses in the winter.
That's pretty slow because molasses gets hard in the winter.
Keep going.
Oh, bless your heart. Oh, wow.
That's a complicated one.
There's several ways to use that one. I mean, my favorite way to use it is, you know, basically right after you say something tacky. You know, you're like, oh, look at her blouse. Bless her heart.
So I guess Twitter. I guess Twitter is just.
That's what it said. It said, before you think your mom's friend is giving you a sweet compliment, you might want to double check for sarcasm because typically Southern women's
That
gossip
is so. I
begins
guess.
or
So
ends
I was like,
with their
what?
heart.
So I
Ding, ding,
guess.
ding,
I
got
guess
it.
Twitter's just.
And finally, honey, that dog won't
I guess
hunt.
that's what it is.
Oh, yes. I heard this
just
too.
changed
I mean,
it.
basically, that dog won't hunt. It's
Really?
like, you're not going to have any
I
success
changed
with
it
that.
from
That's
my.
not going to happen.
Yes,
That's where
it's
you
like
have
a
to,
bad idea.
like,
Right,
follow
like imagine
people
you have a dog you think's
to,
a
like-
hunting dog and it doesn't go after the duck and you're just
Oh,
like,
that's
oh
so
yeah,
funny.
that dog's not gonna hunt.
I really like
That
that
is
one.
so funny.
I was like, I want Joe Bennett to use
Is it?
Yeah.
That was my favorite
my
of all of them was Honey That Dog.
So I
You
guess
know one
Twitter
that my
is
dad
just
used to say that's not on that list? I don't know if
forever
other
now.
people from the South say this, but
Oh
my dad
my
used to
God,
say,
I love
oh,
it.
he went in there
I
wide
fucking-
open.
I fucking
What
love
does
it.
that mean?
I don't know, this is just something my dad would
So
say.
I guess
But that
Twitter
meant
is
like
just.
if you're like
How many
hot to
did I-
trot
Are
guys,
those
if
new
you're
ones?
fired up about
Some.
something, you like go into a room
So I
wide open.
guess
Oh
Twitter
man,
is
you
just
went in there
blocking.
wide open.
How many
Oh,
Rabbi Rothschilds
okay.
are
All
there?
right, that was a Bill Kinsey for you.
Report it.
Well,
as
Joe Bennett
fair.
is going to have a talking head. I found this interesting because
I
this is
didn't
her
spam
moment
though.
one-on-one with the camera
Reported
crew.
by
So she has bought this
2
company.
hours ago.
She
Reported
has
by
agreed
over and
to let
over
the
and
camera
over and
crew
over.
keep filming because she could have just kicked them out, right?
Very true.
Reported by
Yes,
over
and
and
she
over
sits
and over.
down and she tells
Hundreds.
them sort of
I've
like all of her
discovered
stats, right?
Yeah.
hundreds.
Well, during this talking head, we see a photo montage of Joe Bennett in various places with different
Holy
celebrities,
cow,
different
crazy.
politicians.
Multiple.
Randy Cordray said,
Jen's on
when we
here
did this,
too.
we set up a green screen
Jen's on here
on the
too.
warehouse
He's
stage.
got like
Michael
a fucking
Gallenberg
support
shot Kathy Bates in different outfits.
Holy
Like flying the
cow,
plane,
crazy.
yes, in a plane outfit.
I'm going
And our
back to
graphic
the private.
designer
He's
Henry
popping
Sane
up as
then
fast as I block.
photoshopped her into
Hell yeah, baby.
licensed
Oh, I'm
stock
going
photo
after you.
images
I typed his name in
yeah, it
and then
was
searched
just
other
like
people, and I was able to
an
mark a bunch.
amazing
But they just
Photoshop
kept
job. But
popping
there
up
are
and popping up
photos
and
out there.
popping
There's
up.
like
So
another
I had
woman
to
in that
stop.
plane in the real
We've
picture.
got
They put Kathy
weakness.
Bates in it.
We've got
Well, we
weakness.
learned in this
We've got
talking head
weakness.
that her name was
Oh,
actually
this is so
Jolene
funny.
Bennett.
Reported black.
I mean, Jolene is my favorite Dolly Parton song.
I've liked
Of
about
course.
8 now.
To hear a
Their
tiny bit
ads
of it.
and
All right, in honor
I've
of
seen
Jolene
them
Bennett.
to
Yes.
476 now. At least 3. I'm not blocking you. I want to see where this is going. Hell yeah, Scott McClellan. You kick ass. How many Rabbi Rothschilds are there? It's so funny. That's so fucking funny.
Dolly Parton is a national treasure. I love her. Love her. I love that song. Incidentally, in this talking head,
So I guess Twitter.
Gabby was the Great Dane. Oh, that's who. That was our dog actor. That was our dog actor. Very good job, Gabby. Well, Andy is going to give Erin her Valentine. It's Snoopy and Woodstock. Yes, he gives it to her because, you know, of all the birds.
So I guess
Yeah,
I should, that one moment is like, I tried to search
oh,
it.
you named
There's
them.
just
Yeah,
too many of them.
Well, I went on a little tangent about Snoopy and Woodstock. You know, they're the dog and bird in the Peanut comic strip by Charles Schulz. They're great friends. Do you know the origin story of Snoopy and Woodstock? Because it's freaking adorable.
I don't.
And I want to hear it
I wanna
because
hear
I
it.
had a Snoopy
Tell me,
growing
girl.
up. I carried everywhere.
Snoopy'd
So
be big.
Woodstock first appeared when a mama bird built her nest on Snoopy's stomach while he was taking a nap. And the mama bird never came back. So there were 2 baby birds, and Snoopy had to kind of reluctantly raise them. But one day, Snoopy got so upset that he just threw the 2 birds out into the world to fend for themselves. But one of the birds came back.
Yes, Woodstock.
And Snoopy was like very annoyed. This is part of the story. But then he decided he would go ahead and raise the bird himself, and he became quite attached to it. And that bird was Woodstock. Now, the little bird did not even have a name until June of 1970. He was named after the Woodstock Musical Festival of 1969.
Hell yeah, baby.
Snoopy is the only non-bird who understands Woodstock's language. When you read the comic strip, it's just a series of exclamation points and question marks. But Woodstock still likes to sleep on Snoopy's stomach,
Like a
and he
mugger.
always turns to Snoopy for help when he has a problem. Is that so sweet? That's so sweet. I love Snoopy and Woodstock. So, this is actually a very romantic card, especially if you know the backstory. It's just about 2 creatures that need to be together. But Erin didn't even know who they were, their names. So for Erin, it's a dog and a bird. And she's like, oh, they're friends. Yeah, not the right message, even though he did spray it with Roger Federer cologne. It has pheromones in it, the tennis player. All right, listen, now it's time for a conference room meeting.
Over and over.
I have a fangirl moment in
Over
5
and
minutes,
over.
52 seconds.
518.
What is it?
Follow.
Kathy Bates put her hand on my back.
Over
Chop,
and
chop,
over.
little onion.
Over and over.
Did you
Report
see
it
my
back.
reaction? I was supposed to like
So I
act like
guess
sort of like
Twitter
thrown off
is
by
just
it, but
black.
it wasn't that hard to play because I was all like, oh, okay, hey, Kathy Bates talking to me. I was jealous. You got an actual like direct moment with Joe
Gosh.
Bennett. It's so great. So everyone's taking their seats, and Kevin goes, Joe, there's books in my chair. Like he's disturbed. Like, why is there a book in my chair? Yeah, he can't sit in it. Yes, she says, one is the Saber Handbook, and the other is my autobiography. At 6 minutes, 4 seconds, we see a really good shot of her book.
What do you
Her
call
book
those
is
groups?
called Take a
Like
Good
a
Look.
support group.
And this
Famous
was another
support group.
creation by Henry Sane, our graphic designer. Michael
Has
Gallagher had
Rabbi
taken a picture of
Rothschild
Kathy Bates
across
a week
the
prior when they were on the
If so,
set of the Saber exterior for the
you may
Crazy
be a
Saber
tiger.
video. And they made this book, Take a Good Look. Well, you know, this scene was extended.
Latest.
A lot of it got trimmed.
People.
Pam actually asked Joe Bennett, why is it
It's-
called Take a Good Look?
What's it called?
And I thought we should hear her answer.
Yoshi.
I was
26
years old, working at Kodak. It's my first job after Vanderbilt. It was very exciting. I took it very seriously, but I wasn't afforded the same amount of respect that the rest of the board enjoyed. One day I'd headed up to here.
And I strode into the boardroom wearing nothing but a pair of spot heels, a lace push-up bra, and matching lace panties. Right. And I took my seat,
No.
and I looked around at all of them, and I said,
No.
gentlemen, if this is all you
Like
see,
your body is like out.
then take a
But
good
it's
look.
multiplied.
Ooh, I love Joe Bennett.
Well, it says in the
I
script,
bite over 20
people are
of these
blown away
accounts.
by
I
this
bite.
well-rehearsed anecdote.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she's got a whole very sort of
Hey,
charming
silly.
speech where she's like,
These people
who
just
is Saber? Where is Tallahassee? In Texas. Right. Michael knows. This is when she's going to reveal you all are going to be selling printers.
loads of these rabbis. More so daily.
Michael
More
starts
so
saying, oh, I
daily.
can manage that.
Turn notifications
Manage as
on.
many times as possible.
Just
Because he's
what
trying to put
West
subliminal
Side
messages into
Boys
Joe's
did.
brain. He's the manager. Which is the same thing that Kelly did in Michael Scott Paper Company with Charles
Please
Minor
help Rabbi
when she kept
Rothschild.
saying, you wanted me? You want me? That's my favorite one.
Password change required.
Joe wraps up this
WTF,
meeting,
Yoshi?
but doesn't take any questions.
Who?
People's hands go up. She's like
Oh,
out the
fuck it.
door. She's like, sell my printers.
Are you?
I'm
Are
gone.
you?
So
You
badass.
don't see me. I'm not worried about a password change required.
I think
I
Joe
just
and I
know
would be
go fuck
friends.
yourself.
Oh, for sure. In real life, I think we would. We might be the same woman. All right, why don't we take a break? Because we're about halfway
Vision
through.
dashboard.
And when we come back, Kelly is going to get a Valentine from Andy with the most flowery message. Yeah, not a dog and a bird. No, words of love. We'll be back. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down, or after a long night out, hint, 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 or even
like when
on
you're getting
really
fucked
long
up
flights.
and you got your pussy being
Rehydrate
munched and you're
yourself for the
thirsty,
new year. Grab
get
your
yourself
Liquid
some
IV
fucking
hydration
Liquid IV.
multiplier,
Stick that shit
sugar-free,
in your
in
puss.
bulk, nationwide at Costco, or get
That's how you
20% off your first order when you go to
Get yourself a
liquidiv.com
Liquid
and use
IV.
code
Stick it in your
OfficeLadies at
puss.
checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today
What
using
happened to
promo
that bitch?
code
Oh,
OfficeLadies
she-
at liquidiv.com.
That bitch turkey basted herself with some Liquid IV up her puss.
We are back.
Crazy.
Kelly is reading her Valentine.
That's
from
some
Andy.
crazy
Oh my
shit.
God. Oh my God. We don't know what's in it yet, but it has clearly touched her heart.
What up,
Guys, Kelly
bitch?
has never thought of Andy that way.
Look at this.
But that's what romantic comedies
Sucker.
are based on.
Sucker
Always
free
the person
Sunday.
that
West
you
side.
didn't even notice, or that maybe you even hated. Right. He's been there all along, you guys. Kelly is living in a pretend rom-com, and she has found her leading man. She has. Can we talk about how adorable, by the way, Mindy looks in this episode? She is so cute, head to toe. Her outfit, her hair, her makeup, all of it. So cute. I know. Well, Pam is going to stumble on something for Jim. She ran the numbers, looked at the manual. He could make way more money as a salesman than a manager. Yeah, because Sabre has all these incentive programs, which are outlined in the manual that Pam read. I just want to point out who read the manual. I know. It was Pam, not Jim. And this is going to touch on something that I speak to a lot of women about, which is the invisible labor that women do
Try to send
in
it out
our
again.
lives, in our partnerships, in our
See if you can
jobs.
send it to this guy.
Guys, if you believe women
No.
should have larger pockets,
Suzanne,
I
come on,
encourage
girl.
you to Google the phrase invisible labor and read up on it because it's very, very satisfying. It's basically just about how women read and track details like emails, and
I
an
have
example of
blocked
invisible labor would
over
be
20
reading
accounts.
the email from the school,
Bots.
making note
12
of when
say
picture
bot.
day is, making sure that your kids
have their favorite outfits and that their hair is brushed
Jim
before they
Eagle.
walk out the door for picture
Oh,
day.
baby.
That's just an example
Please
of invisible
help
labor.
Rabbi
But
Rothschild.
another example of invisible labor are the number of ways that women are asked to work for free, to volunteer for things at their job, for committees, for making sure that someone gets their birthday cake or whatever at the office. All of these things are like additional invisible labor type jobs that tend to fall on women's shoulders. And there are a number of like sociological articles about it. I mean, room parent, yeah, you know, at school, who's bringing in all the like little crafts for the craft thing that the school needs, things like that. Invisible labor. Everybody, check it out. Also, pockets. Well, with this information that Pam gives Jim, he tells Michael, you know what? Go for it. Yeah, be the manager. Michael is so happy. Yeah, Jim came to his senses.
Yo.
He goes in the break room because he has to brag to someone. He's wandering around finding someone he can brag to, basically. Yeah, exactly. Someone's got to know this information. Oscar is quietly reading a magazine. It's The Atlantic, Michael's favorite ocean. Yes. And there was a deleted talking head where Michael discusses why the Atlantic is his favorite ocean. Oh, I just love the idea that Michael thinks there is this ongoing periodical about the Atlantic Ocean that Oscar reads. Just about the Atlantic Ocean. Yes, what's happening in the Atlantic? Well, you know, we've already learned his favorite winter Olympic sport, so now let's find out all about his favorite ocean.
Why is the Atlantic Ocean the best ocean? That is simple. According to Oprah, the Pacific Ocean is pretty much just garbage. The Indian Ocean is full of pirates. The Arctic Ocean is too cold. Thank you very much. And the Southern Ocean is just the bottom of all the other oceans. Atlantic Ocean has all the history. That is where the amoebas crawled from the murky depths and became man. So, pretty cool.
Wow, that's what he thinks. Makes me laugh so hard about the Atlantic Ocean. He also does this thing in this talking head that, I mean, we all know people that do this, but it never quite makes sense. He's like, the Arctic Ocean's too cold. Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Like, what? Anyway, that's in the DVDs. I just thought it was hilarious. I love it that this scene cut away to a talking head of Michael explaining this fact and then cuts back to this scene where Oscar finds out why Michael is so happy. He's like, well, maybe I should be a salesperson too. Yeah, and Michael's like, what are you talking about? Yeah. And he's like, they make way more money. It's in the manual. Sabre has no cap on commissions. He read it all in the manual. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Michael has his talking head. He's like, well, according to the manual, there is no cap on commissions. I have been hustled. Yeah. So Michael is going to walk in on Joe in the conference room, having a meeting with Jim, where Jim is saying he'll be a salesperson. He does my favorite thing too. He whispers, son of a bitch. I want to point out that this conference room went from being a place where we were having a presentation with rows of chairs to now having a table in the middle of it. It's gone back and forth between like sort of office style for Joe with the conference table to presentation style, and we never see this transformation happen on the show. Never. No one's ever moving a table in and out. Where does the table go when we're not using it? Who's moving it all? Who is it? All I want is B-roll of like Kevin and whoever create just moving chairs and tables all day. I feel like there's a missed opportunity here. I would love it if like Michael designated this to the warehouse guys. And can you imagine just like how annoyed every time? Like, what if there's just an episode where they're moving it back and forth all day? And Daryl is like, Michael, we have deliveries to make. Pays like petty cash to Leo and Gino. Yes. And they come and move everything from Vance
This is my
refrigeration.
west side, my best side. My west side, my best side. No, that would be cooler. This is my west side, my best side.
Yes. We also had a continuity catch.
So I guess Twitter is just blocking this guy
Yes.
forever now.
You and Jess B from Batesville, Indiana.
think you're right.
When Michael and Jim are talking with Joe, Michael messes up Jim's hair and it stays disheveled until the very end when
I
Michael
guess
gets up to leave
Twitter
and then it
is
is
just
perfectly combed again. Yes, at 9 minutes 13 seconds.
Where's the
Messy
thing?
hair.
Yosh,
That's when it starts.
it's right.
It stays messy until 9:55, and then
I
at
believe
9:58
Rabbi
it's perfectly
ROTHSCHILD
back to
are
normal.
there.
Right? Nice catch. So in addition to messing up Jim's hair, Michael also messes up Jim's plans. Do you like that segue? I just thought of it in the moment. I'm like kind of proud of it. You're like a professional. I feel like I am. I mean, after like 100 and something episodes, you're like a wordsmith. Thank you. Basically,
Wait,
Michael
where's my
says,
girl? Where's
you
my
know,
girl? What's her
I
name?
think I want to be
Jan?
the salesperson.
Where's my
And
Jen?
Joe says, you know
Jen?
what, Michael? You have more experience across the board. You've been in sales.
I would have
You've been a
been like,
manager.
I thought
I'm gonna
Jen
defer to
got a
your
lot of
judgment
fucking
on
play.
this. And he
She
takes
has
the sales
76,
position,
but
and
no,
now he's got to
girl.
move in
Check this
all
out.
his stuff
Check out what she says.
to Jim's
I
full
bought.
desk.
Wait,
And
she's
Jim
like,
is now moving into Michael's office.
what did
Yes,
she say?
you see Jim and
She
Pam.
said,
Jim is the manager now. At 10 minutes, 6
she
seconds, you're going to
said
get a real
something
good
like,
shot of belly
she's just
bump
like, I
Eve.
was,
This was a very large belly bump that I had to wear. Pam has gone up a bump.
holy
She's
crap,
getting
it's
into her last
crazy. It
trimester.
keeps
Yeah, next
multiplying.
week she's giving birth, everybody. Yeah.
Oh, God, it's
Well,
crazy.
Dwight is not pleased at all.
Multiplying.
He makes a phone
I'm
call
going,
to
I'm going to,
Bobcat.
he's
Yeah,
popping up
Bobcat,
as
this is
a
Dragon.
side block.
Meet me by the
Hell yeah,
dumpster
you are,
in 90
motherfucker.
seconds.
Get the
And he
fuck
takes
out
it
of here.
to 89,
I own Twitter.
88.
I own social media. I own the internet.
20 minutes later, Ryan
Are you done?
meets him outside by the dumpsters.
I was still a block
Do
of
you
them,
mean
but
Scarfy, Ryan?
they just kept popping up. They kept
Calling
popping
him
up.
Scarfy, Ryan.
All right,
Such
I
a
just,
scarf. A turquoise scarf.
and
You
he
know, in
meets
the shooting drop, 'cause I reread it, Joe Bennett says, nice scarf. Oh! She comments on a scarf earlier in the episode. Yeah, if you want to see Scarfy, go to 10 minutes, 32 seconds. They have
He
this hilarious
retweets that we
dialogue,
can't
too.
stop him.
When Ryan says, did you see
What a-
Saw? And
what
Ryan
a-
goes, of course I see Saw.
What a
Loves
villain.
I see Saw all the
What
time.
a villain.
Yeah,
This
he's like,
motherfucker
now the
just
movie
he
Saw.
retweets it.
Because they
This,
still
I
have
thought
their
of anyone who
diabolical
was going to
plan
fuck
to
me,
take
I
down
thought it would be
Jim.
Jen.
And
And
Ryan's
Jen,
idea is that
I've
they're
been
going to
like,
kidnap Jim and like do psychological torture on him. Dwight rejects the idea. He does. Like, this is not a good idea. I do want to say in this scene, a nice touch at 10 minutes, 30 seconds. That's some nice fakey snow.
Oh, look at Chris.
The
Hey, look at the little
dumpster, kind of
boo-boo.
around,
Look at the
was
moo-boo
provided by
there.
Ron
Look at the
Nery's
boo-boo.
team from A&A
You're
Special
black.
Effects. Again, they had to bring in a small truckload of ice. It was delivered from Union Ice of North Hollywood, California. They put it through the industrial wood chipper device and it sprayed out as snow. I appreciate this. I mean, we filmed this in Southern California, but we knew that this would be airing in a Pennsylvania winter
And the
time
West
frame,
Side
and
Gangs.
so we put these little details in. Well done. I love it too. Paints the picture, guys. Well, ultimately, Dwight and Ryan decide they're going to reach
I
out
love
to
it. Little
Nick
support group. Like people from all over the internet are like, who is this
and
person?
him bring down
Who is this
Jim.
person?
Yeah. Back in the office, Erin is helping
Horrible.
Michael try and get
The West
all his toys onto the desk. But she's having trouble. There's not as many surfaces. I want to point out two things in this scene. At 11 minutes, 57
Yoshi.
seconds, there's a really good shot of the
Yeah, it's
giraffe
maybe 100.
in my
Yeah,
cup
help me
holder on my
understand
desk.
why one person
The
can
wonky
go
giraffe
for 20 plus
that
20.
never worked, that you still
Well,
have, that I
500.
still have. Aw,
15.
so if you want a good shot of it, it was a lot harder to see when it was at reception, but it's really good to see in this scene.
Yoshi's gonna think this is so funny.
Want to say how
Yoshi's
much
gonna, dude,
loved
I laughed
Steve
for like
Carell and
5
Miss
years
Jessie
just
Plum.
about
It took us
Twitter.
about a half a day to
I
shoot
was like,
all
I know,
the scenes
Yoshi
with
is so
Steve
funny.
out in the bullpen.
Oh my God.
It was a delight. I absolutely loved it. He loved it. We got to be together. It was so
I
fun.
guess Twitter.
I would be so tickled if he ever had to sit over an accounting. Yes, right? Exactly. Eric's going to enter Jim's office with ants on a log. You really get some insight into the things that
So I
Michael
guess
has
Twitter is
convinced
just
Eric
blocking
to do
this
for
guy
him,
now.
none of which Pam would have ever done. No, they have a whole different relationship. And she so earnestly believes in Michael's just,
Why,
I
Eli?
just know what, in his
She looks up to him.
I wonder if
I think
anybody,
she believes that he
no, like,
really does have this handbook on how to be a
people
boss.
like
This is
hundreds
what
a
you do.
day.
You bring Ansel along every day at 2 o'clock.
You also have to get spun in your chair because a spinning brain is a working brain.
Yeah. Ansel a lot, guys. Celery stalks, some peanut butter, and a
How'd
few
you do it?
Mm-hmm.
How'd you take over the world, Mikey? Yo, she's like,
Have you ever done it
Mikey,
where instead of
how'd you take over the world, baby? I mean, check it out.
Oh, I probably like that
Oh,
better.
dog, that was
because
so
I love
sick.
chocolate with peanut butter.
And he just
Right?
laughed. I'm like, I
It's
laughed the
real
whole
good.
time.
Does the
He
celery
wrong.
throw you off,
I
though?
will.
No, it still has that crisp, refreshing crunch.
Okay. Well, Michael's going to blow his train horn and
Where's
say
that
that he got a
girl?
new client.
Jen.
And he instantly gets shaved
Come
for
on,
this.
Jen.
People are like, we don't really announce client sales.
We haven't done that since 1992.
I mean, come on. So
Where's
the
Jen?
scene continued, Jenna. It's in the shooting draft.
How
Didn't
could
make
I
it in the
find
final
it?
episode.
2 others.
I thought it was really cute. Michael is annoyed, so he goes, well, I guess I'll just celebrate with a
Count
snack
the
then.
hammer.
And he
How
walks
can I
into the
find her?
kitchen, and then you see sort of like
No,
this
she-
argument
Oh,
between
there it
Oscar
is.
and Michael, like through the kitchen door. And then Michael storms out, and they're having this heated conversation.
50.
And Michael's like, you know how long it
50.
took for those to freeze?
Has anyone
And we see that
else
Oscar has
gotten
a
followed by
little
this viral bot
orange
several
cube
times?
on, like
I've
a
blocked
toothpick,
a few
like a
dozen.
homemade popsicle.
Oh,
We're
like
at
in the ice
50.
tray
Here
where
we
you
go.
put orange juice in
New
your ice
stuff.
tray?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I'm
Michael's furious. And
I'm
Oscar's
so
like,
far.
that's because you kept opening the freezer door to check on them. And Michael goes, yeah, but then I didn't check on them, and now they're all gone. And the camera widens, and we see Creed and Meredith eating one. Everyone is eating Michael's homemade orange juice popsicles.
I'm up
And
to
he's
100.
furious about
Around
it.
100 of
It
so
was just
far.
this little runner that got cut.
LOL.
And then he goes and sits
More.
down and he smells the smell.
Thank
Oh,
you.
the
I got
smell. Yes. So he's not having a very
one
good
of
day
his
in the
1 million
bullpen.
accounts just
Yeah,
followed me. I
find
marked so
out that
many.
there
I've
is
got a
a
corn
kind
on
of
my finger.
sulfur-like smell.
I like this
It is
girl.
a side
She's
effect
got
of Phyllis's new allergy medication.
She sent an email about it.
She did, and everyone seems fine with it. Even though
callous
Andy has
fingers
tissues up his nose,
She's
he's
like
just
a big
anticipating a
Hi,
nosebleed.
are you done,
This is
kid?
it for Michael.
Jesus.
He cannot believe he's out in the bullpen.
He's got 10
where you
accounts.
don't celebrate
He's
a
got 10
sale.
accounts.
People
Who
are
is this guy?
taking your
Literally, he's
homemade
trying.
orange
He's like,
juice, ice
just
cube
look at my
popsicles,
fucking camera. I
And
swear
there's
to God.
sulfur smell.
And it's stinky.
I get about
And he can't
20
fit his
some
things on his
days
desk.
from.
I
Well,
also want to point out
you
something
get more
else
today,
in this
girl.
scene, actually. It's at 16 minutes and 7
Oh,
seconds.
thanks,
There is
I
a
just
really
blocked.
good shot
Oh my
of the
God.
3 hamster dolls on
I blocked
Michael's
him a few
desk.
days ago.
And the
Then
reason
blocked
I
that
point
one.
this out, I think we shared this a long time ago, but back when we shot the pilot, John
Susan,
Krasinski
how you
toured a
like
paper
that?
company in Scranton. The manager there was a woman, and
No,
she had a
no,
little
but thanks for
stuffed
the heads up.
hamster on
Yeah,
her
thanks.
desk. And
Wow,
so
wow, wow, wow. We're
Michael's
coming in
little
about
hamster
12 fucking.
toys are a
Who the
nod
fuck is this?
to that little bit of research
There
that
are
John
10 of
Krasinski
them.
did, and I just
Right?
love
No,
that we
there
have
aren't.
kept this detail going.
All these years.
Yes.
I remember it was
10
so important to
dozen?
Greg. He was like, no, we need the
More than that.
hamsters dressed up.
Shit.
Yeah, we need little dressed up hamsters.
Jerry
Everyone's like,
Cosenza.
what is this
He
detail?
just
He's
creates
like,
new
I need it.
accounts.
It was
I
like
love
part
how
of
they
that
think like I'm like a
authenticity. He loved
cyborg.
spotting that in that video that John showed him.
Computer avatar.
Oh my gosh, Angela,
Must
I
be
just
one of
saw
the
one more
Musk-
thing I didn't mention. There's a
Muskers,
lot to
buddies.
unpack in these scenes
I
where
don't know what
Michael
that
is
means.
sitting out in the bullpen.
I've
There
never
was a
seen
fan
or
catch
heard
for
of him.
Paige Ammon
Oh,
here in
did
New
you
York.
remember this thing?
When Michael
Well,
announces
lucky.
his sale, Jim's store
Oh,
is
yeah, the
closed in
factory.
the background, but then it's open at the end of the scene. It's another
Love
thing
it.
like the hair mess up.
There are
I love all
dozens.
the background catches, you guys.
Good catch, Paige.
Kelly is now going to
Nope.
read Andy's card. It's one of those cards, you guys,
Okay,
that
what
you
does he
buy and
say?
it has a whole
I usually look
message
for a
written
lonely
in it,
Asian
you
we're
know?
looking for stability.
Here's what it says.
Hey, how about it?
Brighten my
How
day
about
with
it?
the sound of your voice.
Middle-aged
You bring so much laughter and love.
Ashkenazi
You're
Jew
everything to me.
looking for the
And I
same.
was so blessed when God sent you here to me. To which Aaron says, geez, Louise.
Yeah, then she has the talking head where she says she just can't compete with
And
Kelly.
another.
Kelly can sing,
Yikes.
she can dance, she gets all of her clothes at the mall. I mean, it makes
Yoshi, you think it, the fuck happened, shitbag? Yoshi, you think people like you? You think these people like me? Yoshi be like, oh dog, they love you. Don't you see how much they're talking about you? They weren't talking about you before. They love you. Like, I know. Like, but how much do they love you? They should be like, oh, dog. They're taking pictures of you. They're saying about. They're telling everybody about your counts. They're making sure everybody knows about you. I mean, I know they're helping, right?
Laughter and
They're sure
love.
they
You're
have to love
everything
you.
to me. And I was so blessed when God sent you
Why?
here to me. To which Aaron says,
Motherfucker not,
geez,
motherfucker.
Louise. Yeah, then she has the talking head where she says she just can't compete with Kelly. Kelly can sing, she can dance, she gets all of her clothes at the mall. I mean, it makes total sense to her that Andy would pick Kelly. I mean, if you're looking at the two cards and you don't know anything about Snoopy or Woodstock, Kelly's card is beautiful. It is. Andy said he had no idea what was on the card. No, he clearly picked out Aaron's card and then just, quickly grabbed a bunch of others and handed them out randomly. Yeah, for all we know, Kevin got a similar card. True. With no candy. I don't know if you noticed the location of Aaron's talking head. She couldn't be in the conference room because that's where Joe and her Great Danes are. So we would set up an alternate talking head spot outside of the break room. Yes. There's the little hallway, and many talking heads would happen there. But that's why there's a plant. Mm-hmm. If you see a plant in a talking head, we're probably in that break room hallway. Speaking of the break room, Dwight and Ryan are going to find Nick in there. Nick, the IT guy. And they're kind of going to do a shakedown. Is that what it's called? Yeah, I think it is, a shakedown. I don't know if that's the right term, but basically it is the right term because I just watched an episode of Abbott Elementary and they have a whole plot line about shakedowns. Okay, so there's a shakedown. I learned something. There you have it. They're basically like, Nick, you're going to help us get Jim's password to his computer. And if you don't, we're going to do these kind of things. And then Ryan has to struggle to crush a can. Yes. But then Dwight completely crushes an apple. Yeah. We got a fan question from Laura S. in Australia. How did Rain crush the apple? Was it a fakey apple or is he just super strong? Per Randy Cordray, Dwight's crushing of the apple was just real. They used a real apple. He said they did a bunch of practice runs. They didn't drill any holes in it or help him a little. Okay, so they did kind of score the back side of the apple so that it could break away more easily, but they didn't do anything to the front. It's a real apple. He said Rain's fingertips were just strong enough to dig into the front of the apple, and then it broke away because of some of the scoring on the back. But I mean, just that part, the part where they go into the front, is really impressive. Good job, Rain. Who knew?
Why don't you suck his dick, Angela?
You know, that's the thing, as an actor, especially being a television actor, because they generate scripts on an ongoing basis, and they'll just write something, and suddenly you're like, oh, I guess this week I'm skateboarding. I've never been on a skateboard before. And then you have 1 week to figure out how to be a good enough skateboarder to pull off whatever they've written. And in this case, how lucky are they that Rain could crush an apple with his fingertips? No one asked. And then if he couldn't have done it, what would they have done? Would they have rewritten it? Would they have found a fakey apple? I don't know. Our romantic comedy is about to begin. Kelly's at the copier. Yeah. Andy walks up behind her and she turns around and goes, oh, you scared me. I didn't see you there. I mean, she is laying it on so thick. She touches his arm, gives him a kiss on the cheek. He's so confused. And that's when Meredith comes up and goes, we saw the card you gave her. You gave that to me, we'd be doing it. I know. Something like that. And he's like, what? Now Andy's freaked out. He realizes what has happened, and Aaron has seen the whole thing. Meanwhile, Michael is going to walk into what is now Jim's office and say he wants his old job back because he cannot handle the farty dirt patch that is the sales floor. Oh, well, Jim says the grass is always greener. And he's like, there's no grass out there. It's just a farty dirt patch. It's amazing. Jim says, what do you want to do? They have a very funny exchange here. The difference between Michael's plan and Jim's plan is pretty amazing. Michael's number number one idea is let's make a sign that says it's opposite day. I know. Done. Solved. I know. And what I love is that Jim's idea is they just walk in and tell Joe that they want to switch jobs, but he has to put it in language Michael will understand by saying, why don't we do it the Lethal Weapon way? What happens in Lethal Weapon? They just walk in and tell their boss what they want, right? Yes,
Say
the
that
Lethal
it kissed
Weapon
me,
way.
just hold me, tell me you miss me.
So they do.
Oh
They
man.
find Joe walking her dogs outside.
Doris
She really
Day
can't
wrote
believe
that?
that two grown men
Doing a little
haven't been
Jim
able to
and
figure
Baby's
this
written by
out. Two
Doris
grown-ass
Day.
men. Yeah,
Beautiful.
she says. She gets a phone call in the middle of this exchange. She's like, fine, my God, I don't care. Just stop meeting with me to talk about it. And here, walk my dogs and don't ride them. Yeah, a lot of people try to ride them. I bet they do. We had a fan question from Catherine H. in Denver, Colorado, who wanted to know where the lines and don't ride them. A lot of people try to ride them scripted or improvised. Guys, that was scripted. The way she delivered that was so amazing. I agree. Just perfection. When I reread this shooting draft, like everything is scripted.
51.
Like there are moments where I was like, oh, was that someone
I'm
going
up
off
to
script?
about
No, this
100.
was like
It's 3 or
all
4 a
scripted.
day.
Every
Yeah, I
little
get
moment
several
you
a
see.
day. It's bananas.
When Michael messes up,
I
Jim's
get
here.
the cybersecurity vibes that
I was
really
like,
have them
maybe that was
protect
Steve
you
just
from
playing
harm.
around. Nope, in the script. Really? Yep, it says Michael messes up Jim's hair. Well, Andy's gonna quickly make an announcement to the bullpen that he sent an email saying, look, if you think I like you, Mrs. Valentine's card, I'm paraphrasing, but basically, I don't like you, okay? Yeah, it meant nothing. It meant nothing.
She's right. He's got
Well, Kelly
to count
comes in
who the
wide
fuck
open.
is this guy.
Hey,
He's
very
delicious.
nice. Kelly's mad because
He has
she's like,
over
do you not
100.
like me? I would
I
have
looked
liked you
through the
so
count a few
hard.
hours. Yeah, the same.
And
It's
Andy
weird.
tells
I'll be
Kelly
on the
there's
lookout.
someone else, but he won't
Oh,
say who. There was a
it's
deleted
weird.
Andy talking
Is
head.
it MAGA?
Ooh, what did it say? He said,
Some sort
I
of
gave Kelly
bot
$50
for
and she
they
promised to stop loving me. Okay. That's pretty great.
I looked through
Aaron's
the
happy
count
now
people.
because it turned out Andy didn't like Kelly. And Michael is happy as well because he's back in his office.
Is he
And
MAGA?
Aaron has set up all of
Some
his
sort
gadgets and they're
of
going to have a
not
little dance
fun.
party. At 20 minutes,
I
1
looked
second,
through the
Aaron
count.
activates Michael's little Casio keyboard and we hear 2 pieces of
Thanks, just
music.
bought.
Randy Cordray said they were loop tracks that
Oh,
were
yeah.
found by our
He
sound
was blah,
supervisor,
it's
Bobby
crazy.
Maxton. We
Extremely.
licensed those song loops
Oh, yeah, they
in
just keep
perpetuity,
popping up.
and it cost $3,000. Well, Dwight is just delighted that
About
Jim
a
is
few
no longer
days ago.
manager. He
Like,
ropes it in.
there's
And
dozens.
his time as manager lasted
Every
4
single day.
hours. Yeah, it's
Joy
the
bag of
shortest
sunshine.
of any manager.
Just saw
He's
him
holding a
like
sheet
if
of coffee
he
mug,
found
by
a
the
friend
way.
with a bunch of
Nice. Yeah. Jim is gonna take Dwight's tie and dip it in his coffee. Oh, Jim.
person
And the
with
shooting draft the
disability.
scene continued, and you see
He's still getting
Jim
followed.
back in the
Double
annex, and
followed.
Toby is writing him up.
Darlene from the
What?
Jersey Shore.
Yes.
Gonna get
And
fucked.
there's this
Would you
B-roll,
fuck
and Jim
Darlene
has
from the
taken
Jersey
Dwight's
Shore?
phone and has put it in Jello and put it in the fridge. And Toby
Alright,
says,
she's found five
please
other
don't make this
people.
a habit. And Jim is just smiling. The pranks are coming back, guys. Well, everybody was very excited for this storyline. The writers spoke about how for a while they really liked this
Gary.
storyline where
Gary
Jim was having to be
Ford.
more
Nope, I usually
ambitious,
get
he was having to be in
Asian
charge, be a
women.
little
Well,
serious.
I am
But
too,
they
baby.
really
I am too.
missed
I've
the
got a lot of them.
dynamic
You're
between
lucky,
Jim
dog.
and Dwight. This was something that was
That's
sacrificed
so sick.
because of this storyline.
So
Now
sick.
they were going to get to have it back.
There are
Yeah.
dozens. There are
Well,
dozens.
Dwight and Ryan congratulate themselves
This
for dethroning
motherfucker just
Jim, even
blocked
though
me.
they're not quite sure
Nope,
what it was
but I
that
really
they
paid
did
attention.
that contributed to this. You know, you're going to see
I
them get into the
deleted 6 of
elevator
those
and
requests
they're happy, and then they get out of the elevator and they're arguing. You know, they had to film those
the
on
other
2
day.
different days because,
Well,
you know, the
yeah,
elevator doesn't really go
everything doing
anywhere.
it, dog.
Right, right. So they got into an elevator,
Yeah.
and then it was like a total
Right,
other day where they
it's-
did the leaving
yeah,
of the
that
elevator.
thing has been making the
Well, I
rounds
loved
for
it. I
you,
loved
trying to
how
get frag me
it's
for
the
using
misdirect,
this
right?
swear
That
word.
these two are going to go
It's
for a
a-
drink, and then the doors open and they're arguing. Just one elevator ride later. It's only like a 2-story building. This is a short ride to get in a fight. The thing they're arguing about is what drink they're going to get to celebrate. Dwight says martini bars are pretentious, and then Ryan
That's
says,
gotta be
I'm
the
not
one.
interested in anything I have to make myself.
Yeah,
And
that thing
Dwight's
is
like,
making
it's beet
sounds.
vodka and it's delicious.
Thanks for the
I will
warning.
show you. I got curious. Beet vodka was a real thing. Is it?
No,
Okay, I looked this
I'm
up
like a
online. This is
machine,
what I
yo.
found. There might be
Yikes,
others,
I don't
but I
know.
did find a vodka from Minnesota
called BET,
They
and
are
there's a line
sneaking
over the
in.
E.
No,
BET, beet vodka. It's Minnesota's first vodka distilled from 100% sugar beets. Sugar beets, yes. I was not able to get that vodka in time, but I also read that you can make your own beet-infused vodka, and I looked up the recipe.
Also. I have. I recorded it.
You
also.
did not.
I did.
You made beet infused vodka? Explain.
Okay, I found a recipe on allrecipes.com. This one is by Jonah Luck, giving you a shout out, Jonah. Here's the quote about this recipe. This is a full flavored and earthy vodka that will keep you coming back. The ingredients were 2 pounds of beets, peeled and cubed. I went to the store. I bought a lot of beets. I peeled them. My hands were red. I was trying to hide them from you the other day on our edit because my hands were so stained from peeling these beets, and I cubed them and cut them in little squares on Monday.
I have to stop you. What was the reaction to the people in the store when Angela came in and bought 2 pounds of beets?
At the checkout line, the guy checking me out, you could see everything in him. It was like you could see the vein in his forehead. He had to weigh the beets. And he was like, "You're buying beets?" And I was like, "Uh-huh." He goes,
Rabbi.
He so wanted to say something.
Rabbi.
Okay, so on Monday, I had to peel and cube the beets. Took actually a long time. And then I had to get 1 liter of vodka. And I had to put the beets in a sealable container and pour vodka over the beets and shake it vigorously. Then I had to place the container in a cold, dark place and store it for 3 days. But twice a day, I had to go and shake it. Oh my gosh, this is what I've been doing all week, and I wanted to tell you. I brought them. I got individual little containers so we can all try my beet-infused vodka. I'm going to tell you, I tried it this morning. It is earthy. Okay, earthy. I documented making it all. I'll put it in stories.
Now, this is just, you don't do anything to the beets except cube them. Like, you didn't have to boil them or make them soft. It's raw beets.
Yes, it's raw beets.
Okay.
That's why I couldn't cheat and buy already, because they had packages.
I have bought over 20 of these
but it's raw beets. Let's try it.
This is also another nice way to say happy birthday.
Oh, guys, I have individual containers for you to take home. So you're taking this home. Let's try some beet-infused vodka. All right, guys.
It looks like
help me
a
understand
container
why
of blood.
WordPress Kevin 20 accounts and be able to track accounts, create lists, attack others, power about his data tickets, and cause carriers. Why
Okay, ready? Yep, we're gonna submit.
87 retweets.
It's exactly how I pictured it.
That's a lot.
I'm getting the vodka afternoon. Yeah. It's medicine-y. It reminds me of a medicine.
Here's the thing.
That's a lot.
So the vodka could sneak up on you, but it's there. There you go, guys. Dwight, this is like us having a drink at Shrimp Farms.
Yay. What if we threw a Splenda in here? I feel like that's what it needs.
I'm gonna make a Bloody Mary with this and report back.
There was a recipe for that to make Bloody Marys with
That's maybe 100
vodka.
plus.
Oh,
Oh,
Sam, I have a much
definitely
bigger
100 plus.
container you can take home.
Good question, Eli. Must minute man waiting.
Angela, this was delightful.
This is really what thank you for making this.
You guys drink responsibly. This was a really fun thing to do. Actually, I enjoyed it, and I feel like Dwight would be proud, guys.
This is like, what's the name of those people who, like mixologist level?
Yes.
Kind of business here, Ange.
I'm excited for on the way home when I get on the train beet drunk holding a plant.
You're drinking your beet vodka with your succulent.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, that was manager and salesman. If you were keeping track of how many times the dogs went to Andy's crotch, he had those dogs, up in there for 5 full scenes. Wow. That's quite a bit of time if you look at the whole episode.
Well, on that note, I guess we want to say thank you to Rainn Wilson, who I reached out to for this episode, and Randy Cordray, and Angela Kinsey for making us fresh beet vodka. Thank you, Angela.
You're welcome. You're welcome, guys. Have a great week. We love doing this podcast.
This guy
Thanks for
is
hanging
great.
out with us.
next week we are going to be in New York City
Oh,
for our book launch.
I can't believe it.
I know. Are you ready?
I don't think so.
I don't feel ready.
I don't feel ready, but I am so excited. This took 3.5 years of our lives, and I'm just so happy we finally get to share it. And as my mom says, we can bless it and move it on.
A couple of fun things to be on the lookout for. We are going to
So I
release
sent some
a
kind of
sneak
cleavage
peek of
booby
our
shot.
audiobook
Good.
later this
Gives
week,
me a
and then
bit-
next
rather
week, in
tasteful. I've
honor
edited
of our
it.
book, The
Don't
Office
want you to think what you
BFFs,
think.
coming out, we are doing a special episode
Yeah,
where we
I don't know
answer
what the fuck
all
that
of
is.
your questions.
See you guys.
Bye.
Now I have to follow
Thank you for
all the
listening to
people.
Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela
And
Kinsey.
your face.
Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher.
Next up,
Our producer is
you're
Cassie
not too
Jerkins, our
stylish,
sound
Tom.
engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our
Thank you.
associate producer is
That's a
Ainsley
bit.
Bubico.
Our theme
Sherry.
song is Rubber Tree by
Fuck
Creed Bratton. For ad-free
Elaine, you
versions
have
of Office
disabilities.
Ladies, go
Well,
to
you got another follower, and you got
StitcherPremium.com. For a free
disabilities. Join the
1-month
club,
trial
girl.
at Stitcher Premium,
Jill.
use code
I gotta think
OFFICE.
Jill's hot. Why? I don't know. She's honest. That means this bitch is a liar. This bitch is a liar like a motherfucker.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office
Thanks,
together.
I just
And we're
blocked.
best friends.
And now we're doing the
There's
Ultimate
about
Office
12 accounts.
Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down
If
an
they were
episode of The
over
Office
under
and give
for accounts,
exclusive
girl,
behind-the-scenes stories that
would
only 2 people who were there
need
can
to
tell you.
pump those
We're the
numbers
Office
up,
Ladies.
girl. At least give me 40. How about 400? How about
Friday,
400
it's not
active
Wednesday.
accounts?
We're hitting your
I
feed.
forgot.
On a Friday!
On a Friday.
TGIF!
Stupid
We
bitch.
have a way to celebrate. We hope you like
Me
it.
too.
We are going to play for you the entire first chapter of our audiobook of The Office BFFs.
So happy Friday. Hang out with us for a little bit, and we hope you have a great weekend.
Oh man, I gotta listen to audiobook. This is some horse
Chapter
shit.
1. Job opening. Office work.
Below job.
In 2003, a group of strangers had one very big
Nope.
thing in common. We had all just been cast on a new TV comedy pilot
Nope.
called The Office.
This motherfucker
After
says
years
nope.
of living as struggling artists,
Oh.
we were all very happy to
Motherfucker,
be
except
employed and doing what we
fucking
loved. We
dog.
could never have predicted the
Yo,
impact
she
it would
haven't
have
accept.
on the
Should I
rest
have
of our
accept the
lives.
things?
I have an old photo from my first day of work on The Office.
Okay.
It
Just
was
black
taken when
He has
Steve
6 or
Carell,
7
John
accounts.
Krasinski, Rainn Wilson, BJ Novak, David Denman, Phyllis Smith, and I met with the producers, network executives, showrunner Greg Daniels, and director Ken Kwapis to do a table read of the pilot script for the very first time.
Haven't seen
Allison
him.
Jones, our casting director, came to the table read armed with a plate of homemade chocolate chip cookies and a Polaroid camera. I desperately wanted a picture to commemorate the day, and this was before everyone had cameras on their phones. So I was excited when she told us all to gather together for a photo. I asked if she would take one for me too. She said sure, took a second picture, and handed me the Polaroid and a cookie. I remember standing and munching the cookie while watching the photo slowly develop before my eyes. To let you know how special this whole moment was, let me share a little about my backstory. I grew up in St. Louis, Missouri. From the
You were
time I
born
was
in
7
Fort
years
Wayne,
old,
you
I
bitch.
knew I wanted to be an actor. I can't say why exactly, but I barely remember a time when this wasn't my goal. At age 9, I considered becoming a veterinarian, but when I learned I would have to do surgeries on animals, I went back to my original plan of actor. My parents were very supportive, but also refused to let me act professionally as a child. And it's not like there were a ton of opportunities in St. Louis, to be honest. They told me I had to graduate from high school and college before moving to Los Angeles. So I auditioned for every school play and joined every drama club. I spent most of high school in the dancing chorus until my senior year when I was cast as the fiddler in The Fiddler on the Roof. I had no lines, but extra solo dancing. I went to college at a small liberal arts school in rural Missouri called Truman State University and majored in theater. I learned a lot about acting technique, and my love of performing was solidified. After graduation, I packed up my Mazda 323 hatchback and drove across the country to Los Angeles, ready to give it a go in Hollywood. I ended up spending years in various odd jobs trying to pay off my defaulting credit card and make my rent. Thanks to a mandatory typing class in high school, most of the jobs I found were working as, wait for it, a receptionist. In the meantime, I was going on hundreds of auditions and performing Commedia dell'arte with a local theater company. I earned my Screen Actors Guild card doing background work, experience that would come in handy later as you will learn in this book, and each year I seemed to do a little better than the year before. I booked some guest appearances on television shows, a couple of independent films, and a pilot called Rubbing Charlie. Yes, you heard that right. It was a comedy starring a stressed-out doctor named Charlie, played by Scott Wolf, who gets life lessons from his massage therapist, me. I actually rubbed Charlie. It was a really sweet and funny show. I was convinced it would be my big break. So, when it didn't make it past the pilot stage, I was crushed. I told my manager I wanted to quit. The years of rejection having taken their toll, and my new plan was to apply to vet technician school, animal care with no surgeries. She told me to keep at it, that the right role would find me if I just didn't give up. I had my doubts. At that point, I'd been plugging away in Los Angeles for nearly 8 years, but I decided to take her advice and give it one more year. As fate would have it, the following pilot season, I was asked to audition for the American remake of a BBC show called The Office.
I'll give you a BBC
The role was
girl.
for the receptionist.
What's a stigma?
A worn down, yet still hopeful young woman with artistic dreams beyond her depressing day job. In other words, me. After we snapped the shot, Steve Carell said, "One day, this photo will be worth money, especially after they fire me and replace me with a new actor for episode 2. You'll all look at this and say, aw, remember Steve, what's his name? He was sweet. I wonder what he's up to now." Before The Office, Steve had the most experience of all of us.
And he was a
He
pimp.
wasn't a household name by any means,
But he was
but
a
he had
pimp.
been a correspondent on The Daily Show. He'd been a regular on The Dana Carvey Show, and he'd had a scene-stealing role opposite Jim Carrey in the movie Bruce Almighty. He had also been rejected by Saturday Night Live and been cast in more than one failed pilot. He knew better than all of us how rough and random our business could be. Rainn Wilson had been knocking around for about 10 years, traveling the country doing Shakespeare, and most recently worked as a recurring character on 6 Feet Under. Phyllis had spent the previous 19 years working in casting, including 8 as a casting associate for Allison Jones. When we all came in to audition for The Office, Phyllis was our reader. Ken Kwapis was so taken with her, he told showrunner Greg Daniels he thought she should play a role on the show.
Might actually be silent.
John Krasinski had done some commercials, and like me, his last pilot was not picked up. BJ Novak had been doing stand-up comedy when Greg discovered him. David Denman was like Steve. He'd been an employed yet mostly unknown actor for years, having appeared in a number of studio films and miniseries. He'd also done 4 pilots, none of which ever made it to series. We all laughed at Steve's joke, but the truth is, we were all also secretly wondering if we'd get to episode 2. Also there that day were the creators of the original version of The Office, Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant. I had watched every episode of the British series and naturally was a huge fan. I was in awe of Lucy Davis's portrayal of Dawn, Pam's British counterpart. She could communicate so much with just a glance. I hoped that I could bring as much heart and depth to Pam as Lucy did to Dawn. As I sat with the creators of this masterpiece, I remember thinking, if I lose this job tomorrow, at least I got to sit in the same room as Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant. After the read, Ricky and Stephen gave us ideas for how to best Americanize the show. This had been the subject of a lot of discussion amongst the creative team. In England, they do much shorter television seasons. The original Office series was only 12 episodes long in total, with 1 Christmas special. American networks expect a lot more than that. A typical American television show makes 24 episodes per season. Ricky noted that if we hoped to make 100 episodes, We should be sure people didn't become too frustrated by Michael's incompetence. He suggested we make him a buffoon, but still good at his job. That way, American viewers would find something to admire in Michael amidst all the annoyance. Stephen Merchant then said that the Jim and Pam relationship was another way to balance Michael's obnoxious behavior. He said, "Always remember, Jim and Pam are the heart of the show." Gulp. No pressure. I did not grow up in Los Angeles either. I grew up in Indonesia, by way of Louisiana and Texas. My dad was a drilling engineer, and we moved around for his job. I always knew I wanted to be a performer. My mom loves to tell the story about when she asked me and my older sisters what we wanted to be when we grew up. All my sisters had funny responses, but mine, she said, was the most puzzling. My sister Billy said she wanted to be, quote, the boss. Janet wanted to be a truck driver like our Uncle Carl. Tina, a gymnast. And I wanted to be Carol Burnett. I was 4. My dad had shown me the Carol Burnett show, and all I wanted to do for the rest of my life was be a comedian. My first big break was getting cast as Mary in the Christmas play at school. Not a lot of jokes were written for Mary, but hey, it was a lead role. During college, I would write stand-up bits and try them out for my friends. I had grown up watching David Letterman's monologues and would even memorize some of his routines. I was desperate to learn more about comedy writing, and after 4 years at Baylor University and a bachelor's degree, I headed to New York City to intern for Late Night with Conan O'Brien. When I interviewed for my position on Conan, I was told only 2 interns were ever on the stage during rehearsals and tapings: the writer's intern and the band's intern. All the other interns were up in the offices. I was determined to have access to those rehearsals. That's where Conan and Andy Richter and the writers would work out his stand-up routine and sketches. Well, the writer's intern position had already been filled, so I told them I wanted to be the band's intern. They asked me if I knew anything about music. I lied and said, of course, music is my life. I got the job and learned that if you make a friend at SIR, Studio Instrument Rentals, you can fake it until you make it as a music intern. I spent my weekdays watching Conan and my weekends taking acting classes. A friend of mine had given me Uta Hagen's book, A Challenge for the Actor, and I was lucky enough to take a workshop from Carol Rosenfeld at the acting school started by Uta Hagen herself, HB Studio. Watching Conan and studying at HB Studio boosted my confidence, and I decided to move to Los Angeles to try to be a television actor. At this point, I was working 2 jobs and auditioning constantly. I had had a string of national commercials, most notably for Buick, Chrysler, and Lay's Wow chips with Olestra. Yes, the chips that gave everyone abdominal cramping, diarrhea, and anal leakage. Between auditions, I was an operator at 1-800-DENTIST and ran the intern program at the iOS Comedy Club. I had been performing improv 3 nights a week for a decade. You know that annoying friend who was constantly handing you a flyer for their show? That was me. During this time, I was married to Warren Lieberstein and related by marriage to Greg Daniels. Greg and his wife, Suzanne, Warren's sister, were always very supportive and came to several of my shows. In the summer of 2003, Suzanne invited us over for a swim. I coveted these afternoon swims because our tiny apartment had only 1 AC window unit, and summers were rough. I had wedged myself into one of their daughter's brightly colored floaties and was trying to paddle to the steps of the pool when Greg sat down to chat. He told us he was going to be remaking the BBC version of The Office. I remember trying to suppress a uh-oh look on my face. A few other major networks tried to bring BBC shows to the United States and failed. The sensibility and tone of a show for a British audience had not transferred well to an American audience. I loved the BBC version of The Office and was worried that making it for an American audience would be a disaster. But I also felt that if anyone could pull it off, it would be Greg. He had been writing and producing on hit television shows for years and had won several awards for Saturday Night Live, The Simpsons, and a show he co-created, King of the Hill. Greg is one of the most brilliantly funny people you will ever meet on a set or off. He suggested I come in and audition because he thought that my improv background would lend itself to the mockumentary style of the show. Plus, he wanted to use as many unknown actors as he could. Greg felt that the world of a small paper company in Scranton, Pennsylvania would feel more organic if there were no big Hollywood names in the mix. I was definitely not a big Hollywood name, unless Lay's Wow Potato Chip Lady counted. I was very excited for the opportunity, but also incredibly nervous. Greg told me he would put my name on the list to audition, but with one caveat. No one could know that we were related. Greg felt strongly that letting this information get out to the network would only hurt my chances. We decided that we would not acknowledge each other at the audition. He could get me in the room, but I had to win the room over on my own. I later learned that this ruse was Allison Jones's idea. She was a big champion of mine and had told Greg this was the best plan. Thank you, Allison! On November 17th, 2003, I auditioned for the role of Pam. Yep, fact. I signed into the audition at 2:40 p.m. and was the 16th person that day to read for the role of our favorite receptionist. I know this not because I have an amazing memory, but because the incredible Allison Jones saved my audition sign-in sheet. When the series wrapped 9 years later, she gave it to me as a farewell gift. I ugly cried, of course. I treasure owning this piece of my life history. So many amazing people were there on that same day. Every female comedian I knew went in for the role of Pam. I remember my audition very clearly. It's weird how the brain captures the biggest moments of your life and slows them down. Every single detail is stuck in my brain. I wore a pink sweater and a black pencil skirt. I had worked really hard to prepare my scenes. I waited in a very small room before my audition. Catherine Hahn was sitting on a sofa in the corner. We smiled at each other and said hello. She is a doll and so talented, I tried my best not to get anxious. I am not sweaty by nature. I usually run cold no matter the temperature, but as it got closer to my turn, I really began to sweat. I actually went into the bathroom and dabbed toilet paper in my armpits. Sorry for the overshare, but that's how nervous I was. When it was finally my time, I walked into a room full of producers. There was a camera on a tripod, and sitting beside the camera was the casting associate, Phyllis, my future party planning committee rival. I was to read with her. Greg was sitting in the very back of the room, and neither of us made eye contact. My agent told me they were having everyone read 2 scenes, but if they liked you, they asked you to do a third. Phyllis and I read my first 2 scenes, and everyone was laughing. It felt great. Then I was asked to do a third. I worked hard to contain my excitement. Phyllis and I began the final scene, the one where Michael fake fires Pam in front of Ryan the temp. To jog your memory, in the scene, Michael wants to prank Pam by pretending to fire her for stealing Post-it notes. The fake firing goes terribly wrong, and Pam is very upset. She starts to cry and calls Michael a jerk. The scene was going well. Phyllis was killing it as Michael. Imagine someone with Phyllis's sweet face smugly telling you that you've been punked. When we got to the part where I was supposed to tear up and call Michael a jerk, I really let Michael/Phyllis have it. Now, there are 3 times you can tell I am from Texas. When I am tired, tipsy, or pissed off. So I definitely slipped into a southern drawl as I growled, "Jerk!" The room of producers burst out laughing, and I remember thinking, not so sure I'm supposed to get a laugh at this point, but okay. And that was it. Allison thanked me for coming in. Greg discreetly smiled from the back row and gave me a thumbs up, and I walked out of there on cloud 9. I just knew I had that part. The next day, I got a call from Allison. I did not get that part. She told me they really liked me, but thought I was a little too feisty for Pam. I was disappointed, of course, but I felt good about my audition, and I was thankful for the opportunity. So, I let it go, and I moved on. That's just what you have to do as an actor. Plus, I had another audition that week for an improv pilot that I was really excited about. It was about a group of people working at a hair salon in New York City for the Oxygen Network. The working title was Salon Royale. I auditioned for the role of the promiscuous receptionist. Feisty was no problem here. And I was cast. The producers of that show flew me out to New York City first class. I had never flown first class for work, and it felt so fancy. The cast was full of amazing improvisers, Ian Roberts, Beth Cahill, Dave Rosowski, and the show was written and directed by Emmy Laybourne. Emmy's mom, Geraldine, was the president of Oxygen at the time, so I thought we had a good shot of making it to series. But alas, we didn't get picked up. So back to Los Angeles I went. After back-to-back rejections, I was feeling pretty discouraged about acting. I decided to concentrate my energy on writing and put acting on hold for a while. Several weeks went by, and I was feeling good about my decision to lean into writing. And then I got a call that changed everything. I was working the box office at iOS when I got a call on my flip phone. Remember those? It was a number I didn't recognize, so I let it go to voicemail. As it turns out, it was from Allison Jones's office. The producers of The Office wanted to see me again for a new role, the prickly lady in accounting. Allison told me the creative team thought I was right for the world of Dunder Mifflin, just not for Pam. This time there was no big room full of producers, it was just the director, Ken Quapis, Phyllis, and the tripod. I was told to come in wearing something drab, my hair plain, and with little to no makeup. Apparently, the prickly lady in accounting was no fashion plate. I wore a light blue turtleneck sweater with a gray cardigan and black pants, pulled my hair back in a low ponytail, and left my face bare.
We had a lot of people come
I channeled all my sass, and I got the part. And I was pretty sure that the prickly accountant would be an easier role for my mom to talk about at her ladies' Bible study than the lustful salon receptionist. So everything worked out. I am so grateful to Greg for getting me in that room on November 17th. That moment changed my life forever. And little did I know, the gal that was cast in the role of Pam would become my best friend forever.
Before we started taping the first episode, Ken Quapis suggested we all
personalize our desks.
50
people bucks.
Because of my real-life office experience, I had very strong feelings about the types of supplies a receptionist should have on their desk. The invitation to personalize my workspace made me very excited. Ken also suggested John Krasinski and I spend some time getting to know each other outside of work. Have lunch, have coffee, create a rapport was the suggestion, as it will translate on screen. This is common for actors who are cast in a new project together. It's key to try and get to know the people you are going to be pretending to be in a relationship with so you don't seem like total strangers on screen. For example, during rehearsals for my job on ABC's Splitting Up Together, Oliver Hudson and I spent 2 days hanging out with the 3 children who would play our kids on the show. Like real parents, we sat reading each other bits of news articles off our phones while the kids wrestled. When I did the movie Hall Pass, I had drinks with Owen Wilson, who was playing my husband. Incidentally, I did not meet up with Scott Wolf before rubbing Charlie, and, well, you already know how that worked out. Note, Scott Wolf is a delightful human being, and I adore him. It is not our fault the show didn't go. We were fantastic. And I couldn't forget what Stephen Merchant had said, that John and I, virtual strangers, were to be the heart of the show. So, one night after rehearsals, we decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. John Krasinski and I went to a nearby office supply store and shopped for things to decorate our desks. I got a label maker, message pad, message sorter, daily calendar, file folders, multicolored sticky notes. The list goes on and on. I left with 2 bags of supplies. I think John got a tape dispenser and maybe some Post-it notes. The whole time we were shopping, we just kept talking about how excited we were to start shooting. We wanted to do everything we could to go from pilot to series. John also shared about moving from New York and the adjustment to living in Los Angeles. I was happy to learn that we were both pretty boring people, in a good way. He felt stable. He had a good work ethic, and he was funny. We laughed a lot. I could tell he was going to be a good acting partner.
Greg had encouraged us to think about our characters and their backstories, so when it came to my desk area, I tried to imagine what a stuffy lady in accounting might bring to the office. I brought in a photo of my grandmother Lena and me. In the picture, my eyes are closed, but I am smiling. It makes me laugh that Angela Martin would choose to frame a photo where her eyes are closed. Like, perhaps that was just the best one of the bunch? I also brought in a day planner. I felt like Angela Martin would have an appointment book and it would be very comprehensive. The set dressers put a blue ceramic cat paperclip holder on my desk. The cat's left ear was slightly chipped, and I loved that little detail. It looked like a knickknack you would get from a garage sale in a small town. That cat paperclip holder did a lot to inform who Angela Martin was. It was clear to me that she must love cats, and that she didn't need fancy new things to make her happy. She was too humble for fancy, in a judgmental way, of course. People ask us all the time what we took from the set the day we wrapped the series, and I took that cat paperclip holder. It sits on my desk at home to this day. Walking onto the set for our first day of shooting, I was so nervous. I'd left my house at 5 a.m. for what was a 45-minute commute. I made myself a song mix I affectionately titled Songs of Scranton. I drank coffee and bounced along the freeway. I tried to imagine I was driving to my real job at a real paper company in Scranton, Pennsylvania. When I arrived, I was taken to wardrobe. There were a lot of very quick introductions to various other cast members who were coming and going between wardrobe, hair, and makeup. That I first met Leslie David Baker, who would soon be known to many as Stanley Hudson. He was so warm, friendly, and open that watching him switch over to Stanley, the checked-out grump, was hilarious. Our director had requested that everyone be on set and at our desks at 7:30 a.m. sharp. He asked us all to pretend to work while the film crew recorded us. He wanted to capture us like real documentarians would, because this was the convention of the show. We were real office workers being filmed by a documentary film crew. When we were all in place, the set was cleared of all crew members except for the camera operator, boom operator, and director. They started rolling, and it all felt so real. It was very quiet at first. Then Phyllis and Leslie started improvising fake sales calls. I started to answer the phone and transfer calls. A lot of the shots you see in the opening credits of the show are from that very first morning. I was also a bundle of nerves that first day. My call time to set was 4:30 a.m., so I didn't get much sleep the night before. We were filming in an empty office building in Culver City, California. The building was only 2 stories, and we filmed on the 2nd floor. There was an empty sound stage next to the main building where the hair and makeup team was set up. It was cold and dark when I arrived, with only one small space heater in that big drafty room. We huddled around it and waited our turn. Our director had instructed the hair and makeup departments to keep our looks very simple. I was given a loose French braid and some powder and lip balm. That's all. The wardrobe department asked me to bring the clothes and shoes I had worn to my audition for Angela Martin, so I actually wore my own clothes in the pilot. With barely any hair and makeup and no wardrobe fitting, it didn't take much time for me to get ready. I walked onto the set early and realized I wasn't sure where I was supposed to sit. Ken Quapis must have seen me looking around, sort of lost. He came over to me and told me I'd be sitting in the corner in what would become the accounting department. He walked me over to introduce me to my desk mates. There I found seated at the desk right next to me, Oscar Nunez. I had known Oscar for years. We first met at the Groundlings and then went on to perform together in a sketch comedy show called Hot Towel. I played a horny Boy Scout and Oscar a crazy professor. I was so thrilled to see my old friend that I yelled out, "Holy crap, Oscar!" Neither of us knew that the other had been cast. This was in the antiquated times before everything everyone is doing and saying was posted online. You could still be surprised by things. Imagine that. One of the very first photos I took on the office set was of the accounting department. We took the photo in character, and it cracks me up that even in the first week, Oscar, Kevin, and Angela were clearly formed people. We already knew who we were in the world of the show. I think it speaks to how amazing the writing was on The Office, and also to Allison Jones and her gift for assembling acting ensembles. I'll never forget seeing Angela pop her head up over the partition between our desks to introduce herself. Her face barely made it over the edge as she said hello in her bubbly Texas twang. She was instantly funny, upbeat, and kind. I liked her immediately. She was clearly nothing like her character Angela Martin, which shows what a great actress she is. In addition to our chats over the partition, Angela would talk my ear off in the hair and makeup room, and she would keep talking as we walked to the snack table and then to set. I often joke that I had no choice but to become friends with Angela because she wouldn't stop talking to me. I was so grateful for her. I was nervous, and she was an instant comfort. My first memory of Jenna is hearing a little dainty sneeze come from behind the partition next to my desk. It reminded me of my neighbor's peekaboo sneezing. It was adorable. She sat directly behind me and was physically the closest gal to me on set. Jenna seemed shy, but then again, I am super chatty, and I probably scared her. I can do that to people. Every day that first week, I'd get up on my tippy toes and pop my head over and chat. Those desk partition chats became our daily habit for the next 9 years. The whole week seemed to speed by so fast. Before we knew it, the pilot was done, and we all went home to wait the almost 3 months it took to learn if our show would make it to series. Shortly after we'd filmed the pilot, I went to London for a friend's wedding. While I was there, I reached out to Ricky and Steven to see if they were able to meet. I don't know where I got the courage to call, but since I'd basically been unemployed since shooting the pilot for The Office, this was the one potentially exciting thing I had in my life. I wanted to milk it for all it was worth. They agreed to host me for lunch at the exclusive Groucho Club. The Groucho is a famed private club for comedians, and I couldn't believe I was there. I don't like to think too much about that lunch because I'm certain I sounded like a raving idiot, going on and praising their genius nonstop. They must have taken pity on me because they even agreed to pose for a photo afterward. After the lunch, I was sitting on the tube reading a discarded UK TV guide. Inside was an article about the casting of the American version of The Office. How crazy is that? The article was not positive. It said, quote, "The chances of NBC actually matching wits with the original are about as good as finding a designated driver at a Wembley football match," end quote. It included photos of the original cast members alongside photos of each of us from the American version. The article basically went on to break down how we were ill-suited for the roles and would ruin the show. It ended by predicting our show would be as palatable as, quote, "a plate of mushy peas," end quote. How did I feel about this? I'll tell you. My photo was in a magazine. I was blown away. It was the first time I'd ever been in a magazine. I tore out the article and tucked it into my purse. For years, I saved every press clipping about our show, even if I wasn't mentioned at all. I can't explain it exactly, but from the very beginning, this show felt special. It felt different from the rest. I wanted to keep a record of every moment, even the ones where we were compared to mushy peas. About 2 months later, Greg called and said he'd finished editing the pilot episode and sent it off to the network. He wanted to share it with the cast. If the folks at UK TV Guide were right, it would be the only episode of the American version of The Office ever produced. So we wanted to celebrate. I offered to host a viewing party. It's something that would become an ongoing tradition when the show was on the air. We'd switch houses each week, watching it together. But this was the first. Everyone gathered at my house. I moved the furniture around in an effort to accommodate everyone, but there were so many people that folks were sitting on the floor, including Steve Carell. We ordered pizza and got set to watch. At first, you couldn't get your DVD player to work. Yes, I was mortified. Everyone was in my house, sitting on my floor, waiting to see this show that we worked so hard on. It was so much pressure. After some colorful language and trying a few different plugs, you changed the batteries in your remote and got it working. Night saved. And if I remember correctly, we watched it twice. We all told Greg how much we loved it, and we did. We felt good about what we had created. Greg told us he had no idea which way the network was leaning and that we'd have to wait another month to find out. A month? How in the world was I going to fill the next 30 days without going out of my mind? I decided to stalk more original Office cast members. My manager, Naomi Odenkirk, had a client who was shooting a pilot with Lucy Davis. I went to the taping and met her afterward. She was bubbly and smiley. She told me how The Office had changed her life and wished me all the same success. I asked for a photo, of course. Then I went home and waited. And waited. And waited.
During our month wait, I went home to visit my family's farm in Texas. It's about 300 acres in the middle of nowhere. My dad would wake me up early in the morning to feed the cows. When I wasn't helping my dad, I was helping my mom and grandmother shell pecans. Hollywood felt very far away, and I was thankful for the distraction. While I was there, I got the news that NBC had picked up 5 more episodes of The Office. We were officially a series. My whole family was so excited. They knew what a long journey this had been for me. Mom said we should celebrate, so she put on a pot roast. A pot roast and homemade rolls. Birdie Joe, that's my mom's name, was going all out. Some meals you remember for your whole life, and that was one of them for me. Good news and a good pot roast, a celebration indeed.
When I got the call that the show was getting picked up, I screamed. My very pragmatic agents congratulated me, and then, I guess to temper my expectations, told me that 5 episodes was a very small order and it indicated very little confidence in the show. They were basically saying, have fun, but don't spend all your money in one place. In fact, my agents continued to send me other pilot scripts while we were shooting season 1 of The Office. A recurring theme of our early years was people explaining to us how our show would never really make it. I told them I was simply excited to be employed for now. I couldn't wait to get back to work with everyone again. Our pilot had been a direct adaptation of the British pilot script, but the network wanted the next 5 episodes to be original. Greg assembled a staff of writers to start breaking down stories for the first all-original episodes. That group was Mindy Kaling, Mike Schur, and BJ Novak, plus 3 consultants, Paul Lieberstein, Larry Wilmore, and Lester Lewis. One of the first stories they came up with was based on a real-life experience of their writer's assistant, Tom Huang. When Tom was in college, he took a class in which they did an exercise where they had to put note cards on their foreheads with different ethnicities, and then they had to go around and regard one another as that ethnicity using stereotypes. This turned into Diversity Day. BJ Novak, who was only 25 years old at the time, was tasked with writing the episode.
Because
The writing
athleticism,
staff
no,
nicknamed the pilot after the pilot. It would establish what the audience could expect from the American version of The Office moving forward. Good thing for us, BJ nailed it.
The morning we filmed Michael Scott's Diversity Day seminar, the props department handed us our note cards and showed us how to place them on our foreheads. They were taped to our foreheads at 7:30 a.m., and we wore those cards for 12 hours. We only took them off at lunchtime. Hours went by, and we forgot all about them. Mine said Jamaica. I wish I had taken a picture of us on our snack break. Imagine seeing the cast eating nachos with these ridiculous cards on their foreheads. Standing by the salsa bar was Jenna, with Jewish taped to her forehead, talking to Brian with Italian taped to his. By the end of the day, the double-stick tape had left skinny, rectangular bald spots on our foreheads. But it was worth it. The cast was completely in sync. All our reactions, every moment felt perfect. I remember looking around that conference room and thinking, oh my God, if we could just get people to watch the show, we're going to be a hit. From the very beginning, it felt like the cast of The Office had a group mind. Bear with me, but this group mind idea is from the improv world, and I always relate back to that. By group mind, I mean we had this shared comedic collective consciousness. When you are performing improv as a group, no single person leads. The goal is to find your way together, listening, reacting, and being in the moment. I felt like our cast had this kind of comedic mind meld. The magic came from a combination of great writing and smart casting, but I think it was also due to the fact that the original cast shared a lot of history with one another. You already know that I knew Greg by marriage, and as a result, Paul as well, and that I had performed with Oscar in sketch comedy shows. But I also knew Kate Flannery, our saucy narrative. For years, Kate and I performed improv together at IO West. But wait, there's more. Jenna and I have been living a few blocks apart as struggling artists, using the same grocery store, but never met. Jenna, Phyllis, and director Ken Kwapis are all from St. Louis. Brian Baumgartner and Rainn Wilson had done regional theater together. Then there's the fact that BJ Novak and John Krasinski were childhood friends in Newton, Massachusetts, and even played in the same Little League Baseball division. Do you see what I mean here? For the most part, we were a group of strangers, yet somehow it felt like destiny that we would all come together on this show. You take these people whose lives have been crisscrossing for years and you put them in a tiny little office, write them amazing scripts, and it was comedic lightning in a bottle.
It's impossible to predict if a television show or movie project will be a success. And with The Office, we spent the first 2 seasons believing we could be canceled at any moment. No one looked at this group of people and said, bingo, we've got a hit television show on our hands. But what you did feel, standing on that set all together, was magic. You could feel the chemistry of these people that Greg had so masterfully gathered together. And that includes our writers, directors, and crew. Every person on set was essential. It's just as Angela said. It was as if we'd been crisscrossing one another our whole lives up until that point, just for this purpose. Every role we hadn't gotten, every show before that didn't go, made it, so we were now together for this one. We had no idea if fans would like the show, or how long the magic would last. We were all just grateful to be there, creating something together. Thanks so much for listening to a little bit of our audiobook, The Office BFFs. You can buy the audiobook anywhere you buy audiobooks. And on the audiobook, we have some really fun friends who pop in for, I don't know, what would you call it? Surprise audio tidbits? I just want to say Ed Helms plays the banjo, and Creed Bratton wrote a special song that kicks off the whole audiobook. Rainn Wilson, he wrote and recorded a foreword just for the audiobook. Yeah, it's not in the hardback. Kate Flannery sings us a little jingle. And then we have all of these great moments with Steve Carell, Brian Baumgartner, Oscar Nunez, Ellie Kemper, and Jennifer Garner. Thanks so much for listening, you guys. We hope you have a great day. Bye. Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hello! Hi, you guys!
We're really excited today.
We're so excited. We can't wait to share this episode with you. This episode's all about The Office BFFs, our book, because
we are in New York City right now for the launch of our book. Oh my gosh, this has been such a long journey. You guys have been with us every step of the way, truly.
Yes, your support means so much to us. And Jen and I were talking about reading part of our book or sharing part of our book and where we would do that. And we were both immediately like, we have to share it with our Office Ladies family first.
And you guys sent in so many great questions about the book. We're going to answer them today. You know, we've been doing a bunch of press for the book, and one of the things I did was the Gold Digger podcast.
Oh, you loved that one.
I loved it with Jenna Kutcher. And you know what she said to me? And we keep saying launch of our book. And she said, do you know why it's called a book release?
Why?
That's what I said. I was like, why? And she said, because you release your work into the world.
And you let it go.
You have to let it go. You work on it, you make it the best it can be, and then you release it. And you have to release it. You have to let it out, let it go.
Oh, I love that.
Right?
I did.
Me
I
too.
love that.
Well, you know, even though this is a special episode of Office Ladies, we still have to have fast facts. I need my structure. You know me.
Are you going to do a summary too?
Oh, I didn't write a summary. Sorry to disappoint.
Let's do fast facts. I have one. Our book was printed in Willard, Ohio.
Hey,
and I thought, well, gee, if our book was printed in Willard, Ohio, I want to know a little bit about Willard, Ohio.
What you got?
Here's what I got. I went to their official city website, www.willardohio.us. Here are things I wanted to share. The town was founded in 1874, but it was named Chicago because it was the train junction for the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad's line to Sandusky and the branch west to Chicago. But guess what?
What?
People would get confused.
I would get confused. I would be on the train and I would be like, did I make it to Chicago,
Illinois?
And they would say yes, but I wasn't in Chicago, Chicago.
You were in Chicago,
Ohio.
So they decided to change it to Chicago Junction.
Okay. I think I would still be confused as a traveler. I have to be honest with you.
In 1917, to finally rectify the confusion, the town changed its name to Willard after the then president of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad Company, Daniel Willard. And then Willard became an official city in 1960. Population as of 2019, 6,041. And here are a few things from their website. Their slogan is proud to call Willard home. Listen to how they describe their city. A community where people enjoy living and working, ideally situated with easy access to Ohio's interstates and rail lines. Willard is in the heart of the Midwest manufacturing region. Abundant land and utilities, a solid work ethic, and a progressive local government make Willard the perfect choice for growing a business.
We have to go.
We have to go. Not only that, here are a few things that are happening just this month in Willard. They honor their hometown heroes. They started doing this in 2018. Each week, a different hometown hero will be recognized on the electric sign at the Willard City Park, as well as through the city's Facebook page. Very good. They have the Willard Tree Program. In partnership with the Willard Moose Lodge 2153, the city of Willard is offering a tree planting program to help property owners plant trees. They also have the Downtown Spring Festival. It's returning this year, featuring the mother of all pickleball tournaments.
I love pickleball.
I know. Wait, cornhole, craft vendors, touch a truck, bike rodeo, and more.
Angela, it's becoming very clear to me that we need to go to Willard, Ohio.
I know. And that's where our book was printed.
Thank you, Willard, Ohio.
Thank you, Willard, Ohio. I also have a few book stats.
Oh, well, you know I love stats.
You and Dr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Here are all of the Office BFFs book stats. There are 336 pages in our book. There are 440 photos or images in the interior. 440, Jenna.
So there are more photos than pages.
There are 16 photos in the end papers.
Okay, so I did not know what end papers were until we started making this book. That's the part of the book where you open it up and it's like
part of the cover.
Right. It's the back of the cover and then the next little page.
And we put all of these amazing black and white photos from the show. I love the end papers. They're so special.
That we took, by the way, all the photos in the book are personal photos or photos that were shared with us from our friends on the show.
Yes. Here's another stat I love. There are 41 pieces of memorabilia in the book. That includes ticket stubs, fan art, posters, brochures, photos of papers and objects and sketches. All of these things we saved over the years from the show.
So one of the pieces of memorabilia is in my chapter, Jam. I have a chapter where I wrote all about Jim and Pam. Lee, my husband, saved his lactation consultant badge.
As the nurse.
As the lactation nurse. And we scanned it and put it in the book.
Love it. A lot of you wrote in and asked us where all the book will be sold, what countries. We don't have a precise number yet, but definitely United States, Canada, and the UK, as well as various English-speaking countries. But as soon as I know all of those countries, I'm going to let you know.
The book is also going to be translated into other languages, and as we know where it will be coming out, we'll let you know. Well, lady, my fast fact number 2 is all about the audiobook. We got a lot of people who asked, does the audiobook come with access to those 440 photos? No, we do not have one of those supplemental PDFs that you sometimes get with an audiobook. But we have a bunch of fun audio surprises.
So many cool people really showed up for us for this audiobook.
They did. Creed Bratton wrote an Office BFFs song for us, which we used to kick it off.
It makes me happy every time I hear it.
I love it. Rainn Wilson wrote and reads a special foreword that is exclusive to the audiobook. You can't even read it in the hard copy book. You don't want to miss that. And then we have some fun clips along the way from Oscar Nunez, Brian Baumgartner, Kate Flannery, Ellie Kemper, Ed Helms, Steve Carell, and Jennifer Garner.
Yes!
Kyle H. from Western Mass said, I saw on one of your posts that Jennifer Garner is on the audiobook. How is she connected to The Office? Well, Kyle, I don't know if you remember this, but during the pandemic, her and her kids watched The Office for the first time from beginning to end.
Yes, and she shared about it on her Instagram, like their rewatch of it.
And when they got to the end for the finale, she had a real good cry. And she posted a video on Instagram, and she agreed to let us interview her about that experience for the audiobook.
It's in the chapter finale. She is just delightful, and I love talking to her. She was so gracious with her time.
All right, Andrew, you ready for fast fact number 3?
Yes.
It is a fan mail flurry.
What?
We really need a sting for fan mail flurry.
Sam,
what was it, Ange?
Will you make a sting?
I'll add it to the list.
All right, thank you. We had a lot of questions.
What was that an impression of?
I don't know.
To me, it was
it's mail coming through a mail slot.
Yeah, it's ye olde mail slot.
So not magic birds.
Yeah, or magic birds.
We got a lot of questions about our book tour. Well, let me say this. We are kicking things off in New York City this week. We are going to be on Late Night with Seth Meyers, The Today Show, Live with Kelly and Ryan, and tonight, Wednesday, May 18th, if you are in New York, we will be doing a live event at Town Hall to celebrate the release of the book.
But we are so excited for the book tour as well. We are in planning mode. As soon as we have all that locked in, we will let you guys know first.
But we're going to spread it out. We're going to be coming for you till the end of the year is what I'm going to say.
We're going to enjoy it.
We are.
It's going to be like a little BFF like weekend road trip.
Yeah, and every time we want to get away as friends, we're going to pop up in another city. And the last thing I want to share with you all, because you've been on this journey with me as well, it is official. I have finally figured out my outfit for this book launch, and there is not going to be a fake flower.
Not one?
Not one.
You know where you're wearing that fake flower?
Where?
To Willard, Ohio.
Yes.
We have to go to Willard, Ohio.
And I'll wear a flower.
There you go. Before we go to break, Jenna, I'm just sitting here holding our book. We have our books right here.
We do.
It just looks amazing. And I just want to say a big thank you to Renata. Renata was who was in charge of our book layout. And Jenna, it's stunning.
It's absolutely beautiful. I love the texture of the cover. I love the weight of the pages. These were all things that we had to do virtually. Normally, if you put together a book, not in a pandemic, you get to travel to pages.
You have a layout meeting. You see what the photos will look like. We had to do
Look
it
at
all
this
over
athleticism.
Zoom. and to
Never
see
seen
how
anything like
beautiful it
this.
looks in
This is
person.
so unreal.
I just can't stop thumbing through it.
I
feel the same way. Thank you, Renata. You really, really knocked it out of the park. Home run. All right, well, let's take a
Nice
break.
job,
And when
Renata,
we
you
come
stupid
back,
cunt.
we are going to answer your questions, and then we're going to read a section from the book. Woohoo! Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I've made it. Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. Yeah. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated, so I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
Hey, you want to make some more fucking noise over there?
First order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. We are back, and we are going to kick things off with Andrea from Virginia. Andrea asked, growing up, did either of you want to write a book? Andrea, I have written 2 books, and growing up, I never thought I'd ever write a book at all. I never daydreamed about it. I'm so tickled to be an author, but I didn't think that that would be part of my resume at all. Andrea, I always wanted to write a book. I was obsessed with writing even from an early age. I won a competition at school where I wrote about a lightning bolt. I don't know why we had to write about a lightning bolt, and I got to go up on stage and I got a little medal for my writing, and I've always had the writing bug. You've written like 5 television shows. I have, but this was just a culmination, I think, of a dream I've had since I was really little, so it's so special. I have a question from Kate C. in Albany, New York. She says, were both of you equally excited to write a book, or did one of you have to
Okay. That's opening a can of worms.
Boy, is it.
Kate, I did not want to write this book. I had written a book that I felt like I had to write with all my soul. That was my book, The Actor's Life, A Survival Guide.
It's so good.
When I finished it, I said, that's it. I did it. I'm never doing that again. Done.
She did. She told me I'm never writing a book again. So when we had this idea years ago, and we'll get into that, Jenna was like, no, I can't do that again. I can't do it again. And I was very naive. I admit it, Jenna. I was just like, what? We'll just sit down and we'll do it.
I know, and I can write it. Angela, I know. That's what I thought the first time, too. It is so much harder than that. You have no idea.
You said, Ange, it will be years before we hold this book in our hands. And I was like, Jenna.
Well, that leads me very nicely into our questions from Javen R. in Queens, New York. How long did it take you guys to complete the book? And Kristen D. from Grand Rapids, Michigan. What was the entire length of the process from start of book to publication date? Guess what I did? I went through my digital clutter.
Well, lady, I thought since I had a digital clutter state that you should have one too.
Woo! Here it is, my digital clutter.
Jenna's digital clutter. From her digital pockets.
I feel like I've made it.
You have.
I love it. Thank you, Sam.
Welcome.
Here is what I found out. So you guys know that after the office wrapped, we always wanted to work together again. But at a certain point, we started to get really serious. And you probably remember we were trading messages about it. We traded a series of emails where we made lists of what we could possibly do together
For a job?
Yes.
Oh, this is so us. We do, you guys. We make lists. Oh, Jenna, what did it say?
Okay. The things on the list were talk show.
No way.
Podcast. Oh, We also talked about writing a sitcom for ourselves. And one of the things on the list was book. I'm sure I immediately said no to that. It was October 19th, 2018, when we were trading these lists.
I remember that time. I remember because we just so desperately wanted a job together.
We kind of write about it in the book. Our last chapter is called Boss Ladies, and it's all about transitioning away from these acting jobs that were taking us all over the world and away from our families into work where we could be home. And these emails were the beginning of that brainstorming.
Was Rosé on that list?
No, putting out our own rosé was not on that list in 2018.
You guys, I keep pushing this. And I make little labels. Whenever Jenna invites us over for something, I print out a little Office Ladies label and I tape it over like a label on a bottle of rosé and I give it to Jenna. It's like my subtle hint every time.
It's like, it's from the episode with Michael being like, I can manage that. I can manage that.
Or
Kelly, like, here's some rosé.
Right. I'm like, Kelly, you wanted me?
Yes.
You wanted me?
You wanted some rosé?
You wanted Office Ladies rosé?
So, Ange, it was the next year that we did our big garage clean out. And we found just the bins of photos and our journals and all of our scraps of paper and ticket stubs.
Well, this is when we decided finally to tackle all of our clutter.
Yeah.
We've been putting it off. Hey, guys, tip. If you have clutter and you just don't want to go through it, make your best friend do it at their house too. And you will hold each other accountable. I'd be like, Jenna, I got through 3 boxes today.
I know, and I wouldn't have done any. I'd be like, oh boy,
You got to get on out there.
Well, that is when the idea of our book came up again. And we got so serious about it that we called my book agent, Erin Malone at WME, and said, we might be interested in writing a book together. Now, this was like a step that we had to our advantage. I had a book agent because I had written a book. So, and that was very helpful, very time-saving.
Very time-saving. And we went into her office. I remember we coordinated outfits. Jenna, I remember we were so excited about this meeting that we even filmed a slow-mo, like walking down the hallway. Do you remember?
Yeah, and except I had a boot on my foot because I had hiked my way into a boot. I remember that. So many memories. So she said she loved the idea and told us to write up a proposal. She sent us some sample
Another girl's
proposals
peeing.
from books that had.
She likes to go hiking.
Do you know how long it took us to write our proposal, Angela? I took the date on my digital clutter from when she sent us the samples to when we emailed her ours back.
Okay, I'm gonna guess. 5 weeks?
8 months.
No.
Yeah.
Why did it take us so long?
Because by this point we'd started our podcast.
Oh, we had other stuff we were doing.
Yes, we had our